Okay, what we got here? Okay, we got some resting orders. 145 resting offers at 150. We're looking at the NQ June contracts. NQ June contracts. Today, what I am going to do, I'm going to go aggressive on my Traderify account, my 150K Traderify account. I'm going to go pretty aggressive. I basically need to either go or blow. It either passes or not, because I'm not going to get charged again on uh when April at the end of the month. So I'm either going to go or blow, baby. Go or blow. We got some wrestling offers at 140, at 146, 146 up here, 146 right up here. 147 wrestling offers at 150, 150 wrestling offers up there. Is pretty heavy. As you can see on the 1 minute, we've got some. In the 1 minute, we got nothing going on. As you can see, the point of control. Let me switch over. I need to do RTH, real-time trading hours. Let me switch that over about 2 minutes prior or 1 minute prior. Right now, you're looking at the volume profile in the 1 minute. Volume profile in the 1 minute is overnight session. Is the overnight session. We are down on the day. Let me bring over my trading view. This is something that I want to actually develop. This is something I kind of want to actually develop for NinjaTrader, a time price opportunity chart. As you can see here, this is the open. Well, actually, this is the open right here, and then this is the close. This is the current price right here. Okay, so that's the open right here. That's the close. This is the value areas right up in here. Right now, we're down at the value area low. This is a time price opportunity chart, and I kind of want to develop something like this for NinjaTrader, because it's kind of useful if you're used to it and you know how to use it. It can be a very useful tool. Okay, they got them offers sitting up there. You see how we couldn't? I had 171 offers. I had 160 offers at 150. And you see how we couldn't break through it? They tried to break through it on the 1 minute. You had a buy and balance right there. That line right there is a buy and balance. That line is a buy and balance. Okay, that line right there, buy and balance. We couldn't break through it, and we kind of drifted back down. Okay, so it could be some selling pressure today. We have no idea, but we're going to find out, aren't we? We're going to find out. Let me make sure everything is good to go. Here, let me go to live. Possibly could have got a 10-point short on that, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, we're live. So let me check the analytics. We've got about 15 minutes to the open, so ain't no big deal. It looks like everything's fine. Stream settings is ultra low latency. You're going to have a 3 to 5 second delay. Okay, 3 to 5 second delay. What I'm planning on doing later this year, it depends on how much support I can get for these add-ons. If it does really good, what I plan on doing is setting up a system where it streams free to YouTube. Okay, and I might stream like a couple, 2, 3 days a week on YouTube, but then I'll be streaming on my website, orderflowbars.com, where there's basically no delay. There's going to be like 100 millisecond delay or something. I've looked into this. It's gonna cost money. So, but if I can get support for this add-on, I will put up that live streaming service on my website so you won't be getting that 3 to 5 second delay. And plus, I'll be streaming every single day and you'll be able to know exactly what I'm doing. This is not a signal service. That's just because the SEC will have my butt in a sling if I do. But what I do is I go through my trading plan and how I trade and what I'm looking for. Now, basically, what I'm looking for today. This is I know we got some new traders probably, and I really need to put out a video for all of this. We got 160 resting orders up there at 1/2. So, and as you can see, they started filling them. We got a buy and balance. Excuse me, drinking coffee. We got a buy and balance that kind of appeared and went away. As you can see up here on the heat map, we excuse me, we got 160 some resting offers up there at 150, and we can't break through. And as you can see right there, well, we got 150, we got 100 lot, one execution of 100 lot. We got 180 some orders that are coming in about 100 milliseconds. They're trying to break through. They are breaking through, folks. So we got we got 185 order right there. That is high positive delta right there. As you can see right here on the 1 minute, if you look over at the 1 minute down the bottom, that was 296 delta. That's pretty high positive delta. Let's see what we got here on the heat map. We got a little bit of support down there at 138, roughly about 138. Do I have this tick merged? I have this tick merged to 8. All right, we'll see what happens. This seems like it's pretty decent. Tick merged to 8. Okay. Tick margin. I tick merged the NQ because it travels like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull. To be quite honest, that's why I tick merge this thing. Every single tick on the NQ is kind of nutty because it's a thinly traded market. If you go trade the ES, that's a thickly traded market. I don't tick merge nothing there. What I'm going to be doing today, I'm not going to be showing my 5 minute. Sometimes I drag in the 5 minute and explain things. I'm not going to be doing that. I'm going to try and keep this exactly the way it is. And then the 1 minute, I'm just going to explain what I'm doing. And if I do enter a trade and I take a loss or take a profit, I'll explain it. But I will be explaining things as it happens. I will be explaining things as it happens. You can download the add-on, this add-on that I have developed. You can download it. Just go to the link in the bottom or link in the chat. Here, let me put the link in the chat, folks. Download orderflowbars.com. Download https orderflowbars.com. If you go there, it's free for next couple weeks. Let me make sure that link is working. It is working. Yeah, just create an account for free, download it. Just create an account for free, download it, use it for about a couple weeks and see what you think about it. I need to get some support for it next month. Next month, I do need to get some support for this. It's going to be extremely cheap. I mean, I'm trying to give you the information that you need right here. I'm trying to give you all an order flow system within NinjaTrader. I'm trying to give you an order flow system within NinjaTrader, and it's going to be like, I think the first 200, I got like 170 members on this site. Now, not everybody's using the app, I'm pretty sure, but it's going to be like $95 for the whole year. That's like $8 a month, and that's going to be like for the first 200 people when I go live next month. And I'm going to put that information on the site, be like, hey, this date, like 2 weeks from now, you'll have to get a license key. Right now, you get a free one. Right now on the order flow pulse, it's just hard coded right into the code. But I set up last night. Uh, I got a different version than you do. But as you can see right here, you just put in the license key. But that'll be in a couple weeks. But for now, just use it for free. Hang out on the stream, learn how to use it. Uh, I'm going to be developing. Oh, well, the DOM. I need to wrap up the DOM. The DOM is in beta. That's still going to be free. Okay. So next month, when order flow bars indicator, the indicator you can attach to a regular NinjaTrader chart, and order flow pulse, that'll be a license key. The order flow DOM, that's still in beta. I'm still working on that. That's still going to be free. You can use it. It has execution buttons. It's that's being worked on. I'm going to work on that pretty heavily next week, to be quite honest. And then after all this is done, after I get everything launched out, I mean, you can use it for free now. Download it, use it for free. Next month, what I'm looking to do is actually get the order executions on the chart. I have to develop everything myself because NinjaTrader doesn't give you any kind of system to actually just plop in the chart trader. So yeah, I have to code it myself, which is fine. I've been a software engineer for 15 years. So I kind of enjoy slinging code around. Actually, I enjoy coding more than I do trading. Trading for me is a necessary thing right now because, well, you got to make money. Let me go here. So the stream is up and running, everything fine. What is that? Well, that's OBS. What is this? This is, okay. Yeah, so we got some rusting offers up here on the heat map. Now the heat map settings that I have, what time is it? 9:24. I need to do a countdown bar. I need to do a countdown bar. For the live pulse, I have minimum volume of 1. Large orders, I have set to 10. I kind of need to work on that for the live pulse when one large order comes in. Because right now it aggregates the volume within 100 milliseconds. Now, resting orders is this right here. These are the resting orders, okay, right up here, right here, these are the resting orders, okay. The bend, I have tick bend it to 8, just because NQ's a squirrely little freak. Imbalance, the imbalance, that is not there. And, I need to remove some of these settings on Live Pulse. I need to do that. I need to make myself a note here pretty soon. The DOM depth I have set to 150. There's absolutely no reason why to have 500 depth level on a DOM when it's way off the screen and you can't even see it. For one, it uses up too many resources. But I'm giving people the opportunity to do that. But if you put this to like 500 and you put the resting orders to like 2, your system is going to really slow down because because the system has to paint all this information on the screen. And and if it keeps painting stuff on there that's not needed, it's going to slow the system down. So if it becomes an issue, then I'm just going to have to clamp it in the code. But I'll give you the opportunity to shoot yourself in the foot if you want to. We got some 47. Okay, you see how that bubble, it keeps refreshing? Okay, the orders just keep coming in. Okay, it keeps refreshing, a little order slicing going on. Hey, what's up? Good morning. Good morning. Yesterday was a pretty good day for me. It was really strange. What was it? Tuesday was like a few $100 day. I mean, yesterday was like an $800 day for me. I was trading the ES and I was only trading one mini because of the crazy news. I was only trading one mini yesterday on the ES. It was like an $800 day, so it was a pretty decent day considering what was going on. Uh, my recommendation, and I'm telling you, my recommendation is do not be slinging around some full size because the Iran stuff is still going on. News can come in at any time, and you can get slaughtered. Okay, uh, 10 o'clock. Trump is supposed to talk at 10 o'clock. So please be careful and size down. The DOM depth I explained. Okay, the DOM depth is 12. The volume profile bend. I don't have volume profile set up here on the heat map. As you can see on the 1 minute, I got volume profile. But you can put it on here if you want. Let's see. You just have to click apply, and then RTH for real time trading hours. I need to switch that over for the 1 minute. Or you can just go overnight session, okay? So we got about a few minutes. I'm going to switch over to the New York session here on the volume profile here pretty quickly. You got to do that manually because I just don't know. I mean, we got some orders coming in here. We got 68. These bubbles are refreshing within 100 milliseconds. But you see how it kind of stalled there and it kept going? Yeah. Also, I need to code in iceberg order detection. Iceberg order detection. Now, let me explain iceberg order detection for people. Iceberg orders is when an institution, let's say institution has 500 contracts they want to get rid of. Let's say they want to sell them up in here and got 500 contracts. They'll just take like 20 contracts and then they'll just keep refreshing 20, 20, 20, 20. And it doesn't go anywhere. And then you see 100, 200, 300, and then it just doesn't go nowhere. That's an iceberg order. Now, if a platform tells you they can detect iceberg orders 100%. They're lying through their teeth, okay, as far as for retail. You cannot really detect 100% iceberg orders unless you have a trade ID. And we don't have that as the retail traders. The institutions and market makers have what's called trade IDs for each execution. They're on a different terminal than what we are. So they play on a different ball game than we do. But you can get, if you code it correctly, you can get about 90% accurate for iceberg orders, okay? You can get pretty darn accurate. All right. I've got to 1 minute. I've got to go to RTH. Hopefully that'll refresh here. We've got a lot of orders just piling in. You want to sit on your hands the first. You want to sit on your hands the first. You want to sit on your hands the first couple minutes, folks. Overnight. There we go. That's the overnight. Let's go to RTH. That might take a while. There we go. Sometimes it will take. Here, let me switch over my 5 minute real quick. I don't do anything, to be quite honest, the first few minutes. The opening drive, I did trade. Okay, good. 5 minutes switched over. The opening drive on the ES I traded yesterday. I got me a long on the opening drive after the 1 minute. It broke the high, but that's just because it had a buy imbalance and it had a large order. And once we broke the high of the first of the 1 minute, we had a large order, buy order, and I just kind of hopped in there real quick. Here, let me clear this out. I just want to get a fresh view. You got a clear button. You can clear things out and just go right from the beginning if you want. But I just cleared everything out. We can clear everything out. Let me go to the settings. The resting orders, and I'll be honest, you really don't need it to be set to like 2. If you set it to 2, I mean, you get this. This puts a lot of strain on the system, and it's because it has to paint each little pixel basically. And that puts a lot of strain on the system, and that's not needed, to be quite honest. Um, Let me go to 12. 12 is usually a pretty good sweet spot for 12 is pretty good sweet spot for NQ, to be quite honest. And if you want to recenter, just double click. As you can see here, double clicks. All right, we're puking out. We're getting ready to puke out, folks. Are we going to puke out? Who knows? We're on the third. We're still sitting here the first few minutes of the open. Just sit on your hands first few minutes of the open to find out what is going on, what they want to do. What you're looking for is you're looking for large participation on the 1 minute. Right around 9:17, somewhere around there, we had 100 buy contracts and one execution come in to the market. Uh, that was one execution coming into the market. If you want to if you want to use this add-on for free, it's going to be free until like the middle of April. So just go ahead and download it, install it. I think this week I need to work. Wow, I cannot talk. This week I need to work on a video of how I install it from the get-go and set everything up. It's going to ask you, do you trust the source before my connection got lost? You stinker. Okay, now it's back. Wow, boy, they play some stupid games. This is Bullnox. I'm trading with Bullnox. I got like 5 funded accounts with Bullnox. Um, Boy, they play some stupid games. Crap like that don't happen in a personal account. I've been trading for 10 years. I've been trading before these so-called prop firms have come out. I've been trading before micros came out. So I've been trading for 10 years. I've traded ES and NQ. Tried to trade oil, but I kind of suck at it and blew up a few $1,000s in a personal account. So I don't trade oil. I mean, I can try and trade it on eBay. That's perfectly fine. But my personal account, I do not trade that. We are definitely moving up, folks. We got some resting orders up there around 136, about 138, somewhere up there. You got about 72 up there, as you can see right up here. Let me recenter this right up here. Well, I had a little bit of resting orders. You got the this is the real time, well, New York session. You got the point of control right here around 100. Okay, this is tick merged. Okay, this is tick merged. Maybe I don't need a tick merge it this much to 8 points, but I kind of do merge it, to be quite honest. Also, I guess it's a little bit easier to see on the stream than numbers, because if I don't tick merge it, I mean I can see the numbers, but it's really hard for you guys to see it, I guess. Um, we're right here. We're right here in the middle. Okay, in the point of control, you got the value area low right here, the value area high. Normally, what I like to do in the way that I was taught trading volume profile, this is the volume profile uh, right here. This is the volume profile. Uh, if you don't want it, I'll just leave it up there. I'll just leave it up there. I am going to put in an option for the volume profile. This is RTH, real time hours, New York session. I'm going to put an option in there, kind of like how you have the option here to enable level 2 data. I need to rename that to say show level 2 data, because if you enable it, don't expect me to give you level 2 data for free. You got to buy that uh, from your connection, from your broker. I'm getting it from Bull Knox. I'm paying like $14 a month, but I'm not getting everything just because I just trade the ES and NQ. Right now, we're just chopping around. As you can see on a 1 minute, we're just kind of chopping around a little bit. We need to get some direction. What I'm looking for is I'm looking for a buy and balance. That yellow moving average, I need for it to be sloping upwards. Right now, the moving average is sloping downwards. After we close, we might be kind of flatline. But what I'm looking for is the moving average, the order flow bar moving average to kind of flatline, and I can get like a large buyer, one large contract, one large buyer. We're we're right now we're filling out this area right here. We're filling out this area pretty good. Okay, we're filling out that area, but we're losing it. Okay, we need to get up here about 121 and stay up here for us to actually kind of move up here. Okay, and try to get yourself about 25 points. That's what we need to do. We need to be moving up. We need to be up there, kind of like well, that was a little freaky. Let's go. Let's go. Right now, we're kind of in a range right now. Right now, we're kind of in a 68 point, 70 point range, okay, up here. If you get on the chart, what you need to do is just right click. If you're on the chart, you can right click and then drag. If you right click and drag, that tells you how many ticks, how many points, how much profit you would make or loss, and the to and from price. And then if you right click and you drag down and you right click again, it anchors it. You can click escape to take it away, or you can right click a third time. All right, we got to sell and bounce on the 1 minute. We got to sell and bounce on the 1 minute. We got to sell and bounce on the 1 minute. We got some resting offers up there around 140 though. I don't even know if we're going to make it up there. Resting offers are at 20 at 80. I mean, resting bids down here. You got some resting bids down in here. You got them up in here. You got about 62 of them right there. Okay, I don't even know if we're gonna if we're actually gonna make it or not. Okay, I just got me a little bit right there, and once we started coming back in, I just closed it. The reason I closed it is, well, the reason I got in was got to sell and balance right here. We have all this negative delta right there. So in on the break of the low, I just kind of got in. And now when you break the lows, I usually get in real quick and then I just get out. Once I see some profits, like 10, 20 points, I just go ahead and get out, because as you can see, it pops right back up in there. Plus you had all those resting bids sitting down there. So, but on the 1 minute, as you can see right here, that sell imbalance right there was a sell imbalance right there. We have all this negative delta because these volume bars right here are shaded. The opacity, if it's very light, it means low negative delta. If they're very dark like that one, that means high negative delta. And you kind of see it on that green bar right there. Also down here at the bottom, it might be too small for you to see on stream, but I'm looking at the delta down at the bottom right here. And right here we had 188 negative delta for this candle. And this delta on this candle was actually going down, that 357. So that's why I came in here. And once we started trading through this thinly traded area right up in here, I just went ahead and just got out. You got to be quick when you do stuff like that. Uh, I trade so fast, I can't tell people when I get in and out. I just trade so fast, but what I can do is try to explain it to you afterwards, so where you can go catch that fish yourself later. Uh, and also on the uh, on the live pulse. This is live. This is called live pulse. The live pulse. I saw them bids just sitting down there, like this one right here, about 67 of them. I saw them sitting down there, and I'm like, okay, just go ahead and short a little bit and just cover it real quick. Just get yourself about 10 points, and you're good. You don't need to be making those stinking home runs like 50, 100 points. If you want to do that, you kind of have to trade uh, multiple contracts to do that. You got to trade multiple contracts to do that. We got some buying coming in here. You got some resting offers up there, roughly about 130. You got them sitting up there. You got some resting offers up here at 1/2, right up here about 76. You got 40 of them, about 138, 140 up in here. We got 37 sell contract that came in. They actually could get caught. They could get caught. It's only 37 contracts. They could get caught. We don't know. I mean, they could get caught. We have no idea, but we'll see what happens. Oh my God. Okay, I got out. Um, the reason I took this is because, for one, you got 37 sell contract, okay? Plus I'm looking at the live pulse right here, and I was just seeing just green just coming right in, not a lot of offers sitting up there, not a lot of strong offers. Like that 75 is pretty strong. That's up there at 1/2. So that's pretty strong, okay? We got 72 selling coming in. Right now, if you're in long, you want to see this right here stacking with bids. You want to see the bids stack, okay? The reason I got in is because we had 37 sell contract. We closed above it. We got 183 positive delta. We got 448 positive delta right there. Okay, 183 delta. And I saw the volume start kicking in. Okay, I'm looking at the profile right here. I'm looking at the profile right here, and I'm seeing all this positive delta in the New York session. Okay, I'm seeing all this positive delta in the New York session. I can use that as support. So if I get in here, I can use all of this for support right here, and that's a 15-point stop. That's like a $300 stop. Okay, so then we came up here. I should have had a runner on. I didn't. I don't have a runner on because of the stinking news. And plus, Trump's talking at 10 o'clock. Who knows what's going to happen there? I mean, the man could fart in the Oval Office and the market dumps or rallies. So why did I get out right here? Well, for one, there were some resting offers up there, and I don't want to be dealing with that. But, man, I should have left a runner on that stinking. Oh, well. Y- Oh, well. But that's why I got in, because we closed above the order flow bar moving average. We have 37 contracts that got caught on the wrong side. That's not a whole lot, but it's 37 one execution contracts, okay? 37 one execution contracts. Also, another thing, you really need to look at this. You really need to look at this. Um, Let me really explain this to people, okay? You're coming in here, 37 sell contracts. The order flow bar moving average is flatline. You got positive 183 delta. You kind of have to know the instrument you're trading and what's good for a positive negative delta. 183 is pretty decent for the NQ. You got all this distribution of volume right up in here, okay? All that distribution of volume, okay? If you lose that area right there, your next support is down here, your next support is right there because of the volume, positive buying volume, okay? So when we broke right here on the volume and we kind of ran up here, I took my profits off up here, okay? I took my profits off up here. Why? Well, we were filling out, and then all of a sudden, we just started losing area, so then I just kinda got out, because you have to think about this. Big volume filled out. If we travel below here, okay, right here, you see how thinly traded that volume whoops, how thinly traded that volume is? Thinly traded volume areas it can slice through it pretty darn quickly, okay, pretty darn quickly. It can slice through it pretty darn quickly. Um, we got 99 contracts that are caught on the wrong side up here, okay? We got 99 contracts. I'm not clicking any stinking buttons because 10 o'clock Trump's talking. Um, we got a sell and balance in the previous 1 minute. We got a sell and balance in the previous 1 minute. We got some large wrestling offers up here, about 60, up there about 206, okay? And that's what I look for. I'm starting to use the live pulse more. I've been trading for 10 years and mostly on the Dom. Um, all right, you see how thinly traded that volume is going, but it's moving. You got wrestling offers up there at 206, so you got to be careful. You got 77 wrestling offers around 206. It's not exact because I kind of tick merged it. It might be 205, but they're up there. As you can see right here, they're up there. It's probably roughly, here, let me, get about 205, 206. Yeah. If you hit Control Q, you hit Control Q, it will give you the crosshair. Okay. I really need to do a video explaining all this to you. I really do. But, all right, on the 1 minute, you got some topping tails on the 1 minute up there. Okay, you got some topping tails on the 1 minute. You got wrestling offers up there at 206. Okay, you got about 54, about 50 wrestling offers around there, about 200. Uh, right up in here, about 200. You got some wrestling offers. Okay, you hit Control Q again, it takes away the crosshair. Um, Okay, look at the profile in a 1 minute, the main chart. Look at the profile in a 1 minute. Okay. Uh, you see how that delta is being filled out? How that delta is being filled out? Whoops. I need to fix that hover. I can't stand that. I need to fix that hover. What was I getting ready to do? I was going to do something and I had a brain fart. Um, hmm. Oh yeah, I got one more cup of coffee. Let me go grab it. I got the coffee pot that is like right beside my desk. I had it in the kitchen. And there was a couple of times before I started streaming, before I actually started all this, and I had all this on uh, my own personal self, and then I had a bright idea to just give it out to the public. I was like, yeah, I think other people might like this. But when I would just sit in my office and then just trade, uh, just me in the markets, I had to get up and go get coffee, and then I'd come back, and sometimes I'd miss a trade. I'm like, and I told the wife, I was like, you really don't use the coffee. She uses some instant stuff. I don't know what she does. Um, I was like, I'm just gonna move the coffee pot in my office. I was like, I'm sick and tired of coming in here in the kitchen. Then I miss a trade sometimes. I was like, it's costing us money. And she's like, I don't care. Give me more counter space. I was like, okay. So I just put the coffee pot right in my office. I don't even have to get out of my chair. I can just swivel around and and just grab it. It's within arm's reach. And I pour me another cup. We still got them 70 some resting offers up there around 206, folks. Around 206. You still got them resting offers. Um, it's going to be it got them resting offers 206. Yeah, right up here. Right up here, you got them resting offers up there. You got to be careful about that. You know, you got to be careful. You might get absorbed and it kind of move back down, but we don't know. Right now, if you look at the 1 minute, okay, if you look at the 5 minute, the order flow bar moving average is we're trading way above it. It's sloping upwards. The 1 minute is sloping upwards. Okay, when the 1 minute order flow bar moving average, that yellow line, when that's sloping upwards, you don't want to be trying to short the market, to be quite honest. If you're a counter trend trader, you got to be quick with your stops. Are we going to get absorbed up in here, or are we going to keep smoking the market up? Look at that, boy. They just keep pumping this bad boy. Look at that. They just pump this bad boy. Okay, let me explain this right up in here. We had a nice run up and we have somewhat of a bull flag that's forming. Okay, this bar right here is an inside bar. Okay, this bar right here is kind of like an inside bar. Didn't break the high, didn't break the low. I really don't like this right here, but hey, it is what it is. You got some nice volume distribution being built out in there. You got 84 positive delta. My old playbook, you can kind of get in on the break of this and trying to come up here and get yourself about 20 points, about 15 points, kind of lock some in. Get yourself about 15 points, lock it in. Get your base hits, folks. Get your base hits. Don't be looking for no home runs. We got some resting offers up here. Where are we at? We got resting offers up here at 2.5. Right here at 2.5, you got about roughly about 48, it looks like. I'm not too sure. That's kind of small to read. I'm getting kind of old. Um, but that was in an old playbook of mine. That was kind of in an old playbook. We got about 7 minutes, I guess, before Trump speaks, but obviously the man will probably be late as usual. All right, what are we doing on the daily? What are we doing on the daily? I'm looking at TPO, and we're still down. We're right at the low of yesterday's. We're right at the low of yesterday. Okay, we're right at the low of yesterday. This is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a trading view. I'm looking at a TPO chart. Um, I kind of like time price opportunity charts. They're kind of good. Uh, I need to develop one for Ninja Trader. You got some resting offers still up there at 2.5, about 70, about 60, 60 to 70 resting offers right up here. Um, I have the resting orders set to 12. I don't sit there and put it to 5 and stuff like that because I just want to know. I could care less about a 5 resting order, to be quite honest. Because they get traded through pretty quickly. I like to know where the really large resting orders are. Now, as you can see here, that this right here, this line right here, the resting orders are kind of lower than that 75 right there. Okay, this is real dark, so that means there's more resting offers up there. Up here, it's kind of light, so there's less resting offers. Okay, I guess kind of like how Bookmap does it, but I can't compete with Bookmap, folks. I cannot compete with them. Using overflow bars on NT8 was working well, then made a change from live pulse to minute, and now only showing DOM data. Um, what are you looking to get? Pulse minute, and now only showing DOM data. Only showing the DOM data. You or you want to get the I've noticed you kind of have to fiddle with the RTH. Make sure that you're on RTH. Um, if you're on overnight, it might not show. If you're on, what are you trying to get? The DOM? I mean, the volume profile. Uh, if you go to volume profile and you click apply, should also one thing, if you are like here and you try to go to like 30 seconds or a minute or stuff like that, um, I need to write the code to actually clear the data out and refresh it if you're trying to switch up here. I don't know if Trump's going to be, it says Trump speaks at 10 o'clock. So I don't know if he is going to be on time or not. So what did you learn to think for yourself? If you kind of go here to 1 minute, like 1 minute, I have the settings not to show the data. But then if you kind of come back here to live pulse, let me clear it out. And if you go to settings, live pulse, RTH. So if you clear it out, it's going to clear all the data. That's the problem. If you go to overnight, overnight, there's the overnight. You go to settings, and then you click real-time trading hours, and you click apply. It should bring back the real-time trading hours. Um, yeah, Trump, I don't know what's going on. Best probably thing to do is just to sit on your hands and wait for him. Uh, do, 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 do. We got some resting offers up there, right up here about 230, right up in this area, about 228, around 228 up in here. You got some resting orders. You got about 100 of them up here and 72 right there. So the main functionality of Order Flow Pulse is kind of working. There is some little finicky stuff that I got to kind of wrap up. There's just a little finicky stuff I got to wrap up uh, because I just added the volume profile and the delta profile. I just added that this week. I think it was Monday. I added it. It was Monday that I added it. There's just a little things. Uh, a lot of things I've noticed. Oh, think for yourself. You might want to try and do. I don't know if that would, but with the live pulse, if you're on 1 minute, try to disable the level 2 data stuff, and that could bring it back. We got 100. See how 101 orders came in? That was within 100 milliseconds, but it wasn't it wasn't one order. It was multiple. Okay, it was multiple orders right there because on the 1 minute it didn't show up as one order execution. So 10:03. I don't know if Trump is speaking or not. Let me try and find out. Trump holds cabinet meeting set for 10 a.m. Eastern. Okay, you're 3 minutes late. Get on time. Get on time there, man. Get on time. Government has their own time they go off of, I guess. I just don't like that. I just don't like that. You say 10 o'clock, you get on 10 o'clock, and you get on time. But that's just me. I mean, I spent 5 years in the Marine Corps. When you give me a time, you better be there. You give me time, you gotta adhere to it. That's just the way it is. I don't care if you're the commander in chief or not. Set an example. Yeah, so the market's just going to sit here, and even if Trump just sits there and does nothing for a half hour and doesn't show up, the market's going to do what it needs to do, and we got to trade. We got to make money. I got a trade fi account. I got 150K trade fi account. I need to pass. It needs to be passed by next week. I mean, I'm up in it. I'm green, but I got quite a few thousand more to go. You got to hit 9,000 profit. I'm about all right. Come on, man. All right. We got some resting orders up here, about 65 of them up there. Well, they kind of went away. You see right up in there, they kind of went away. They kind of went away up in there around 28 and a half, about 28 and a half. They kind of went away. They were up there. Um, Here, let me, that crosshair, if you hit Control Q, the crosshair will show. Um, Trump, I don't know if Trump's speaking or not. Come on, man. No, you ain't. I don't know what you're doing. What you ain't doing, you ain't on time. All right, right here at the 1 minute. You got to look at the 1 minute. We have some wrestling offers up there about up in this area, wrestling offers up in this area. Look at the 1 minute. The main chart, you'll see a thin green bar up there. Okay, right here. Right here. You see a thin green bar? That was more buyers than sellers right there, and they just got absorbed. Okay, that is bearish. When you see that, that's not a good sign. Okay, that's a quirk. Yeah, there's a lot of quirks in this. There's a lot of little quirks up in this system. There's just little stuff I got to fix. I'm trying to get the main logic working. Well, actually, the main logic is working. Um, there's just some small things I really need to fix. The VP Delta columns came back when I switched from RTH to overnight. I then switched back to RTH, this apply, and they disappeared again. Um, yeah. So, um, yeah. So, when I switched from RTH to overnight, yeah. So, like right now, I'm on RTH. If I switch to overnight and I click apply, it's going to say overnight and it's going to do the overnight. Uh, when I click RTH and click apply, the RTH should real time trading hours should come back. Uh, Here, let me clear this. No, why did I do that? Because it clears the here. If I click RTH, apply, does it bring it back? No, it doesn't. So in order to get RTH back, I need to click overnight. Overnight should come back. In order to get New York session back, I need to click RTH for New York session, and that brings it back. Yeah. All right, so that's something I gotta work on and get that fixed. Okay, you see how this right here, I only have the DOM depth to 150. There's really no reason to be wondering what's 200 points way up here. That's too much resources to be consuming. But I'm giving people the opportunity to shoot themselves in the foot if you want to, but it will slow your system down if you do like 500 DOM depth. Uh, if too many people complain about it and they don't understand that they have the DOM depth set too high for their system, then I will clamp it. Uh, like I said, I'm not trying to compete with Bookmap. Bookmap is a large institution with a team of software engineers like myself. And I'm just one senior software engineer. I've been a contractor for Booz Allen Hamilton for the government for quite a few years, and then I'm no longer in DC. No longer. Well, I was living in Alexandria, Virginia. I was born and raised in Virginia, and then I started working as a software engineer in DC. Uh, Now I'm up here in Pennsylvania in the Northeast, where there's good trout fishing. I don't do any hunting up here. When I was young, my dad and I did it, but after I got out of the Marine Corps, I just don't hunt anymore. I just don't hunt. I uh I do a lot of fly fishing though. A lot of catch and release fly fishing, but no more hunting for me. Uh yeah, Trump. You need to get on time there, Commander in Chief. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. Got some resting offers up here at around here, let me get my crosshair back. Resting offers up here. They were up here, like some large ones up there about 216, roughly around 216, roughly, roughly 216, 217. When I give you a number up here, I have this tick merged. It's tick merged because, well, NQ's thinly traded market. Um, so I have to tick merge it. The ES, when I was trading the ES yesterday and I cranked out $800 on one and the one mini, slinging around one mini, uh, I don't tick merge it because it's a thickly traded market. Hmm. So the 1 minute we kind of flatline, we're trading above it right here on the 1 minute. You got the moving average that's kind of flatline right now. You got all this volume of distribution right here in a 1 minute in a 1 minute. You got volume right up in here that you can use kind of as support right here on the volume profile. But here's the thing: when you start losing this area, right up in this area, if you start losing this, you can go down pretty quickly. Just because, well, there's high positive delta right up in here, and you see how it's flipping, how it flipped to positive delta right there, and it's starting to climb. That's pretty good. It's not going to show all the numbers. It has to be a certain point, I guess. Uh, but this is a big volume area right here. Okay, but see right here, this thinly traded volume. You see how we kind of lost this ledge right here when we just kind of wicked down a little bit. That's because the volume is kind of low, and it kind of picked right back up. Uh, there was a delta of 265, delta of 265, and all of that delta is up here, up top. So that is definitely bullish. It's not a thing to go long right now because we got to wait for uh, Trump to show his butt up. I don't know. Um, but when you lose kind of like this area right here, we got some. See how they're sitting on the bid right here? They're sitting on the bid and this big volume right up in here. That's actually a pretty good indication right there. You're sitting on the bid right there. You got some volume on the volume profile for the New York session. Uh, Hit apply on the main screen, not settings. Hit apply on the main screen, not settings. Oh, yeah. There's some quirkiness that I gotta kind of have to fine tune a little bit. Um, all right. We're up here. We got about 140 resting offers up here. Got 140 resting offers. You're up here at the value area high, to be quite honest. So uh, we kind of dipped down a little bit. Let me get this. Doop, doop, doop. We came up here to these resting offers around 150 resting offers up here, about up in this area, and then you just kind of drifted down a little bit, about 10 points. Um, yeah, so you probably hit the apply button here. Um, that was actually a good. Okay, so right there on the 1 minute, on the previous 1 minute, you see a long, thin um, bar for the whole width of the candle, that's a buy and bounce area. That's usually a signal to go long if you don't have so many resting offers sitting up here. You see how all these resting offers are still they're still sitting up there around 34. Um, you really don't want to do that because you're up here. Okay, that right there, that buy and bounce area was pretty good, but we came up here, and we're not going to chew through those resting offers. Um, so that's just something you got to be aware of. I'm starting to use the live pulse a little bit better now that I am still using it. I coded it, and I know exactly what it's doing. Each bubble aggregates the volume for 100 milliseconds. So each bubble is 100 milliseconds of volume. Okay, and you see how that number 27 was low opacity fill for the circle. Well, that means low negative delta. You see that 19 is a little bit darker. That means if it's a dark color, that means like that 27 was kind of light opacity for the circle. That means low positive delta for this 100 millisecond of volume. So the bubbles, if you see something like 100 and it's real dark green, that means it's a lot of volume within 100 milliseconds, and it's good positive delta. Any other time, that little pullback right there would be pretty decent. But we're at 120 negative delta right here, 120 and 80 negative delta, but we're right here. We're right here in this area. This is a balanced market area. And this is what the market likes to do. It likes to find value and then bounce around. It's called a balanced market. It's just basically chop. It likes to piss off a lot of new traders. Uh, and that's what the market likes to do. The market likes to search for value, and then it kind of auctions around back and forth, and then it'll search for value again, maybe to the upside, maybe to the downside. That doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes you get V shape. Sometimes you'll get a massive run down, then you get a V shaped massive run up. Okay, that is not a balanced market. So we got how many is up there? 170, 139 resting offers right up in this area. So right up in this area right here, you got to be careful. There's a lot of resting offers up there. You see how that line is real dark? It's telling you there's a lot of resting offers up there. See how the bit there's 70, how this is right here. I wonder if I can change the color. Is that too light? If I go to colors, what am I doing? Not the dot. Is it the dot? Not a balance area. Maybe go green right here. Maybe go click apply. Whoops. Um, yeah. Okay. We got sell and balance. Um, man, this is so effing tempting. Oh my god. Is the man ain't talking yet. Come on, Trump. You're wasting my time. I got to trade. Oh, commander in chief, you got to be on time. This is unacceptable. As a former United States Marine, this is unacceptable activity from a commander in chief. Um, yeah, thanks, Chris. The order flow pulse tool is coming along nicely. Yeah, it is. It's definitely come a very long ways. If you look at a video, this thing started with just solid red or green dots just being printed. Be like, hey, these are large orders that were coming in, and That's all that was there. So what I plan on doing, with this order flow pulse, what I plan on doing is I'm gonna have an option up here in the settings area. I'm gonna have an option, not for live pulse, but for like range bars. I added range bars, and because I do scalp off of range bars, a few months ago I would have like 1,000, $2,000 days just scalping a 40 range bar. Um, I kinda set up a 48 range bar, and I tick marched it to 4 ticks. Actually kinda nice because I don't see other platforms doing that. But what I like to do is, like, for the 30-second, the 1 minute, 2 minute, and the 5 minute from the range bars all the way down to the 5 minute, uh, I'm gonna be adding a 15 here pretty shortly. Uh, what I'd like to do is be able to have sometimes if you come up here and you click MA, it takes away the moving average. If you click volume bars, it takes away the volume bars. What I would like to do is have an option for just solid green or red bars, just solid bars instead of hollow. Uh, I like using hollow bars just because I like to know the volume inside the bars. But some people don't care about it. Um, we got buy and balance. Oh, come on, man. This is just so tempting, but I can't do it. We got, okay, the point of control kind of moved up. If I am correct, the point of control kind of moved up a little bit. We got some resting offers up here around up in this area, 145 resting offers. See how we kind of came up here and then we're just kind of drifting back down. You probably could have got yourself about 300 bucks on that little drift down. Um, you know, I wasn't gonna do a live pulse, to be quite honest. I was just gonna do the bars and the large orders, but then I had a bright idea of doing live pulse because I'm thinking, if all people Bookmap is huge. It has a lot of things other than just printing them bubbles, man. Um, but it's really expensive, and for new traders that just start out, let's say you got paid for Bookmap, then you got paid for maybe your platform. Maybe you're using something, I don't know, Deep Charts. Like Deep Charts. Deep Charts is a nice platform. Maybe you're using Quantower. I used Quantower. Quantower is a nice platform. Maybe in every single stinking month, you're already in the hole, maybe $100, $200. Okay, and you're a new trader, and you're already in the hole. When I first started out, I didn't care because I was a software engineer, and I didn't care because I was already making six figures. So a couple $100 to me is just a nice bottle of liquor for the month. Um, so it didn't matter to me, but it matters to a lot of people that don't have a six-figure income. So I started developing this, and then I put the live pulse out there. Maybe that will help people out so they don't have to spend $100 a month. And this is going to be like $95 for a whole year for like the first 200 people. And once I get that, then I can really start focusing on this pretty heavily. Once I get that, I can really focus on this pretty heavily if I can get some support for it next month. Uh, the DOM still in beta. That's going to be free until it's actually working pretty solid. But in software development, we have a thing called MVP. It's minimal viable product. You put a product out there, maybe it's 80%, 90% done. It's a minimal viable product. It works. You're able to get the job done. Has a few quirks, kind of like order flow pulse. It works, has a few quirks. It's a minimal viable product. You throw that out there, and then you start doing updates. Okay. We actually did that with when I worked with Booz Allen Hamilton for FEMA, Federal Emergency Management. We we redid their system, and they wanted to redo the old system because it was just old legacy code, and we rewrote it in Java. And uh, project manager said, Folks, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do a minimal viable product, and we're going to get it out there, and then we're going to fix the quirks as they come in." So that's what happens. Um, right here we have the point of control. I think the point of control moved up, to be quite honest. I do think it moved up. I think it did. think it did. It kind of moved up. Um, and if you hit control, if you hit control, you can drag it around. If you hit control, you kind of drag left click and drag the mouse around, the mouse around. And if you double click, it recenters. Uh, Also, if you control Q, it gives you a little crosshair. Control Q again. If you right click and drag up or down, it gives you the ruler with your profit loss and all the information you need for ticks, points, profit per contract. It says contract. It says contract right there. I just need to say 1100, maybe contract. Yeah, that's good. Um, this is messing me up because I cannot sit here and wait for Trump. All right, we got some offers sitting down there. We got a sell and bounce on the 1 minute. As you can see right there on the 1 minute, you got a sell and bounce on the 1 minute. Uh, you got you got a sell and bounce on the 1 minute. We're actually coming down here. Uh, we're right here at the volume ledge right there. You got some orders filling in. You got about 88 sells, 74 buys. So they're kind of trying to defend that area. Uh, if we lose this ledge right here, roughly about 185, if we lose this ledge right here, I don't even know what that is. That's about 185. If we lose that ledge right here, this one right here, we could kind of drift down to this area right up in here. Uh, Actually, we could, if we lose this ledge right here with with bigs selling and the delta starts surging downwards, we could possibly come down here and test this low value area right here. To be quite honest, I'm a big uh, trader for the volume profile and the delta profile, and that's just because years ago I traded on Jigsaw Trading, and it was really and they taught uh, trading the volume profile, the delta profile, and the tape, reading the tape. Um, I don't know if this will be good or not. Kind of like, let me bring up the DOM. This thing is still in beta. Um, this thing is still in beta, so you got to be cognizant of that. June 26. Uh, we'll just tick merge this to 4. Uh, you can't change the colors on this or anything. I've got the execution buttons there. They do work. I actually traded on this uh, last week. I traded on this. Let me get rid of this. Uh, we got a sell order. We got the 5 minute kind of sloping down. We got a sell. I don't know if Trump's speaking yet or not. No, nothing. I don't know what he's. Any thoughts to adding tick bars? Yes, I am going to add tick bars. Uh, it could be pretty shortly too. Uh, yeah, tick bars. If you go, no, I don't want settings. I don't want settings. If you go to the live pulse right here, you have live pulse we're looking at on this window. I got range bars. Okay, and then I just need to add tick bars. So that will be added. I'm not sure exactly when. Uh, I added range bars. I think I added it last week. I'm not sure. I'm thinking about adding tick bars here pretty shortly. It might actually be quite easy for me to do because range bars was not that difficult. So tick bars might not be that difficult either. I might be able to knock it out this weekend, to be quite honest. All right. So we're trading above the order flow bar moving average on a 5 minute. If you look at a 5 minute, I got order flow pulse on a 5 minute. Uh, Trump, are you speaking? Awaiting start of Trump's cabinet meeting. Well, it said Financial Juice said 10 o'clock, and you're like a half hour late there, dude. It's unacceptable from a commander in chief. Set an example, be on time. We're below the point of control. We got resting offers up here about 130. Resting offers up there around up here around probably 235, somewhere around there. When I give you numbers up here, they're not exact because I've tick merged it. They're not to the tick. They're just a rough number that you can use. Of course, you can just look at you can just kind of whoops, you can kind of look at this and see. Well, we got about 130 up there, I think. 131. Okay, what do we have down below? We got about 50 down below at around one half. Um, Recenter that. So each bubble does 100 milliseconds aggregated volume for this. Um, yeah, I'm going to be adding tick bars. I might be able to knock that out this weekend. Uh, yeah, this whole stuff right here next month is going to be a telling tale how this is going to go. Because the first 200 users that actually support it for $95 for a whole year, that's like $8 a month. That if I can get that, there's quite a few things I'm going to be adding. There's quite a few things I'm going to be adding. We're coming down here to the area. We're kind of drifting down right here. We're kind of you have to look at the bubbles that are forming, and you have to look right here at the bids. Are they stacking? Are they getting refreshed? Are they holding them off? Okay. Now I don't know if other people will find this for me. Go ahead and start. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm thinking because right now I'm all right. Here's a little personal information. I worked for Booz Allen Hamilton as a senior software engineer, running teams uh, for like 5 years. I've been a developer for 15 years. I've worked for the government for over 10 years, not directly for the government, but as a contractor. Uh, Things got crazy, and Booz Allen Hamilton said, "We're paying you a lot of money, and we don't have projects coming in." So they said, within 3 months, if we don't have something for you, we're gonna have to let you go. So I said, okay, that's fine. Uh, but right now it kind of sucks. So then what I decided to do, I was like, screw this. I'll just write my own stuff and then I'll trade. And because when you have income coming in, trading is quite easy, to be honest, uh, for me. But then when you put the stress on you and you have to trade for a living, it's a little different. I'm not trading as good as I used to. So then I developed this, and I was like, you know what? I'll just throw this out there, and I'll start working for myself and just build out Ninja Trader. So if I can get some support with this next month, if there's pretty good support, what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and not worry about trading uh, all day, and I'll just trade from like a couple hours in the morning, and then just write code for the rest of the time. There's a lot of stuff I want to do for this. I need to get the DOM in order. I need to get tick charts up here like I wanted to. I need to, there's something I really want to do. Okay, this is one thing that I really have to cover. Okay, this is something I really have to cover. We had some large orders come in, like that 99 that kind of got off size, and I got a little trade on that. I think I got like 20 points on that. I'm not sure, but then we had some large orders coming in here about 48, 48, 40 up in here. But look what's happening now. Okay, nothing is going on. Okay, nothing is going on. if you look at the 5 minute, let me drag over to 5 minute because nothing's going on. Look at the 5 minute. There's no participation from institution market makers. There's no large single orders being slung around. So when you do not see the big dogs playing, you kind of need to. Okay, Trump's. There we go.
And we wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you.
I think you do fantastically well. Congratulations.
When you don't see the
An
institutions
amazing family that were here
participating, you should
yesterday
not
in the Oval,
participate.
sworn in, his family's amazing, so thank you very much. We're now on day 41 of the disgraceful Democrat shutdown of Mark Wayne's department. Congratulations. We came into a department that shut down by the radical Democrats. Right? But Democrats are really punishing the American people. I saw it today on one of the shows where they were interviewing people at the airport, and they're all angry at the Democrats.
If you're going to
and
trade,
saying
you need to
they're
size
actually
down.
angry at Schumer. I didn't think anyone knew his name. One woman said, that Schumer is disgraceful. He's a disgrace to our country. But they're angry at the Democrats. They know what's happening. But they're punishing the American people, including travelers at airports, all in the quest to return to open borders and give amnesty to illegal alien criminals. They want to give amnesty to some of the criminals that came into our country, just about all of them, actually, if you look at it. They love sanctuary cities, which is a sanctuary for criminals. They want to make sure they're taken care of. That's what we're fighting about. That's really what they're fighting. They don't talk about that, but that's what they're fighting about.
Yes, we
They
know
want to
that.
protect criminals. In many cases, 11,888 murders. Many of them, I will say, are gone now because of us. We got them out. But still have some left. Should have never happened. Should have never been allowed to
If you're
come
going
into
to
our
trade, you need to
country.
size down.
But we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let the Democrats get away with this stuff, and people are wise to them. So they need to end the shutdown.
We're below the point of
Immediately,
control.
or we'll have to take some very drastic measures. This morning, I want to give an update on the Operation Epic Fury, which is an appropriate name because we are absolutely obliterating them. Over the past 3 weeks, we've been hitting Iran's military capabilities.
Got large
at a level
wresting
that few
offers up
people
there
have
at
ever seen
235. They're
before.
still sitting
People
up
never
there
knew there was
over 100,
such a
130
capability.
it
We're
looks
the
like.
strongest military anywhere in the world by far. I built it during my first administration, and I used it during my second administration. Unfortunately, because I'd rather not have to use it. But it's a display of force and precision and skill.
When you're
like
around the
nothing
point of
world
control
has
up in this thick volume
really
area,
witnessed,
you
although
really
got
don't
a
want to be
pretty good
putting on
witnessing of it
trades.
in Venezuela also. And that was a smaller version of what we're doing now. We're crushing their missiles and drone stockpiles, destroying
1
the
minute
defense
ortho bar
industrial
moving
base.
average is sloping
We've wiped out their
downwards.
Navy
That's telling me
completely,
not to go
their Air
long.
Force completely. We've wiped out a large percentage of their missiles. And the missile launchers, without the launchers, the missiles don't do any good. And we've knocked out probably close to 90% of the launchers, probably more than 90% of the missiles themselves. Between some they fired and more than they fired, we knocked out. We've also destroyed a lot of the factories. We're continuing to do that, but a lot of the factories where they manufacture the drones and the missiles. The drones, too, are way down, but the reason they're down is they go one way and they don't come back.
Yeah, some large orders
Because
coming
for the
in
most part, we're shooting them down. But
up
we
in
also
here
are able to,
at around
really done
195.
tremendous
You got
damage to
resting
the
offers
places
up there
where they
around
make 'em.
235, so you got to be
And
aware
just
of
so we
that.
set the record straight, because I've been watching
If you
the Wall Street
got
Journal's
long up
fake
in this
news,
area,
all these stories that
you need
get
to be
printed
careful
like,
when you
oh,
get
I
up
wanna make a
here.
deal.
I mean, that's a
They are
50-point
begging
move.
to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make
Honest
a deal.
opinion, you really need to
And
size
anybody
down.
that saw what
No
was
need to
happening
blow
over
an
there
eval
would
or anything or
understand
blow
why
a
they want to
funded.
make a deal.
No need to gamble.
But they say, oh, we're not talking to them. Anybody would know that. And only a total fool. And they're not fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. They are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know
Wow,
if
look
we're
at that.
willing
Boy,
to
that
do
thing
that. They should have
jumped
done
like
that 4 weeks
70
ago. They
points.
should have done it 2 years ago. Or they should have done it when we first came into office, because 2 years ago, they had free reign under Biden. Sleepy Joe, worst president in the history of our country. What he allowed to happen
let's
to our
just get
country at the borders, and even with a thing like this. But not just him. Every president for 47 years, every president should have done this. They should have done it a long time ago, because you cannot give lunatics a nuclear weapon, and they would have had a big one. It stopped really when we did the B-2, but even before that, the Barack Hussein Obama, what he did where he gave them the Iran nuclear deal, gave them free will toward a nuclear weapon. Basically, he chose Iran over Israel and others that didn't want him to do it. But I terminated that deal.
Okay, this is a big deal. You got a big wick up top, you got a big wick down at the bottom. You got the volume right there. Positive volume right up in here. That could be supported. If you lose that area, it could go down even further. But you got to be careful. You got wick up, wick down. You can't, there is no structure. You can't trade structure. I need structure to make
over the Middle East.
a decision to trade. I need structure.
And they start shooting at these five, in particular, 5 countries. They start shooting at Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Oman. They start shooting at them, and
We're down here at the low volume area, low value area.
Because they're
We're starting at 1 minute. We're starting to lose
and they had a plan to take over the Middle East. And some of
we're
those
starting to
missiles
lose.
that were shot at them were locked
this volume
long
area.
before we even started this process.
They've regained it.
And
You really
loaded
need
and
to
aimed
see
at those
the delta
countries. They
kick
wanted to
in.
take
If you
over
want to
the
go
Middle East.
shoot back up, you
But
really
we
need
happened
to
to
see a
come
delta
along,
surge.
so it
That
wasn't so
171
easy.
delta is not what
So
you
right
want
now
to
the
see if
Navy
you're
is
trying to
sunk
go long.
in the largest
I
elimination
wouldn't be trying to
of
go long
foreign
anyways because it's
Navy
sloping down on the moving average.
that has taken place, maybe ever, but certainly since World War II. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and communications capabilities are totally dismantled. And one of the problems they do have when
on
they
the bids up in this
deal
area
with us
right
is we
here,
deal with people and the
around
people aren't
120,
able
they're
to
sitting on
communicate
it
with
pretty
anybody
heavily.
else. So, because all of their leadership has been gone.
You got to look at them bars.
The first level is gone, and
if
they
we
meant
get
to
down to that
pick a
area
new
and all of a
level, and
sudden
they're gone.
that bar right there
They're all
goes
gone.
real short,
Because they didn't make a deal. And
normally
because
that
they're
could be a
sick people.
spoofer.
They're really sick. They're really sinister,
But if
sick
they sit there
people.
and they start getting
And
filled
if
up in
anybody
here,
thinks it was
yeah,
okay to
that's
have
actually a
a
good
group
sign
of people like this to have nuclear
being absorption
capability, nuclear
selling.
weapons, and if we didn't attack with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks of that, maybe 4 weeks. But between 2 and 4 weeks, they were planning to have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't hit them at that time with the B-2 bombers, and one of the great air raids.
Got some resting
in
orders out
history,
there at
maybe the
100,
greatest.
24-100.
Dark
Got
at
about
night,
66
no
resting
moon,
offers
no
down there.
light. Every single
If
bomb
you lose this
hit
area,
its
you
mark and
could
just
dip down and
obliterated
test
that
at
place.
100.
So it's now buried deep under earth. And it
Got
was an
174
amazing
positive
thing,
delta
but they
right
would
there.
have
You
a
got to
nuclear-
choose
and they
through if
would
you
have
want to
used
get
it
down
without
to
question.
100.
And you know that because why did they shoot all these countries that weren't even really involved with them? They weren't involved. They had no big problems because they're sick, because they want to take over the Middle East, not just Israel. Certainly Israel would have been the first on their list. They would have used nuclear weapons, a nuclear, you don't need too many of them, but they would have used a nuclear weapon on Israel, and they would have used it on the other neighbors, and then they would have come after us. And if we had a weak president, they would have done great damage. But fortunately, you don't have a weak president. I knew what was happening. And I think we've been proven right. You know, they took one missile, went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have a missile like that. They had no missile with that capability. But they shot the now famous Ireland, the island that the UK was very afraid to give us because they didn't want to get dragged in. But we don't want to get dragged into their wars either. You know, it's one thing we're very disappointed. I'll say it publicly. We're very disappointed with NATO because NATO has done absolutely nothing. And I've always said, 25 years ago, I mean, I was somebody that wasn't a politician, but I was always involved in politics and I understood politics. I said 25 years ago that NATO
Got
is a
some
paper
resting
tiger,
offers up
but
there at 110.
more importantly,
See
that
right there at
we'll
110,
come to
you
their
got about
rescue, but
50
they will
resting
never
offers,
come to
roughly
ours.
about 110. You got
And I
about
want you
50
to
resting
remember that we
offers.
said this. They didn't come to our rescue.
They were
Now
getting,
all
they're
wanna
getting
help.
filled. Look at that,
When
9,900.
they're
No one
annihilated,
lot
the other
orders,
side is
but they are getting
annihilated. They
filled.
said, we'd love to send
They're getting
ships.
filled. Are they going to
Actually made
drip
a
down to
statement.
100?
A couple of them that we want to get involved when the war's over. No, it's supposed to get involved when the war's beginning, or even before it begins. We had the UK say that we'll send, this is 3 weeks ago, we'll send our aircraft carriers, which aren't the best aircraft carriers, by the way. They're toys compared to what we have. But we'll send our aircraft carrier when the war's over.
Order filled.
I said, oh, that's wonderful.
Order
Thank
filled.
you very much. Don't bother. We don't need it. And we don't need it, and we don't need them. We estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission.
10 points off of that.
And we're way
Just because
ahead
I
of
saw
schedule.
all these orders
If
coming
you
down
look
here,
at,
I saw all those
what we've done in terms of the destruction
saw
of
all
that
those sell
country,
orders
we're way
right up
ahead.
in here, and
Think
we
of it,
weren't
they have no
breaking through
Navy.
this area.
And they had good ships.
So I just kinda
154 ships have been shot down and are
Just
resting
scalped off real
very
quick.
nicely at
You
the
got to be
bottom of
quick,
the
in
sea.
and out, in and out. That was
And
less
we
than
did
a
that
few
in a
seconds,
matter of
quite honest.
less than a week.
But as you
We're the
see here, we
greatest
got
military in
48.
the world
We're
by
not breaking
far.
through. We're not
Nobody
breaking
even
through.
close.
We are not breaking through this
So
100
we
area right
estimated it
here.
would take
You see right here,
approximately
you got
4
all
to 6
those
weeks
resting
to
bids
achieve our
right there,
mission.
resting bids
26
right there.
days in,
There's nothing on the offer
we're
up here. There's nothing.
extremely-
It's just thin. It's thin.
really a lot
It's
ahead
thin,
of
folks.
schedule.
It's
The
thin.
Iranian regime
There's
is
nothing
now
up there.
admitting to itself that they have been
So that is a
decisively
nice little
defeated.
play
They're
right
saying
here.
to
That would have
people,
been like 30 points right there.
this is a
I just don't
disaster.
trust it because of the
They know.
news.
That's why they're talking to us.
Because
They're
Trump's
always-
talking.
They
This
wouldn't
thing
talk
could-
otherwise. But they're talking to us
This thing could crap
because
the bed in a
they've got a
second.
disaster in their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback. We're free to roam over there.
We came up here on the 1
cities
minute,
and
we kissed
towns and
the
destroy all
moving
of
average
their
right there.
crazy
We kissed
nuclear
the moving
weapons
average,
and
and we kind of
missiles
drifted
and
back
drones
down.
that they're building. And we're doing that.
Kind of hard to short
now
that
have a
because you don't
chance
have
to make a
any
deal, but
resting
that's
offers
up
up
to
here,
them.
any large ones
And
for
they'll tell you
support
we're
to
not
be able to get
negotiating.
a
We
move
will
back
not
down
negotiate. Of
real
course they're
quick, about 20
negotiating. They've been
points.
obliterated.
That's why I just wouldn't do
Who
it.
wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal, then the strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up. And even now, we don't know if there are any mines. You know, they have 22 they call mine droppers. Think of it. Who would have 22 mine droppers? There's a boat that drops mines. Who has 22 mine droppers? Except for people with very evil intention. So every one of those mine droppers has been struck.
Good.
With the
U.S.
same
Navy
weapon
knows
we
how to
used
deal with
to
it. Let them deal with it.
Stop drugs from coming into the United States of America. When we hit those boats,
So we're
it's the
coming
exact
down
same
here about
weapon,
the
extremely
100
effective. We
area,
have
and this is
unlimited
support right
supplies.
here. You got to look,
And
and
extremely
I mean,
effective.
if those bids
They
start
have no
getting
more
yanked, yeah, you
mine
can,
droppers. By the way,
the floor
speaking
will
of
drop
drugs,
out, but they're not.
we're
They're still sitting there. You see how they're
98%
getting filled? They're still
drugs
sitting
coming
there.
in by water, by the ocean, by the sea.
That's, okay, there we go.
98%.
When you see
we're
it
trying to
sliced
find out
down
who are
like
the
that, it
2%
needs to
because
come
we
right
think they're
back
the
up
bravest men
pretty
anywhere in the world.
aggressively in order
Maybe
to
women.
really
But whoever's on
be
those
able to
boats is
move
very
back
brave or
up.
doesn't watch television. But where
we
drugs
moved back,
coming
we
in by
kind of
sea,
drifted down, we're
coming
kind
in
of
by
moving back
water
up
are
in there.
98% down.
You got
And now we'll
big
stop the
negative
drugs
delta
coming
right
in
there.
by
Two,
land. The land is the easy
245
one.
in this
You gotta
area
stop
right
the
here.
water.
You
A
got
lot
about
of it
300
came
right
into
there.
the
Now
water
I am
now
tick
through
merging
pipes.
this. Okay, I'm tick
And
merging
these people
this.
are trying to
I
come
got
in
it
by
tick
land.
merged to about
And we will. That's
spin
the
for
easy
about
one.
2 points. I got it tick
But we had to
merged
take care
to
of the
like
water
2
first.
points. So
Nobody's coming in. Virtually nothing is coming in anymore. It was hundreds of millions of dollars a week were coming in by water. But they now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't,
all right, here I'll be right
their
back.
worst nightmare.
I'm not going to be trading
In the
or
meantime,
anything.
we'll
If
just
you're
keep
trading, you just need to size
blowing them
down.
away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, you know? I tell you, if they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything about it. They can't shoot our jets. We have the best military equipment in the world. No, not even a contest. And you see that with Venezuela. They had other equipment. They didn't have ours. It didn't work. Didn't work. Think of it. We did the situation in Venezuela. It was a great military operation, getting a very, very dangerous man who's killed a lot of people, forced people into our country. Incredible. He emptied his prisons in Venezuela, emptied his prisons into our country, and I hope that charge will be brought at some point, because that was a big charge that hasn't been brought yet. It should be brought. He emptied his prisons into our country and was a major purveyor of drugs coming into our country. And he's now been captured and he'll, I guess be given a fair trial. But I would imagine there are other trials coming because they've really sued him just in a fraction of the kind of things that he's done. Other cases are going to be brought, as you probably know. In the meantime, with Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing, and nobody's a match for the United States, but they're not a match for the United States. It's small potatoes. That's why I'm so disappointed in NATO, because this was a test for NATO. This was a test. You can help us. You don't have to, but if you don't if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now. Remember my statements. They have an expression, a great expression, never forget. You can never forget. So as we end threats to America abroad, we're focused here at home on building the greatest economy in the history of the world. Now, before this started, the Dow hit 50,000.
Alrighty.
The S&P hit 7,000.
Alrighty, where are we at? We're still at about 100 area.
Achievements were not achievable. Every one of you, most of you, I guess, said you'll never hit 50,000 during a 4-year period because it was too high.
All right, we
hit
are
it in our
really
first year.
selling right now. We got about 200 negative.
And I said,
delta
well,
in
now we
previous
have to
1
take an
minute.
excursion
Got
to
that
Iran,
negative
and we have
delta right
to
up
stop
in here.
this maniac who's no longer
About
with
6,
us.
7. You got
The supreme leader wasn't so supreme, no longer with us. It's very sad. But we have to stop him from blowing up the world, blowing up the Middle East, and blowing up our country, and we did that.
so what is it? 11 o'clock.
And
I need to just
I thought the oil prices would go up more, and I thought the stock market would go down more. It hasn't been nearly as severe as I thought. I think they have confidence in maybe the American president and maybe the people sitting around this table. But Americans filing their taxes this year are receiving
within that selling, as you can see in
record-setting
1 minute,
refunds.
we
It's
have
been a very
about
big
38.
story. Well, it should be a big
One
story. I don't
order,
think you read about
one
it
order,
that much,
about 38
I
contracts.
speak
One
about
order
it.
that kicked off in this
you
area.
know? I speak about it because if I speak about it, at least people here, you don't write about it. You don't write about the
1 minute, you
drug
got
prices going
massive
down.
selling
It'll be going
balance
down
area, massive
30,
selling
40,
balance
50,
area right here.
70%.
We're breaking down definitely.
Favored
You're-
nations.
That
Called
moving
most
average,
favored nations,
that's
we're gonna be
sloping
paying the
downward.
lowest price
That's telling me
anywhere
do
in the
not
world.
go
Before
long.
we paid the highest price in the world, Bobby, right? And now we're going to pay the
Do
lowest
not
price
try
in
and
the
catch
world.
falling
It's
knife.
quite a difference. It's a difference of from 40 to 70 and 80 and even 90%. That's a pretty big difference.
We're well below the
But we're
value
slashing
area low. We're down
regulations
here
and
at the lows
investment is
right now.
pouring
We're down
in
at the
from
New
all
York
over the
session lows
world.
right here.
We have
Look
the most
at,
investment of any
TPO
country in
chart.
history has been put into our country in the last year. And again, we had to take a little
Yeah,
detour.
we're below the lows of the past
Won't be
2
long.
days.
Going to end soon. We had to take a little detour, go to Iran, and we had to put out a fire. Very dangerous fire that could have blown up
Okay,
big
I'm looking
portions
at a
of the world,
TPO
if
chart
not
right
the
here.
whole
This is a
thing.
TPO chart. We broke
So
the lows
tomorrow
of
we'll be
yesterday's. We
announcing a
broke the
variety
lows
of
of
actions that we're taking to
of the day
support
right there.
American
Like
farmers.
Wednesday, Tuesday, we
Never
broke the
forget,
lows.
we
We're
love the
definitely
farmers. We
selling.
gave them
We're going down.
$12 billion out of tariff money.
You
We had
know, this is, you got to
tremendous amount
size
of
down,
tariff money
folks.
come in.
If you did
And
take
we
this trade
continue
right
to
here,
have. We've gone,
you're
as you
looking
know, the Supreme Court gave us a very
at
unfortunate,
about
foolish
$500
ruling.
stop, and right now you're
ruling
at
that
about
gives the
$700.
people that have
down
ripped
in
off
this
our
area.
country for many years gives them some money back. But,
You got
it's
large
one of those
support
things.
right
It's a
here at
terrible,
about
terrible,
012.
horrible mistake they made, but it's okay because we have another method that's just as good. We'll use the other method. But because the tariff money has been so substantial, we gave our farmers who have been mistreated
should
by
really-
some countries, we gave them $12 billion, and they're extremely happy, and they deserve it. They've been great.
You got to
Never
get through
complain.
all
They
that
just go out and they
selling
farm, and
balance
they wouldn't
area
do
right there on
anything
the
different.
previous 1
They
minute.
wouldn't trade jobs with any of you, except maybe some of the fake media. I don't know. Some I don't see
Order
that.
filled.
I like their job better, actually.
Order
I love the
filled.
farmers. So we gave them $12 billion. So in just a few moments, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will discuss the actions that we're taking to address energy prices, which have not gone up as much as I thought, Scott, to be honest with you. And, you know, it's not over, so maybe it'll go up a little bit more. It's all going to come back down to where it was and probably lower. And my predictions have been right. Trump was right about everything. They have a new hat. Trump was right about everything. It's pretty right.
Order filled.
But Scott's going to address that.
All right, I'm just scalping
And I think
just
before
very,
we
very lightly.
go very much further, I want to ask Vice President J.D.
I'm
Vance
just
to say a few words
scalping
about
longs,
where we are with
just very lightly, because right here I saw the sell and bounce area right there. We have this whole volume area. I just try to scalp some out a little bit, about 10 points. You know, the news, Trump's talking, you got to be careful.
I mean,
We got
he's doing a great
75
job. They gave him a
buy
hard
contracts
time.
that just slammed
And now
into the
people, I'll tell
market.
you,
That's
somebody
one
came
order
up
of
to me
75
yesterday,
contracts
gave you
for
a very
the
hard
queue.
time, said, you know, I made a mistake. Pete Hegseth is doing a
Be
good
careful,
job.
that moving average is still
So-
sloping downwards.
When I tell you who, you're not even going to believe it. He said Hegseth. He gave you such a nasty hard time, but you're doing.
You got
great.
support down here at
And,
012.
then Steve is gonna speak,
about
and,
030,
Scott will
012,
speak
up in this area.
Last.
You got to
And
be
if we have
careful
any
when
questions, we'll take some
this
questions.
thing
You
could
may
drift
have
down
questions.
right
I
here
doubt
for
it, but you may have
about
some.
70 points.
So, JD,
Quickly.
please.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. It's good to see
Be
everybody.
careful
Proud to be
and
part of this
size
team.
down.
Proud to be serving the president of the country. Let me just say a couple things. The first of all is the president summarized
Look at that.
this very
Resistance
ably.
way up here at
But look,
236.
The Iranian conventional
Size
military is
down.
effectively destroyed. They don't have a navy. They don't have the ability to hit us like they could have even a few weeks ago. And what that does is that gives us options, Mr. President. Now, there's been a lot of reporting about diplomatic options, about negotiations. There's, of course, Pete and his team. There are further military options. But what we have now that we didn't have when the president took over just a little over a year ago is the ability to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. Because when I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what? And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people
We got big
who walk into
negative
a crowded
delta right up in
supermarket
this
and have a
area.
vest on, and they blow up the vest. And
You're
a couple
trying to
of
go
people get
long, you
killed, and
gotta
that's a
chew
terrible
through
tragedy.
all
What
that,
happens
gotta
when
get
what's on
through
the
that.
vest? It's not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people. That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration at any time. Is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a
got
nuclear
all this
weapon.
negative
That's
delta
why
right
the
here.
president is doing this.
You need to
That's
get
why the
above it
president
and
cares so
hold.
much about this particular issue. I'll let Steve talk a little bit
You're
about
trying
the
to catch
details
along.
of the negotiation, but the last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Marco is I'm very mindful, of course, that we have a lot of folks
We need to be
overseas
up in this
fighting very
area right
ably
here.
for the
We
United
got
States
some
of
nice big
America.
volume
Pete
coming
and the whole
in.
team,
We got
we're very proud of
support
them,
way down
but
here
they're
at
fighting
020
at a
at
time
roughly
where
020,
we are about to enter as
036 roughly in
Christians
this area, so
the
it
most
could easily
important
drift
week
down
of the
for
Christian
about
calendar,
70
the Holy
points.
Week that celebrates the return of Jesus Christ to Jerusalem. And so I want to say to all
We
of
got
my
75
fellow American
contracts
Christians,
that
but
kicked
particularly
in
those serving in the Gulf,
in that 1
I
minute.
wish you all a very blessed Easter.
We need to
very
close
blessed Holy
above the
Week, and
moving,
we continue to stand behind
average.
you
We
and
need to
continue
close
support
above
you
it and
every
stay
step of the way.
above it.
Thank you, sir.
That wick, that current forming wick, is not
The most important job any president has
very
is to
good.
keep
Plus, you
the
got all
American
this
people
negative
safe.
delta
And
right
every
here.
president says it, but we have a president that means it and does something
You
about
got this
it. As the
positive delta
president
right
outlined
here.
very
Let me
clearly to the
bring up
world
cross
on the
here.
night this
You got all this
operation
positive
began,
delta for
Iran has
support.
been
That's
at war
good.
with the
That's
United
good.
States
But
for
we're trying to chew
47
through this negative
years.
delta
For
right
47
here.
years, Iran has been
We need
killing
to chew
Americans
through
and
this
attacking
area
Americans
right
across
here.
this planet. And other
We
presidents
are
had an
doing it,
opportunity
and we're
to do
holding
something
it. And they
about it.
moved up
And they all warned
the
about
they
how
moved
Iran
up the
was
bids
dangerous,
to
but they
about
refused to
89.
act.
They
And
moved
this
up the
president's
bids
not
to
someone
about
that's going to refuse
89.
to act. He's not going to leave a danger like this in place. He's going to address it, and that is what he is doing. From the very first night of this operation, the president made it very clear. People like this, and now what I'm talking about is not the people of Iran. The people that run this country are radical Shia clerics. These are religious fanatics. Look what they are doing now. At their weakest point, this is the weakest Iran has ever been, and look at what they're doing. They're attacking embassies. They're attacking hotels. Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. That is an unacceptable risk for the world. By the way, the president's not just
You
doing
got
a favor to
51
the United
contracts,
States and
75
to our
contracts,
people.
43
This is for the
contracts, one
world.
order.
He defined
Going
very
out to
clearly
1
on the
minute.
first night of this
Order, Bill.
operation what
Kind
the
of
goal was.
bullish.
We were going to destroy Iran's navy, and that is happening. We were going to, if it hasn't already happened, I'll let Pete speak to the specifics of it. We were going to destroy their missile launching capabilities. We're well on our way to achieving that goal. We were going to destroy the factories so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones, and that is moving forward. Every single objective the president clearly laid out on the first night of this operation is being effectuated. Again, Pete will speak to the specifics of it. This has been an incredibly successful operation. Every day, it may not get covered because, you know, we're unlike them. We're not bombing embassies and hotels. We're hitting military targets. But every day, the Department of War lets the drummer get wicked over every portion of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist.
Moving average.
Because these people will kill as many Americans as
starting
they have a
to
chance
slope
to
up.
do.
The 1
And if they
minute
have a nuclear
moving
weapon,
average
as the
is
Vice
starting to
President pointed
slope
out,
up,
they could kill
which
millions
is
of
really
Americans
good. We
in
got
the future. And that is a
288
risk that was
Delta,
not going to continue to
got
exist
288
as long as we had this
Delta,
president.
131 Delta
Thank
on
you,
the
Mark.
previous
Very
1 minute.
interesting
That's actually
because
good.
yesterday I was
That's a
watching-
good sign, folks. That's
Is
a
it
good
Anthony
sign.
Blinken? And he was saying that they should have done it.
We're up here in the
But they didn't
positive
do it.
Delta
Nobody
area.
did it.
Up, whoop,
Nobody
up
did
here
it
in
for
the positive
47
Delta
years,
area. Up
Marco.
here
That's
in
the
the
number,
positive Delta
47. I
area.
guess now it's 48, because we've been saying 47 for a long time. It's probably 48. But for 47,
Phil.
48 years, every president should have done this.
Order, Phil.
And
All right.
some are saying now that they made a
I'm
big mistake
out.
in not doing it, but
The
we're taking
reason-
care of business. Steve Witkoff,
The reason
please.
I'm getting in is I'm using this moving average for support
it
in
is
this
my
43
distinct
right
honor
here. So when
be a member of your cabinet.
this 75 and this
to report to
43,
you and your
75,
team
43, you
on our
can use them as
negotiations
support.
with Iran.
75, I really didn't want to
Mr.
get
President,
in,
you
but now the
directed
moving
Jared and I
average
to
for the
pursue
1 minute
a
is flatline.
diplomatic
Now we're sloping
resolution with
upwards. So when we
Iran
kind of drift
prior to
down,
Operation Epic Fury,
so when we kind of drift
which we
down,
did.
I'd stay away
However,
because that's a
it
big
became
sell and
quite
bounce. But when we
clear
drift down
during
on
these
low
meetings
volume, see
with
how
the
low that
Iranian
volume is?
negotiating
You
team
can kind of drift back up and get
that
yourself
we could not make a
10,
deal that
10, 20
fulfilled
points.
your objectives
Okay?
of the following.
But you got to understand,
No
if you
enrichment
drift down and you
whatsoever.
slam down back
No
here, you
chance of
got to
weapons
understand
whatsoever.
where are you going
Decommissioning
to
of
get
Fort
out
Doe,
if you're wrong. If we
Natanz, and
lose
Isfahan, which you
this
destroyed
area
in
here,
Operation Midnight Hammer.
we could easily go down.
No stockpiling of
We
any
could
material,
easily,
which they flagrantly had violated,
oh, come on.
turning all enriched material
No.
over to us, and a cutback in Iran's
We
missile
could easily
inventory
go
and
down
range capability of
here
those same
to here
missiles.
for about 50 points.
Throughout our
If we
meetings
lose,
with the
lose
Iranians,
this,
we heard the
lose these
following
bids
from
right
them.
here.
The Iranians have
You got to
the
be aware of that
inalienable
when
right
you're
to
trading stuff
enrich.
like this.
Then we heard they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally, we heard the following statement. They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are incontrovertible signs.
All right, I
among many
am
other
not
signs,
going
sir.
long. I am not. I scalped a little bit when we were above
their regime
the
had
moving
not
average
given
and we
the
were sloping
negotiating
upwards.
team
Yes, I did scalp a
authority
little
to
bit
make
up
a
in here.
deal required by
I'm
you.
not. I'm not going in all
We
full
conferred with
size, to
you.
be quite honest.
And
We're
all the
right
other
here
members
down at
of
the
your foreign
bids.
policy
Okay, we
team.
need the. We're right
Susie
here at
Wiles, Pete
high negative
Hegseth,
delta
the
area right
chairman,
here
Marco
on
Rubio,
the
JD,
on the delta
Scott
profile. It's
Bessent,
high
Chris
negative
Wright,
delta. Okay,
John
and we're
Radcliffe.
below.
Throughout all
Well,
these
we're right at the point of
negotiations,
control.
and we were
But you gotta
repeatedly
understand,
rebuffed on everything we asked for.
You got to
I have no doubt that
understand
we exhausted all
from
efforts
here,
on behalf of a peaceful
128 to
resolution,
roughly about
as you
92,
directed.
this whole
Jared
area
and I
is
both
large
agreed that the
distribution of
Iranians
volume,
were
and the
there
point of
to
control
buy
kind
time
of moved
until a
down.
weaker
Okay,
president
so you
arrived.
got to be aware in
This was
the
a
thickly
flawed
traded
strategy,
area right here.
as your
What you
clear
kind of want to
direction
do
was to never
is you
allow
want to
Iran to obtain a
kind of
nuclear
maybe
weapon
lose
today
this
or
area
any
right
time
here,
in the future.
and then come down to
Against
this
that
area where it's a
backdrop,
low value
and our
area and try to
compelling
catch
military
along there.
successes in Epic
Okay,
Fury,
but you got to be aware of where
we
you
have
want to
had
get out.
multiple reach outs from the region and others who want to play a role in ending this
I
conflict
mean, you get
peacefully.
that high positive delta
I
right
can
there. These
report to
bubbles,
you today
when they're dark, real, like that
we
33
have,
is real
along with your
light
foreign
green,
policy team,
that means
presented
low
a
positive delta.
15-point
These bars
action
right
list
here were
that forms the
high
framework for a
positive
peace
delta
deal.
green bars. And
This has been
try to
circulated through the
scalp some right here and
Pakistani
get yourself
government,
about 25 points. That's $5
acting as the
trade
mediator.
in a matter of matter of
And
like
this
10
has
seconds.
resulted in
I
strong
mean,
and positive
you really
messaging
got to
and
size
talks,
down the
as you
ATR is
just
off the
indicated to the
charts.
press.
I need to code that in.
But
I really
these are
need to
sensitive
code in
diplomatic
ATR.
discussions,
I hope.
and you have directed us to maintain confidentiality on the specific terms and not negotiate through the news media as others do.
Yeah,
I can say this, we will see where things lead, and if we can convince Iran that this is the inflection point with no good alternatives
Come
for
on, it's
them,
11 o'clock.
other than
Come on,
more
guys,
death and
keep breaking.
destruction. We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if a deal happens, it will be great for the country
News
of
all
Iran,
last week,
for the
news
entire
this week.
region, and the world at large. Your policy of peace through strength is the most effective tool for a diplomatic resolution here, just as this policy was an effective tool in each and every one of all of the other conflicts you set
Oh,
up
here,
in
let
your
me,
first year.
I'm going to go grab some water.
Iran is looking for an off-ramp following your powerful threat on Saturday. Your indications that you are willing to listen to peace proposals have been well received. You have instructed us that your preference is always peace, and that we should make that our priority. We have delivered that message, sir, along with the 15 points for peace.
All righty.
Finally, we have told Iran one last thing. Don't
Yes,
miscalculate.
you're in the
again.
high negative delta area, so that's kind of
Thank you very much. They did
dangerous, to be
a
quite
great
honest.
job. Everybody around this table is doing a great job. Pete Hegseth, please.
Mr. President. I'll start kind of where you left off, Mr. President. Thank you for doing the work of the free world and having the courage to step up and stop the Iranian terror regime from holding the world hostage. That's really what it is. And 27 days ago,
The 1 minute
Iran had a
moving
modern
average is
military.
flatlining.
Never
That's
in recorded
telling me
history
not
has
to
a
go
nation's
long, not to
military
go
been so
short. It's
quickly
just
and
kind of
effectively
flatlining a little bit.
neutralized.
I tried to catch some
Operation
longs,
Epic
and the
Fury is
spikes
not
up
an
there didn't
endless
quite
war.
work out. I only
It's a
got about 10
decisive campaign
points.
with clear objectives to destroy
Yeah,
Iran's
you got to be
offensive
careful
military
right here in this
capabilities
area.
and
Right here in this area,
ensure
you're looking at a
they
5
never
minute. If you look at
obtain
the
a
5
nuclear
minute, look
weapon.
at that. The
This
5
is
minute is
stuff
definitely sloping
for
down. We got
the
some
history
large
books.
large
This is
one
stuff
order
for
contracts right here,
legacy.
75,
Mr.
51,
President, you are
43. You
acting
can use
now
that
to
75,
ensure
43
future
as
generations
support, okay? And you got a
do not
volume
have to
balance
live
right
under the
there.
threat of a nuclear
Okay, but we're still, the
Iran.
trend is still downwards.
However,
on a-
you wouldn't
on a
know it if
long
you
term
listened
for
to the
like 5
dishonest
minutes.
hate Trump media, as you referenced. The folks here in the room, these cameras, they have a choice. You're either informing the American people of the truth or you're not. Because I hear it from my people every day. Behind every headline you write, there's a helicopter crew in the air. And behind every news banner you write, there's a battalion on the move. And behind every fake news story, there's an F-35 pilot executing a dangerous mission. My message to the media is get it right. This actually isn't something new to me. I may be a young guy, Mr. President, but I'm not a rookie in this realm. In 2007, I helped lead the surge, the public fight for the Iraq surge. Stood and watched people stand in the Senate and declare the war is lost before it even started. Who was that? It was Harry Reid. That was the Democrats and the media working hand in glove. Back then, it was 3 years into a war. Now we're 3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie. This is not parity. This is not chaos. This is success, pure American success, on plan, and as the president said, ahead of pace. Over 10,000 enemy targets destroyed, over
I wouldn't be trying to
140,
go
I think
long
now
or
you're right,
short
Mr. President,
right
over
now, to be
150
quite honest.
naval vessels sunk, underground facilities destroyed, their defense industrial base in shambles, and overnight, not only do they not have a Navy, Mr. President, they no longer have a Navy commander. IRGC's Navy commander was killed overnight in operation. So no Navy leader. Now that here's the thing about the media, though. If President Trump had not acted, you'd be screaming, why not? And now that he has taken decisive action, you're asking, well, why did you? It's the same old tired
Yeah,
playbook.
some large
TDS
orders kind of
in
come
your
in
DNA.
100 milliseconds, but it was
But the
low,
hardworking,
low
God-fearing,
negative delta
patriotic
because that
Americans out
bubble
there
wasn't
know
real
better.
dark.
And you alluded to this,
27
President Obama, Mr.
positive
President.
delta
Here's a
right
fact
there.
that you don't hear on your networks, but we know. Many of the Iranian military factories and bases that we're systematically destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash that Barack Obama flew into Tehran under the Iran deal. You might call it an inconvenient truth. Iran took our money and turned it into weapons and bunkers and ammo. And now we're destroying those weapons, and you're writing, Mr. President, that grievous wrong. And make no mistake, we had to act. And our objectives are clear. No nukes, no Navy, and a complete dismantling of their missile program and defense.
We're still just kind of
industrial base.
flatlining. We're in a
as
balanced market
Marco
area.
pointed out, that mission,
No long,
and
no
VP
short.
as well, has not changed since
Just sit on your
day
hands.
one. Yet, 2 days ago, they shot 2 failed missiles on a target 4,000 kilometers away. For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from Iran. Washington, D.C. is 3,300 kilometers from Venezuela, another country President Trump did something about that partnered for a long time with Iran. So you're telling us that Iran is not a threat to the world or to the U.S. President Trump knows better. And here's what success actually looks like right now. You mentioned it, Mr. President. A-10 Warthogs, if you know them, you love them, and Apache helicopter gunships
Careful about chasing.
are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at
Got
will.
some large offers
See,
up in
you only
here.
send
Got
these
about-
slow, low-flying,
Got
close
some
air
large
support
Russian offers,
platforms
70 up there
when the
up in
enemy has
this
no
area.
meaningful air defenses left.
Be careful about trying to chase.
Their presence is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone. Their command and control is shattered, their top leaders hiding in underground bunkers, while their mid-level commanders are being crushed in the field. The morale of their fighters plummeting, and we see that disconnect daily. They're privately admitting,
wonder-
as you
here,
said,
let me
Mr.
try and
President,
switch this
very
around.
heavy losses. We know that.
I wonder if it.
President Trump has given us a clear mission. Our capabilities are only going up and Iran's are plummeting. We are here to win, and we're full speed ahead. So, Steve, we appreciate your efforts. We pray for a deal, and we welcome a deal. And we have the ultimate deal maker to make it happen. But in the meantime, as I said yesterday, the Department of War will continue negotiating with bombs. War is negotiation by
That's
other
tick
means.
marks. That's right.
And finally, I want to thank our incredible troops, our pilots, crews, sailors, refuelers,
Okay.
air defenders, the
that's
absolute
tick marks.
best of America, the real 1% of our country.
This
This
needs to
president,
be-
President Trump
we
has
got
your back.
big
And I know
volume
this
coming in.
cabinet prays for you every single day,
This
and we
needs
ask
to
the
be
American
8.
people to do the same as they continue in this mission. God bless. Thank you. Mr.
Thank you
President.
very much. It's great.
Okay, there we
I think before I ask Scott to say a couple of words, it would be great if people like the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois would say, please come in and stop the crime. A beautiful young lady was killed the other day, and the father was a very good friend of Dan Scavino. And he took it very hard. Dan took it very hard, like the father, friends. They grew up together. And it's a young lady
remember when I said about be careful about
Who-
chasing now.
whose life would be
back down.
saved if we did what we did as an
Right here at
example
point
in
of control
Washington, D.C.,
for
which
New
is
York
now
session.
a safe city. All the time, people come up to me in the building, people that work here, they say, thank
We
you
drift
so
down
much.
here
I
to
know immediately what they're
075,
talking
I-
about. They're able to walk to work.
You
They
could
walk to
possibly
work.
get a bounce if we kind
You
of
all
drift
walk
down
to
to
work.
this
Some of you
good
were mugged.
positive
I know
delta
she
area
told
right
me
here.
stories.
You
Some
might
of
be
you
able to
were
get a
mugged.
bounce. I wouldn't be trading right here
One
in this
person in
area.
particular was viciously mugged in the group
Nothing.
right here.
There's
It's not
nothing.
happening
mean,
anymore.
You're going.
You have a
It's
safe
all
city.
thickly traded right here at the point of control. You really
Louisiana,
don't
the
want to go
governor of
long or
Louisiana
short.
called me, "Can you
If
help
you're
me
trying to go long,
with
you
New
want to try
Orleans?"
to
They
get
just had
down
the Mardi
to
Gras. He said
the
it was
low
the
value
safest
area,
Mardi Gras
right
we've
down
ever
in
had.
this area to the low value
Sounds
area.
terrible
Look at
to
the
say.
delta and see
No
where the
murders.
delta is right here.
You know, it
You can
sounds
get down
like, who
into
would
this
say
area
this?
about
No
about
murders.
07, 078,
They always had
080.
murders. They had a
You
lot
know,
of crime during
then
the
try
Mardi
to
Gras.
try
He
and
said
find
virtually
yourself
no
a long,
crime.
get up here and
We
get
had the
yourself
troops
about
down there.
25 points.
Memphis, Tennessee, I just got back. We were there. Crime is down 75%. In a short period of time, we're there 5 months. We could do that for Chicago. We could do
When you
that for New
double-click
York.
it,
We could do
resend
that
it.
for L.A. And we
You
could
hit
do that
Control
for,
Q to
frankly,
get
San
across there.
Francisco. I know they have a mayor who's trying very hard.
You
He's
can
a
right click,
Democrat,
drag
but
it
he's
up,
trying
and it
very
gives you
hard.
all
But
the
we can do it much
information,
more
how many
effectively because
ticks,
he
the
can't do what we
points.
do.
how much profit
can't
right
take
there, how much
people out
loss.
from
If you're doing a
the
stop,
city
you
and
need
bring
to know
them
how much it is.
back to the
to and
country from where they
points.
came, where they were in prisons. They were allowed to go in prisons. They were drug dealers, the highest level drug dealers.
I need to put out a
Murderers,
video. I need to put a video
11,888
out
murders. We do
installing
things that
this
they can't do.
from the get-go
I had
because
friends
it
calling
asks
me up
you,
from
do you
San
trust
Francisco,
source?
could you give
It
him a
has to
chance?
compile
I
an
said,
add-on,
absolutely. Why?
then
We'll
it shows
give him
up
a
in the
chance.
new
He's-
menu.
He's trying, he's doing okay, but we could do much better.
I
We
need
could
to
make it a
do
lot safer
a
than in
video of
San
that.
Francisco. A great city was a great city, could quickly become a great city again. But, you know, they're going very slowly. I tell my friends,
All
they're
right,
very
we could drift
substantial
down
people.
here to
They're
073
in
area. Let's see
certain
how
business
this
where
reacts.
People have made a lot of money. I hope that
Okay,
lasts.
we're at about
But they
140,
have,
150 negative delta.
Tremendous potential. It was one of the greatest cities in the world. Now it's got a lot of crime. And
got
the mayor's really trying it.
Positive
Again,
delta
a
area
Democrat
right here.
trying.
You're
And I
right
spoke to
at
him. He
the
just wants
value
to have a
area low,
chance.
right at
I
it.
said, we'll give you a chance.
You
But we
don't
can
have
solve it
very,
very quickly.
it's not lighting up
This
on the
young
bids right
lady
here
would
for
be
support.
around
Really kind of don't like that.
Today, if we were around, because we have nobody coming through our border. I mean, literally for 9 months, it's zero. It's hard to believe that that number can be possible because millions of people.
Try to break this area
Came in
and
through
get up
Biden.
here, you get yourself about
But
10
nobody even
points.
tries. We don't have the caravans.
But this is real
thousands,
high negative
25,
delta area right
30,000
here.
people
So
pouring into our border.
you're trying to catch along, you
come
have
up
to
in
get through this
caravans. We don't
area
have
right here, and that
caravans anymore. There's
is
no
more
such
negative
thing
delta than is
anymore.
positive
There's a name
delta
that I
down
think
here.
I
So trying
developed,
to
but
catch
somebody
along is a
developed
little
it, but I think it
difficult.
was me. I thought it was inappropriate. And thousands of people would come up and just barge into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And this man came in, Dan, right? And he came in through the ridiculous open border of Biden. If we were there, the election was rigged. What are you going to do? Came back, big comeback. But if we were there, we wouldn't have had people coming through. It's amazing. You know, it's so easy now because everyone knows they're not getting through. We don't
Okay,
have
it's
any
almost
caravans.
an hour.
Once they
You
know
guys
that.
need to wrap this news
When it
thing
was
up.
easy to come through. When I heard that they had an open border policy, I said, boy, this is going to be, I couldn't believe it. But when it was actually, you know, it dawned on me because I had built 1,000 miles of wall and we were finishing up some and he didn't want to finish it up. Biden, I said, they really do want to have an open border. And we got it finished. But that young lady would be alive today. And she'd be alive for another reason, because we would have the National Guard in Chicago.
Big high. Look,
and in
look at
New
that.
York And in other places. And they love doing it. It's like training.
That's like
It's actually
1,000
training.
orders right there to
I
arrest
never want
him.
to take
Could
them
be a
out of
spoof
D.C.
or
I
two,
mean, maybe
don't
somebody
know.
later on will do it, but I never
Yeah, it's
want to
about
take it.
1.1
they
thousand.
look,
It's
they
like
say,
1,000
"We feel so
orders
good,
just
we
sitting
feel
there at
so safe."
040.
We see these beautiful, strong people, and they're so nice. They help. They open the doors for people. They carry bags. They pick up paper when they see paper on the ground. I looked at D.C. last night. I drove to make a speech, and I drove through, and I said, take me this way, take me that way. The city's clean. The fences are down. You don't have homeless all over your parks. I mean, we had parks. There was no room for anything else other than homeless. It's all clean and nice. And it'll be even more beautiful in a year from now. And we have some projects that are great. This ballroom is going to be something
Don't
that's
make
so
that
beautiful for
comment.
the city, so desperately
I'm
needed
sure
by
your dad said,
presidents.
You ain't got nothing
I mean,
good
now
to
it's
say. keep it
no
shut.
secret the military wanted it more than anybody. It was supposed to be secret, but it became unsecret because of people that are really unpatriotic.
Okay, we got
saying
some
things.
negative delta
But
right up in here.
doesn't
We
matter.
kind of lost that
Doesn't matter. It's
area
gonna
right
be great.
here.
We're building an arc, a triumphal arc, which will be incredible for the
got-
city. Incredible. We're fixing up what was the Kennedy Center. You know, I was honored when the board
You look at the one
changed the
minute,
name
you
a
got
little bit.
low
Actually,
volume,
it
it
shows
travels
that
up
the
in low volume. We're
Republican
still
and the
sloping
Democrats
downwards.
who work together.
You got the
It's
negative
really
delta
something we
right
work
here down at
together.
the bottom. You got
So I think it's a great
70
symbol,
positive.
actually.
So there's
Well,
really
we're doing a lot
nothing
of
to
work. That
do.
building's
There's
ready
nothing
to
to
fall
do. If you
down.
look at
It's
the
in-
5
It's
minute
in terrible shape. We're closing it. We're
ortho bar
gonna open
moving
it
average,
with a
that's
bang
still
in
sloping down.
less
We're
than
right
2
at
years.
the
It'll come in
basically,
under budget, ahead of schedule. That's what I do.
and still
It won't
we're
be
still in the
like
value
Federal
area
Reserve
right
that's
here.
costing $4
Okay.
billion or
There's really
something
nothing
thereabouts.
to
Think
be
of it.
had.
$4 billion. You know, it's amazing. I said to the group before, I said, everything I do, I get sued. I build under budget, ahead of schedule. and get sued over a ballroom that's going to be the most beautiful ballroom in the country, so desperately needed. You won't have to have tents sitting on the wet White House lawn. If it rains, you get wiped out, to honor the president of China or the president of France or the president of somewhere. You can have the greatest. We get sued by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. They don't know what they're doing. Then I just found out we got sued by that group and another group, I guess, on the fixing up of again, I'll use the old name, Kennedy Center, because they're not fixing up Trump Kennedy. It's going to be beautiful when you add the name Trump, but we got sued, and all I'm doing is fixing it up. We're fixing broken marble.
He always
Putting on a roof because
he's
it
always
leaks
said
like a
big,
sieve.
beautiful,
We're fixing steel that's broken. It's the same building, same exact building.
big, beautiful
Fixing it's
bill.
going to be beautiful.
Big, beautiful
It's going to be so
bill.
beautiful and safe. It's actually unsafe. You had some of those columns on the outside that were painted a fake gold. Now we painted them a beautiful white color,
All right, folks.
beautiful cream white. It's beautiful.
Next month, this is
Everyone
going.
said it's so much
This is
more
going
beautiful
live,
now.
and
Instead of a cheap-
I'm going to give you
can't imitate
first
gold. See, I'm a
200 users.
gold
I'm
person.
going
It's
to give
all
you a
real
big,
stuff.
big, big,
You can't imitate
beautiful,
it.
big, beautiful
Someday
deal
they'll
of
discover a paint
$95 for a whole
that will
year.
look like
That's
gold, and the guy's gonna be the
$8 a
richest
month. I
man
must
in
be
the
out of
world.
my mind to
You
do
can't
this.
imitate
Who's that sound?
real gold. It just doesn't. That's 24 karat.
Big, beautiful.
Which is what this
All right.
building deserves.
All right, come
But
on. Get
think
this
of it.
thing wrapped up. We need to trade.
I get sued because I'm fixing up the Trump Kennedy Center. We're going to make it gorgeous and safe.
Oh,
We're
gorgeous.
fixing new windows, new this, but just
beautiful,
all
gorgeous.
fix up. I got sued by preservationists.
Yeah, I didn't get
But you
used
know
to
who
being
they didn't
sued.
sue? The man that took this beautiful Federal Reserve building. That's small, much smaller than the hotel I built.
All
I
right.
built the Waldorf Astoria Hotel down the road.
Come
And
on,
it
where are
was-
we at?
A beautiful job for $201 million. It's bigger, I think, than the Federal Reserve building. And it's got rooms and
Look at 'em.
bathrooms, and it's not
Wow,
like
that's
just an
pretty big.
open
Oh,
office
oh,
space,
40 right
which
there.
is
Oh,
much cheaper
40.
to build. Think
Come
of
on,
this.
man. If we drift down there,
I hear
mean,
it's
that's
going
a
to be over
40
$4
point-
billion
40
for a
point
little
move.
building. He doesn't get sued by anybody but me. I sue because it's either somebody's very crooked, which has to be, because what happened to all that money? You can't sue. I would have done that building for $25
So,
million.
the Dom
It's going to cost
is tick
maybe
marks to
$4
4.
billion,
Okay.
and we have a great new person coming in
The
to
volume
take over
profile and the
Fed.
delta profile is
And
tick
Kevin
marks
may
to
not
8.
Ever have an
So
office?
that's 2 points.
Because I don't know. They're
So
going to
that's
be able
what
to
that
build.
means.
I passed
That
that building
bin-
the other day. It's a see-through.
I call it. I
You
need
know
to
what
rename
see-through
this.
means?
to
There's no
merge,
walls
to be
up.
quite honest. But the
They're gonna
technical
spend.
term is bin. That's what.
But the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a joke, by the way, they didn't sue that building. They didn't sue anybody. But they sued me, and I build. And by the way, my buildings, it's all donations. Rich people and people are putting up the money. Zero taxpayer dollars. Is that right, Scott? Zero taxpayer dollars. This stuff is all done for free, and I get sued. This
Yeah,
could
I
only
wouldn't be
happen to
doing
Trump.
anything. As you can see, the
they
1
don't
minute
sue the guy
moving average, as you can see right here,
Whose
kind of
interest rates are
drifted
too
down.
high. That's why we call
We're
him
just
Too-Late. His name
flatlining
is
right here. We're
Jerome
just
Powell. We call him
flatlining.
Jerome
Tell me,
Too-Late
don't go
Powell.
long or short.
And
We're right here in
done
this
a
big
terrible
balanced
job.
ere right here.
He suffers from Trump
kind-
derangement syndrome.
we
I
slammed
should
down
probably
and then
should,
we
'cause I hit
kind
him
of
pretty
ran
hard,
back
so
up.
I don't blame him,
we
but-
ran up pretty
but
nicely. I mean,
they
if you
don't
got
sue
that,
a
you got
man
yourself about
who has
50
taken
points,
this
about
gorgeous
$1,000 trade
building,
on the mini.
ripped it
It's
down
kind of hard
from
to
the
get
inside,
moves like
taking
this, to be quite
ceilings
honest.
that are
'cause
as
of
beautiful
news,
as
it
you've
gets-
ever seen.
It starts moving violently.
Taking the ceilings down instead of leaving them, taking walls down that were 2 feet thick of solid concrete and plaster,
Okay, all right. I think we need to shut
Replacing
him
them
off
with
because he's just rambling now.
6-inch walls.
Yeah, I think he's just rambling now. He's just complaining. Um, hopefully they'll wrap this up pretty soon. I don't think we're going to get much. I mean, the thing about the NQ is sometimes during lunch it doesn't move. Sometimes during lunch it will stink and move a lot. We have no idea. But what you really have to pay attention to, let's look at the 5 minute. Let's drag the 5 minute in here and let's start looking at what's going on, okay? So if we start looking at what's going on, when was that? That was about 9:30. Okay, so about 100 contracts came in here. Roughly, it came in here at about 9:15, roughly. So you had some institution market maker activity. Then you had 38, 37. I don't know how much that was. What was that, like 95 or something? I don't know. Not 100, 99. Might as well be 100. 48, 40. You saw a little bit of participation up here. We kind of moved down, and then I did get a long up in this area, but because moving average was sloping upwards, and but as we started curling back over, we start rolling back down. The thing is that the moving average is sloping downwards. On a 5 minute, it's sloping downwards. We're right here at the point of control. This is what they call a bounce market because the market tries to find value. Found value to the upside, then it kind of bounces around, pisses off new traders. Then it tries to find value either to the upside, but it found it to the downside. And then we're kind of bouncing around, pissing new traders off. How come this won't move? I'm trying to buy the bottom to get a 100-point move. That's just the way the market is. Uh, okay, let me kind of I think I muted him, but I can still hear him. I want to know when he stops yammering. Uh, so we're not really doing very much. We're below the point of control right now. I've got this volume profile tick merged to like 2 points. Uh, the DOM and everything is tick merged to 1 point. And the reason I do that is because the NQ is thinly traded, so I kind of merge it in. And the way I merge it is I just come over here and like the live, and you can do this for like a 1 minute or whatever time frame you're looking at. I'm going to add another time frame, maybe a 15 minute. Um, if you want to merge the DOM, you need to go use this bin right here. Bin just means you're taking all the ticks and you're putting it into a bin of 1 point, basically merging. I'm going to rename that. Here, let me start creating notes. I created a note earlier, but I hadn't saved files. He needs to, what? Oh, okay. Uh, rename bin to merge. Rename bin to merge. Okay. Also, I need to rename this enable level 2 data. Okay. Enable level 2 data. When you click that, you ain't getting level 2 data from me. Okay. For one, I can't do that. Second of all, I ain't paying for that. I'm paying it for myself. From Bullnox. I'm only using the stuff that I trade, which is $14 a month. But show level 2 data. I'm going to rename that to show level 2 data. Okay, that will show the DOM right here. If you don't have level 2 data, just, well, I think it's unchecked by default, but just leave it unchecked. And to be quite honest, level 2 data is nice to have, but if you're a new trader and you're learning how to trade and you're using these prop firms to do it, do not worry about level 2 right now. Okay, you're trying to drink from a fire hose. Okay, too much information. Start learning the very basics. Get that down rock solid, and then uh, I traded. I traded for years without level 2 data. I didn't need it. Um, you really don't need it. It's nice to have. I mean, if you're trading off a heat map, obviously you need it. Rename bin to merge. Yeah, rename enable level to show level 2. Okay. Most of the major functionality is done for order flow pulse. We got 100 lot. We got 100 lots that just kicked in. It was right there. We had 109 within 100 milliseconds, the very high positive delta uh, for that 100 milliseconds. We've got right here that 100 lots kicked in. if they get caught right here, if they get caught and we start breaking this area right here, if that 100 lot gets caught, we could drift down here for about 20, 30 points. Okay. It didn't. I would like to see the bar close below the bubble. It's closed right at it basically. I need for it to close. I needed it to close below. You got to be careful because Trump's still talking. I mean, Trump's still talking. Okay. Yeah. You got to be careful. Trump's talking. I mean, the dude could fart in the meeting and it will dump. You got to be careful. Um, so you're looking at a negative delta, 165 negative delta. Okay. So if you try to get a short, you got to be quick at it, kind of like that. That's what I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know, you kind of get in here, you get down here. It drifted down in low volume and came down here, and I just get out. 10 points. Come on, 10 points. You get yourself a little bit of pocket change. A little pocket change adds up, people. It adds up to about $1,000 a day. If you keep going, it adds up to about $1,000 a day. Okay, you got to understand what you're doing. And also, you see that right there, that big 040 area right there, that big. Yeah, yeah, I'm covering. I'm covering early. I ain't trying to get down there. I ain't trying to get down there. No, 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 no. I'm gonna take my 10 points and run. I ain't no fool trying to get me a 50, 100 point move and be like, oh my word, just get me back to break even. I promise I'll get out. Yeah, them days are over for me. I'm like a monkey trading. I see money, I take money. I see banana, I take banana. Okay. Oh, we got a nice inside bar right here. We got a nice inside bar with some volume forming out. It's a positive 35 delta. So that's a little bit. Nope, invalid trade. Cut it, invalid trade. Uh, when you get a move down like this and you get some volume filled out like that, and that's an inside bar. If you go from here to here, that is like an inside bar from the high to the low. Usually, when you can break this area right here, you can possibly get yourself a little move right there. But the problem you have is you got these bids sitting on the books, so you got to be careful. I mean, it could be yanked, it could be traded right through, but you got to put the odds in your favor. You got to put the odds in your favor, people. Let's see if it breaks. It needs to break. Previous bar was 135 delta. We're at about 80 negative delta. It needs to start delta surging, not climbing. So we climbed about 80 positive delta. So that is a no-go. That's a no-go. And look right here. You got people sitting on the bids right here on the heat map. You don't want to be doing stuff like that. Are they still talking? Yeah. Okay. Man, they're still talking. We're right here at a high negative delta area right here, but we're not really doing anything. We're not really moving down. As you can see right here, we're right here in this area. Market found value to the downside. It looks like it's starting to balance within a few minutes. It'll find value again, maybe to the upside, maybe to the downside. We don't know, but it doesn't stay in this area forever. Now, the reason I took this short is because at 100, it would have been nice if it closed below down in here. But at 100, we were at 90 negative delta. Okay, we were at like 90 negative delta. So when I saw that delta right in here pick up, I just went on ahead and got me a quick 10 points and just get out. Why? Well, because on the heat map, we were coming back down to some resting bids. So I just kind of got out. Don't chase. If you're thinking about clicking long and chasing, don't do it. Adhere to your plan. I need to put out a trading plan for people that I got a trading plan. I think it's up there. One of them's up there. It's called the 2-minute sweet spot. It's really nice. You're not gonna trade a whole lot. You might get 2 or 3 trades a day, if that, okay? But they're gonna be pretty solid, and and if you adhere to it, your batting average will be pretty good. My batting average last week was kinda bad. Yesterday, I had a, batting average of 59%, which is, usually I like being between 60 to 70%. When your batting average is low, you gotta put your foot take your foot off the gas, okay? When your batting average is good and you're on par, you gotta put the foot on the gas and up the contracts. It's just the way it is. You gotta know your stats, people. Remember what I said about don't chase? You got if you start to chase right here, you got all this negative delta right here. You got all this negative delta right here. Negative delta, all this big negative delta you would have to chew through. You have to chew through this whole area right here. This whole area you have to chew through. So if you're thinking, oh, it's running up, I'm going to chase and try to get me a nice runner, you might want to rethink the situation because you got to look to the left here, okay? And you just had a hundred contracts come in with one execution and it got slammed down. Now, some people are saying, how can it be 100 contracts in one execution when there wasn't that much liquidity on the level two on the books? Well, for one, the level two and on the books is just a snapshot, okay, within like milliseconds, okay? The institutions play off the backs of each other, okay? So they might be like, "Oh, okay, one big dog's gonna sell, the other big dog's gonna buy," and they know that, so they buy and sell to each other. You got some large liquidity sitting here at O half right here, around O half, okay? Large liquidity, if we drift down, that could be some good support right there, about O half, okay? Okay, you got some resting orders up here too, up here about O60 right here, but O half, you got some uh, big, large, orders sitting there. You got 136. Got 136 sitting there. About 47 resting offers right there. About O70. O70 is, you got the moving average kind of sloping upwards, but then again, you got to look. Let's see how it reacts right here. Right, negative 50 delta. The delta's kind of negative, going negative on the 1 minute, and but we kind of bounced off of that a little bit. Uh, so we got on the previous bar is 43 negative delta, but we kind of closed upwards. Could be a good sign. 5 minute, we're getting ready to bounce off the 5 minute moving average. We're coming up to the point of control probably, but it's kind of hard to get long because all that thick volume area. You see all this thick volume area right here? That's all this trading right up in here. Okay, you got to get through all that thickly traded area right here. You don't want to be trying to go long or short right up in this area, to be quite honest. You want to deviate from the moving average. You kind of move down here and try to catch yourself a nice little long up there, but you got to look to see where the support is. So we've got, uh, okay, we've got nothing going on. Trump is still talking. I think I got him muted, but he's just still talking. He was talking about Ukraine. Let me go ahead and recenter this. If you double click, it can recenter. You got some offers sitting up there about 100, up there at about 100. Alrighty. We got sell and balance on the previous on the current 1 minute. Sell and balance on the current 1 minute. Yeah, it got taken away. If you try and catch long, you can try and catch a long right here and put your stop down here. If you're trying to ride the moving average, put your stop right here about 10 points. Of course, you're only looking to get about 10 points. This is a bad area to be trading. This is really a bad area. There's nothing right here. I got that short for this 100 contracts because they got offsides, and then I was looking uh, to get short, and that's what I did because the delta picked in. But I covered it when I saw uh, the bids sitting there on the books. I just like, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and cover early, and I'm glad I did. So, all right. So we're the 5 minute. If you look at the 5 minute, you got some wrestling offers up there about 095, roughly up in this area, about 71, about 095. So we're still just bouncing around, to be quite honest. If you look at the 5 minute right here, the 5 minute, as you can see, the moving average sloping down. We got 75.5, we got 43, we got 100. So the buyers, there's more buyers interested in this area around the point of control. Um, are we going to dump violently? I doubt it. That's just my opinion, but I doubt we will. If anything, we could be moving up, but that's just my opinion. Okay. We're still in a downward area. And I need to build one of these out for Ninja Trader. I'm looking at Trading View. I'm looking at Trading View, and this is the time price opportunity chart. Okay. I'm looking at Trading View, and then what we're having here, if you look at this, yesterday, we broke the low of yesterday. We broke the low of what was that? Wednesday? No, what day is it? Wednesday, Tuesday, up in this area. We broke the low right there because we're trading right here in this area. Right here in this area, we're trading. This is the 30 minute. Okay, right here in this area. We got the point of control in the TPO chart, time price opportunity. How much time does it stay in one area? This is down to volume. Okay, the volume, if we look at the volume, where is the volume? I need to build one of these myself for is that show volume profile? Okay, I need to build one of these myself for uh Ninja Trader. But that's where we're at. That is where we're at, and we're going into lunchtime. Could the market could move during lunchtime? It possibly could. We got some resting offers up there about 100. Um, I mean, I'm going to be around here. I don't have anywhere to go tomorrow. I have to take off for about 30 minutes. But today I don't. I can stick around. Yeah, so we came down at '07 and kind of bounced off of it. Came down here to this area right up in here, and we just kind of bounced off of it for about 5 points. That ain't nothing. You got about 74 in there. You got the 1 minute kind of starting to flatline. It was sloping upwards. Now it's kind of flatlining. We kind of bounced off of this area right here. You got a nice little move for about 20 points. That's nice. I did not get that, folks. I did not get that. That would have been a good one. Holy smokes. That would have been a nice one. I think I might need to extend this timeline out a little bit more. Whoops. Got selling balance that kicked in on the 1 minute and got taken away. Got high positive delta on the previous 1 minute, about 480. So that is actually kind of good. If we can come back down here to this area right here, we're right at the point of control. We are right at the point of control. Right at the point of control. This is very hard to trade in this area. Very hard to trade in this area. We're right at the point of control, folks. We really need to drift down up in this like 085 area, roughly around up in this area. Kind of like where the moving average is. I need to create like the slider, the price slider. I need to create like a price slider on the so I can show you exactly what price it's at. I need to do that. You got the crosshair that does it, but I need to do it live. I need to do it live. I need to do it live. Oh my word, he's still talking. So we're moving up. Can we get a little pop here, folks? Can we get a little pop? Can we get a little bit of pop? And I'm green for the day. I'm green for the day. Not very much, but I am green for the day. Mm. We're right at the point of control. He is still talking about crooked politicians and dirty cops. I mean, come on. We're in a high positive delta area right here. Okay, we're in the positive delta area. We're holding it. That is nice. We're above the point of control. You have 50 contracts that came in. Pretty good positive delta for that. Pretty good positive delta for that. You got more that's coming in. So previous bar was 156 positive delta. That's good. We don't have any people sitting on the offer up there too high. We don't have any people sitting on the bid over roughly about 090. I mean, that's like, uh, yeah, I'm green for today. Wow. This has been a very difficult day, to be quite honest. I mean, I lo- it's been quite a difficult day, folks. This has not been easy. I mean, on the live pulse, I saw those 50s getting filled pretty quickly, and then another 50, and then I just kind of got long up in this area. And you just take your 10 points and move on. Just take your 10 points and scalp it, move on. Just take your 10 points, scalp it, move on. You got to know exactly where you're going to get out. If you lose that area, you got to get out because there was nothing here on the bids sitting there. So you kind of have to be careful. You got some offers sitting up here. The heat map is just starting to light up very lightly, not very much at all, but it is starting to light up. How much what do we got down at the bottom here? Oh, we got some stuff sitting down in here. Look at that. If you look at that, we got some sitting down there. Where are you at? Where are you at? About 133. Okay. And what do we have for the upside? You ain't got very much. About 45 up there. Yeah. I don't know. They're not sitting up there very much. They're not sitting up there very much. I'm green for the day. We're going into lunch. I am not going to be trading during lunch. I'm going to be streaming, but I'm not going to be trading. Yeah, we're just kind of not really doing very much, to be quite honest. I mean, I'm glad I'm green for the day. Couple $100. I'm trading very lightly, folks. When you got the man talking, you gotta trade down. You gotta size down. You gotta size down. When the man's talking, you gotta size down. With all this news stuff going on, you gotta size down. You can't be slinging size around because yeah, you could pass an account very quickly. You can also blow it up. And I try not to blow them up. I try to have discipline and good uh, consistency. We're right at point of control. You can't go long or short. We might have to wait until late afternoon to be able to get something, but the problem with late afternoon is that's not when I make most of my money. That's not when I make most of my money. Most of the money is made in the morning, and I didn't do anything this morning, to be quite honest. I mean, I'm green for the day, but not where I want to be. I wanted to be at like a minimum of 1,000, 2,000, and I'm not there. We got a lot of high delta coming in right here on this 1 minute. We're sitting there on the bids right here, which is good. We're down to a positive uh, delta area, which is good. Oh my word! I don't know if you're listening to him, but that was funny. Oh my word! Oh my word! We're just flatlining. We're not really doing anything. Kind of boring. Kind of boring today. Kind of boring. Kind of figured that with the news, with him running his mouth for an hour, 2 hours, hour and a half. He was a half hour late, as usual. All right, where are we at? Okay. I really want to make an option, and I really need to do this. I want to make an option of not showing the volume profile, delta profile. Okay. I got the logic in there to show this, but it needs to be in the settings right here to like, hey, on live pulse, like show level 2 data. Okay, but then show volume show uh volume delta profile. Uh that really needs to be an option, to be quite honest. I might try and do that tonight. I might try and do that tonight to get that going because I really want to have that. But the major logic is pretty much there and it's all working. I've been trading with this thing for weeks now, and I'm able to make money. Got a handful of funded accounts with Bull and Oxen. If I'm able to do that, I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to do it. Um, right now we're just flatlining, as you can see on the 1 minute on the main chart. On the 1 minute, we're just kind of flatlining around the big distribution of volume area right up in here. you got a big volume area. You know, you're whoops, you're right here. I need to get rid of that little hover effect. Right up in this area, you're not really doing anything. It's just kind of up, down, up, down, up, down. You got negative delta down here, pretty big negative delta. Okay, you got some big positive delta up here. I mean, that's to be expected when you're kind of bouncing around. Okay, I'd really love to get. Woo, look at that down there about 060, I guess, roughly about 060, right up in this area. What do we got here? About 700, yeah, about 750 bids right there. You got 750 bids at about 060. About 060, you got 750 bids at 060. That's pretty large. Come on, let's go on down there. Let's go on down there and see what we can do with that. Let's go down to the 060s. Let's see what we can do with that. Get them off the TV. Get them off the TV. Please, please shut down the thing. Go back to not saying anything. All right, come on, let's go on down. Let's go down and pick up some of that liquidity down there, folks. 060, 060, 060. Let's pick up some liquidity. Let's see what we can do with that. I don't know if they're going to do anything. 1 minute, 1 minute. Looks like it could be breaking, but the delta's not really telling me that. You got to get past the 078. Okay, you got to get past this area right here. You got to get past this area right here, about the 078 area. You got to break this volume. You got to break this volume, distribution of volume right here. You got to break that up there in order to get down to 060. Start seeing what we can do with this liquidity that just kind of went off the books. The little spoofing freakazoid. Yep, they yanked it, and now look what they did to it. They yanked it, and now they putting it back down up in here. Okay, okay, we got 78, we got 81. Boy, it keeps refreshing. Up, there we go. Uh, so right now about O half. Let's see what we can do at O half. O half. Let's drift on down. You had that large liquidity right there, about 700 bids sitting on the books, but now they just kind of went away. But O half, it looks like they got a little bit of a little bit working there at O half. I'm going to add an option here to be able to show and hide the volume profile, kind of like how we do right here for the show level 2 data. It says enable. I need to rename that to show level 2 data. I ain't paying for your level 2 data. You got paid for that, your daggone self. Come on, OHAF. Let's get the OHAF, folks. OHAF. Trump, stop talking. Let's get the OHAF. It's 12 o'clock. I gotta go find me something to eat. The wife and the kid, they doing something up in here. I don't know what they doing, but I'm gonna go find me something to eat. Maybe I should go do that now. Uh, it'll only take a few minutes. I don't know what we have. Uh, we got a lot of liquidity being built at the OHAF. That OHAF area is right there, but also now we're starting to see some stuff coming in. Okay, now we're starting to see a little bit of activity on the heat map. Okay, now we're starting to see a little bit of liquidity on live pulse. Uh, if we lose this volume area right here, about 070, about 075 up in this area, if we kind of start losing that area, we could go to O half right here where this high negative delta area was, and we could possibly try and get some absorption from of the sellers and try to run this thing right back up in here for about 40 points. That would be nice. So let's go down there and test that there in Q. You look at the 1 minute, the moving average is still sloping downwards. That is a custom moving average that I developed. It's moving downwards. It's sloping downwards. That's telling me do not take longs. If we deviate, if we come down here pretty aggressively to O half, we deviate from that moving average, that could be a go sign too. Because I mean, basically, if you take a like a 9 EMA and throw it on the chart, you'll get roughly about the same thing as what I got, but that's a little bit different. I'm using Heiken Ashi data. I'm getting the Heiken Ashi data and I'm smoothing it out with a 9 EMA. That's basically what that moving average is. Just Heiken Ashi data smoothed out. We got some large volume kicking up in there. It got some large volume that kicked up in there. We got 220 some positive delta, about 222 positive delta. That was pretty large and in charge, to be quite honest. We're starting to get some movement. It started getting a little freaky on the NQ. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Really hard to trade up in this area with all this volume right here. And if you look, I mean, look at this. It's really hard to trade to try to go long in this big, huge balance area. Okay. Market found value to the downside, and we're in a big, huge balance market area. Yeah, you could probably go up and try to get yourself about 20 points, but I just don't feel it right now. I mean, we really need to. It could happen. I'm not trading it. I'm not pushing the stinking button. I want to come down here to O half, to be quite honest. I want to see what they got. I want to see what the longs have. Up there at 070 too, right up in there too. That's pretty good right there. Right here. Got like 68 resting bids right there. I want to see what we got there, folks. I want to see what we got up here at O half. Get that cabinet off the TV. Let's get going. As soon as, the market, come on, market, do something. Trump ain't going to say anything stupid. Just say something. Just say something. Say something, Trump. Move it. All right, we got about 110. You got some offers sitting up there at about 110. Not very much, about 40 some. Hey, what are we doing for lunch? Yeah, I was kind of thinking about the same thing. Well, my stomach's thinking about it. Yeah, that'd be perfect. Appreciate it. Talking to the wife. Um, yeah, yes, Trump. The Democrats are in chaos right now. Everything's in chaos right now. Get them off the TV. Off the TV. Let's get going. We still got them down there. Yep, we still got them about 150 bids on O half. Yeah, still got them there. Look at that. Look at that. We ain't doing nothing. We're just sitting there flatlining. Come on, man. I need to get some good B-roll. I need to get some good B-roll. I need to start recording, get some good B-roll. I got a I got a nice 6-second bumper ad I can do for YouTube. I need to get about 30-second or a 2-minute good B-roll so I can try to get some support for this stinking add-on. Because I really want to build it out. There's so much that I have. You can download it and use it free for now. For next 2-3 weeks, it's going to be free. Uh, for the next 2 weeks, it's going to be free. So go ahead and download it. Uh, there's a little quirkiness to it, but hey, it'll all get worked out. I got the major functionality working. You got a minimal viable product, and if I'm able to use this daggone thing and make money and pass evals and funded accounts, then I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to. Some of y'all are going to take this and make more money than me. That's perfectly fine. I hope you do. I'd love to just sit here and write code all daggone day long. If I could sit at my desk and sling some code all day and build out a nice Nice package for Ninja Trader for order flow. I'd love to do that because I got more things I want to do. I got some ideas that other platforms ain't got that I want to do. Bookmap ain't got it. Deep Charts, well, they're about the closest one to my thinking. Other than that, Quantar ain't got it. Ninja Trader default, daggone sure ain't got it. Come on down here to OHAF. You know you want them. You know you want them. Get them, boys. Get them. Go get them. There we go. Go get them. Get them. Get them. Get them. Get them. No, 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 no. No. That's not what you want. Come on, man. Well, if you did get that little bounce right there, you're probably up about 10 points. I was hoping for a little bit more of a push, to be quite honest, and I didn't get it. I was hoping for a little bit more push down there at 055, you little freak. You little freak, you're up there at 055. If anybody got that, that's good. I missed it because I wanted it to go down a little bit more. But if you got that, that's a good job. If you got that, I mean, how much is that? That's roughly about 10 points. That's roughly about a couple $100 in your pocket. Um, I wanted a little bit more of a push down. I didn't get it. Oh well. Maybe we've gone down there and get it again. But we got that volume we got to get through on that previous 1 minute, which I don't think we'll do. We're at 121 positive delta. This is counter trend trading because you're looking at a 1 minute moving average sloping down. If you look at the 5 minute moving average, order flow bar moving average, that's sloping down. So you were definitely counter trend trading. You got to be careful with that. Come on down here. Get them 055s. Get them 55s and halves. Get the 55 and O half. Get the 55. Get the oh. Oh man, I thought the talking was over with him. Man, they still going? Oh, look at this little stinker. Look at that. Look at that. I wanted a little bit more and I didn't get it. Man, that would have been a good one, folks. I wanted a little bit more and I did not click the trigger to get it. We were right here. We were right here. All we needed is about 5 more points, and I would have, and just see what happened. But if y'all got that, that's about a 30 point move. When I said I was looking for O half, we didn't get there. We got about the 055 right here. And if you got that, that's about a 30 point move. I'm glad you got it. If you got it, I did not. Daggone it, I did not. Well, actually, I'm not pissed. I just don't care. I just control my emotions. Control your emotions when you're trading. So I missed a 30 point trade because I wanted five more points down to go get the O halves, and I didn't get it. Oh well. Move along. There's always another trade right around the corner. If you miss one like I did, crap happens. Move along. There's another trade right around the corner. We got the 5 minute moving average on the 5 minute order flow bar moving average sloping downwards, kind of pointing downwards. It looks like a sell imbalance. I can't tell. No, I don't think so. Are we coming down here to OHAF again, folks? Are we coming down to OHAF? Or are we coming down to OHAF? We got some selling. We got the Delta kicking in. You get a little Delta surge to go down there to OHAF. We get a little Delta surge. We down here at OHAF. This is a pretty big area. What are we going to do, folks? What are we going to do? This is a pretty big area. Because if it breaks, it could break violently. And if it runs up, it could be a nice move. You got to be careful. You got to be careful, folks. You got to be really careful because this thing could shit the bed on you. It could shit the bed on you, folks. You don't want a nasty bed like that. We got negative 31 selling right here. We're down here at the low value area. Need to get back up to the point of control. You got to be careful in this area. It could shit the bed on you. We got negative 38 delta on the previous. We got the live pulse kind of lighting up green a little bit. Now it's kind of going negative on you. Come on, you got it. It up. Is it? I think it's going to shit the bed. It done shit the bed. It done shit the bed, folks. It done shit the bed already. It shit the bed on us. You got a dirty bed. Came down there to 012. Came down there 012. You got some big, large orders up there in 012. Are we going to move back up in here? We got a lot of delta kicking in, folks. We got a lot of delta kicking in. We got some support down there. You got a lot of delta kicking in. We need to go back up in there into the high value area. Throughout the whole day, it needs to kind of climb back up in there. We got buying balances kicking in. We got some buying balances kicking in. We gotta get past that area right there. We got positive 170 delta. I'm gonna go ahead and peel me off a little bit right there. We starting to climb. We got big negative delta area. Come on, man. NQ shit the bed on us, and we're cleaning it up. We're cleaning it up. We gotta clean the crappy bed, man. NQ shit the bed on us. We cleaning it up. We got about 40 points move on this, man. Come on, NQ. Come on. Come on, baby. Get that mother lover 100 short. Pay for his decision. Make that mother lover pay. Pay for your stupid decision, you market maker institution. Make them pay for that decision going short. Now, if we lose this area, I got to get out. We got positive 500 on the previous delta. All right, I'm out. I ain't no dummy. I'm taking my money. I'm like a monkey. I see banana, I take banana. I see banana, I take banana. All right, let me run through this of why I bought it when NQ shit the bed. Okay? NQ shit the bed. Well, I can't go back up in here. Okay, here's the deal, folks. Here's the mother loving deal. I can't. I don't have. Oh, come on, man. You mean to tell me I don't have that enabled? You stupid mother lover. Okay, here's the deal. We were up in here. I got in. I got in. It done crap. It crapped the bed on us about 045. It done crapped the bed about 050. I got in because I was looking at 0 half. So I got in. It really crapped the bed on us. It crapped the bed. It went down to about, where did it go down to? Where did it go down to? It came down here to about 015 area. I saw that 100 lot. It got caught. Okay, so I was taking some big old heat there, people. I was taking some good old heat on a 1 mini. And then I just kind of added on to my position right here when we were, that's all, folks. when we were right up in this area, that 100 contract kicked in, and then we saw the big positive volume right there at the end of it. Okay, we had a sell and balance right there. Okay, the little tiny bar right there is a sell and balance. Once we saw this big green, we saw that 36 kind of kick in. I kind of uh added to a loser, but not really because I was yes, it's dollar cost averaging, okay? But the thing is, I didn't go in with my full size and then go in full size again. That's not, I don't do martingale. But if they really crapped the bed on this, I just cut my loss on that 1 minute. But I had a little bit more up in here, so I got up in here and got me about 30 points, and now I'm really positive for the day. Okay, so that Tradeify account has to hit 9,000 profit. I'm thousands away, to be quite honest. But I will get there sooner or later. Hopefully next week I will get there. But that's why I did that, folks, because that 100, we kind of came down here. We saw a lot of liquidity on the books, so I kind of jumped in again. Once we started breaking that 100, once we started breaking that area right there, right up in here, right here, once we started getting that green and that delta started shifting upwards, that's when I added to the trade. We kind of giddy up. You kind of do a little giddy up. Got yourself about 30 pointer. And you got to take your money. You want to know why? Because right here, and I know my moving average because I developed the daggone thing. It's a Heikin-Ashi data smoothed out with a non-EMA. I know my moving average because when you come up here and you kiss it, you got to get out. Why? Because you have a doji candle right there. That's an inside bar doji candle. Didn't break the high, didn't break the low. That is a doji candle. And we had a nice big green volume right there, but we got kind of negative. I mean, it's negative 21. For me, that's just neutral. Okay. But once you break that, if you break that, you got to get out, folks. You got to get out. Don't be looking for your 50, 100-point runners. Leave a runner on there. Okay. Leave a runner on there. Okay. Now we're back down here to probably the break even. And people are probably thinking, man, I should take my profits up there like Chris did. You know, he's a monkey. He sees banana, he takes banana. You know, that's what you got to do, folks. So I came down here. I came down here to half, right up in here. The NQ done shit the bed on us. And then when I saw that 100 contract, I'm like, man, you selling 100 contracts at the low of the day. I hope you know something I don't know. But they got caught a little bit. We started building up the delta. Delta started climbing, started climbing again. And then I added to the trade and that got me a 30 pointer. And then I'm out. That's how the sausage is made in Q, folks. That's how the sausage is made. You got big positive 553 delta. You come up to the moving average. You got to get out. You got to get out. Remember when we were up in this area and then I said if NQ shits the bed and it deviates from the moving average violently, aggressively? Well, this is aggressive 50-point move to the downside away from the moving average. It's a Heikin-Ashi data smoothed out with a non-EMA. It likes to travel around its moving average. The market does not go straight up or straight down, folks. It went straight down for about 50 points, and then it came back up here about 40 points, okay? We had a 100 contract seller. Now, in the futures market, this is not stocks. This is futures. Futures is a zero-sum game. Look at all that 020 liquidity right there, the 012, that liquidity right down in there. That is pretty nice. That's pretty nice, okay? It broke the O half, man. We're not even back up to O half. It broke the O half, and I'm like, wow, was I wrong? It really crapped the bed on us. But, oh well. You know, I started out, okay, I'll be honest with you, folks. I'll be honest with you. I'm downsizing. I'm not trading very big. I'm downsizing. Uh, I think I was down a few $100 today. Now I've made 860 profit. So hey, I think I'm done with my Tradeify account for today. My goal was $1,000, $2,000, but you know, with Trump speaking, you just kind of. I mean, it could have been if I traded when how violently the news travels, but you kind of have to be careful with that. I wouldn't be double dipping. Okay, this is where people can get in trouble. Okay, this is where people can get in trouble. You start double, tripping, dipping on crap, you're gonna get yourself caught. Okay, one little crap to bed, and you get yourself 40 points. That's good. Okay, you start moving back down, and you think you're going to do it again, and then you lose yourself 50 points. Okay, take your money and be happy. Go to another account, trade that one. Okay, rotate your accounts. Okay, this is probably not a good day to trade. I'm not trading my funded accounts with all this crap going on in the world. In the world right now, you got 94 contracts here that kicked in. What we got right here? We got about 157 on the heat map right here on the order flow pulse, live pulse, about 150 some contracts. 94 of that was one single order. We got some liquidity right there at 014, and then you got support there at 24,000 right up in here, right up here, 24 even, right here. Okay. So could we drift down to 24 even? Who knows? I missed the trade for the O half, and it could have got me a little bit, but I missed it by 5 points. So I missed out on the trade. And remember what I said? I missed out on the trade. And what did I say? I said, I don't give a flying crap that I missed the trade because I know there's another trade right around the corner. And there it was. It was even a better trade. If you miss a trade, who cares? There's always another trade right around the corner. Okay? Control your emotions, have some self discipline, and you'll be fine. You know, like my gunny in the Marine Corps said, don't sweat the small shit, and everything is the small shit. Okay? So just don't sweat it, man. There'll be another trade right around the corner. I've been trading this squirrely freak for 10 years. There's always another trade right around the corner. And there are some days that are not conducive to trading at all. There are some weeks that are not conducive to trading, like last week. You know, it happens. Move on. Don't try to push something that's not there. When the market is not good for your trading style, get your foot off the gas. When the market is conducive to your trading style, put your foot on the gas and go. Up your size when it's good. Lower your size when it's down. So this Tradeify account is a $150,000 account. My blow, okay, I'm not trading a $150,000 account. Let's be honest. You're not trading a $150,000 account. You got some absorption right up in this area right here. You got some absorption right here. Okay. You got to be careful though, because you got some offers sitting up there at 020. Okay. So, I mean, that right there is about 12 point move. Okay, but where are you going to get out? You're going to get out right here about 10 points. You know, you got it before you enter and click that button. You better know exactly where you're getting out. And you and you better adhere to it. I'd be a little careful right up in this area because for one thing, we got this moving. We caught that 100 seller off sides, okay, for a nice 40 points. But take a look at this. You got 106 contracts that just kicked in. You got these are one large orders, okay? 100, 40, 94, 106. You got about 350, roughly 300 contracts selling right up in this area. They are not taking heat whatsoever. And if you're trying to catch a falling knife to go long, good luck. Okay, good luck. That's all I gotta say. Good luck. Because look at that on the 5 minute. You see all that all that selling 140, 94, 106, they are large and in charge. Okay, we got lucky and caught that 100. The first 100, we got lucky and caught that offsides. Okay, just because the delta started shifting. Okay, just because the delta started shifting, but you got to be careful, folks. You got to be careful and size down. There's going to be people that are going to be trying to catch a falling knife and blow accounts today. See what I'm talking about? You got about a hundred bids sitting there on the books. You got about 100 bids sitting on there on the books. You got some selling coming in, but that circle right there is not real dark green, so it's not high positive delta, to be quite honest. To be quite honest, I'm not looking to go long right now. There ain't no way in the heck I would try to catch a falling knife on this. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. Here. Oh my word. I should be recording this. Well, Discord community. Oh well, I ain't gonna worry about it. I ain't gonna worry about them. Bunch of nutcases, anyways. Um. So we had positive delta here on the previous candle. It's starting to be built out a little bit. As you can see right here, the positive delta. You can see that delta coming in. If you try and get long, you got to be careful. You got to get out when you're wrong. Try to get in here. You got about 10, 15 point stop. Okay, you got some liquidity up in here. You got major resistance there at 24,000. Okay, so right up there about 24,000, you can probably get like 10 points, but I mean, that's a one for one trade, and this is really not telling me much anything. You had some large buyers step in a little bit. Okay, that could be them covering. Who knows, taking a little bit of profits. We don't know. What I do know is right here we had a big hundred that we got caught on the wrong side. Remember when I talked earlier about double, triple dipping? You don't do that. This is why you don't do that. Okay, there's a reason why they came back down. Okay, um, now they're selling off here. We got to get past this 106. We got a double buy and balance right there. We got a double buy and balance right there. Your counter trend trading though, you had an inside bar on on the previous 1 minute. You had an inside bar right there. So you can get in and get stuff about 10 points real quick and then move to a break even, peel some off and move to a break even if you want to. You had a nice inside bar right there with good positive delta on a 170 on this bar. You know, get yourself about 10 points and get yourself about 10 points right there. Peel yourself some off and then move to a break even and see if you can get a runner. Okay, if you want to hit a home run, go do it with a runner, but pay yourself on at least one contract and try to get a runner on the second. I'm sitting here eating. I kind of miss this stuff, but I'm really not interested in going long because you got all those sellers right there. You got the 100, the 40, the 94, the 106. They're not taking that much heat. Now we closed above on the moving average, which is nice, but the 5 minute is still sloping downwards. Okay, we got big 24,000. You got big, large negative delta of 429, 445 there on that tick margin right there. Do do do. You got to be careful. I'm not interested in going long until they start taking some heat. We got positive delta right there. Yeah, you got to get through that stuff, folks. You got to get through all them sellers. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, where are we at on the daily here? The daily, we're definitely moving down. As you can see right here on the time price opportunity chart, this is trading view. Time price opportunity chart. I need to develop one of these for Ninja Trader because they're very useful. Okay. We're down here in this area. We broke this low of yesterday and broke this low of the other day. And we're coming down here to the point of control for the 23rd, for March 23rd. We're coming down to on the point of control, right down there in that area. Okay. So that could stop us because that was a big distribution area where they kind of stayed around as far as time price opportunity. Uh, so that could be an area of interest that they might just slow this selling down, if that makes sense. I do need to develop one of them things for Ninja Trader. Yep, I sure do. So, what we got here, folks? What do we have here? We've got the order flow pulse running. We got some liquidity down there at 980, right there at 980, but we are definitely in a downtrend. We got the 5 minute moving average, order flow bar moving average sloping downwards. We got some large uh, sellers that are large and in charge right here. That 100 we kind of caught off size. We got a nice little 40 pointer on that. But then I said, be careful about double tripping, dipping right up in here. And then all of a sudden, these sellers right here, those sellers right there start kicking in. Once them sellers started getting paid, they just ran it right back down, folks, about 25 points. Okay. Um, we had a delta shift right here on this candle right here. It had a red candle, but it was a delta shift of 170 positive. We had an inside bar. You could have tried to get yourself a pop right there for about 10 points. I didn't want to take that. That's a little too risky on this area right here. I just didn't want to do it. And the reason I didn't want to do it is because I'm already up for the day. Uh, so I really don't want to give too much back, to be quite honest. I want to wait till tomorrow and see what happens. Maybe next week we can try to get ourselves a nice about $2,000-3,000 day. Right now I'm sitting at about $800 for the day, for about slinging around one mini. Actually, two on this move right here because I took a little bit of heat and I saw the shift and I added to the trade. So that was about two minis. That's usually my average volume. But with this, I got to size down. Hopefully, all this Iran stuff will kind of subside here and we'll go back to a normal market, normal news cycle. And then we can start doing them $2,000-3,000 days like it was months ago. But I ain't been streaming that long. I usually did that on my own. Uh, I usually did that on my own, listening to some music and trading. If you're trying to catch along, it's a counter trend trade. You got all them sellers up in there. Okay. I mean, if you got some liquidity down there, but got all this delta right here, and this is pretty big 117, 187 at 020. You got 366 negative delta at 24,000, but you got all this good positive delta for support, and you got some people sitting on the bids down there at 980. So, where are we at? Where are we at? Well, right now I'm at sitting on my hands and waiting. That's where I'm at. I'm sitting on my hands waiting. It's about 12:45. I don't know what we're going to get for the day. I have no idea. But I'm sitting on some profits and I don't want to give too much of it back. But I need to pass this 150K Tradeify account by next week. got some liquidity down in there. Might try and get right up in here. Here, let me try and get this right up in here. Yeah, you got about 50. Got a little bit of liquidity right there at 980. We got the moving average kind of sloping uh, downwards on the 1 minute. We're we could come down here to 980 and test this. Right here at the lows of the day. Okay, we're right here at the lows of the day. You got to be careful. This thing could go violently down to 9.5. This thing could crap the bed again, folks. Just like it did. Just like it did right here when it crapped the bed, and I got in and I got in a couple contracts and got yourself about 30, 40 points move right there if you did that. You got to be careful. This thing can crap the bed pretty quickly. But we got some good liquidity down here at 980. Got some nice, the heat map kind of lighten up. I kind of like that. Not so much on the upside, which is a good thing. But you got all them large sellers that were there earlier with those large one contracts. Got about 62 that came in. These big bubbles right here, I aggregate, the way I wrote the code is I aggregate it within 100 milliseconds. Okay, so each bubble is a volume for 100 milliseconds. Then I put the heat map on here. You can go ahead and download this for free for right now. I mean, in a couple weeks, it's going to be coming out of the free zone because it was in beta. I was developing it. Do I want some tea? Yeah. No, no, I'm good. Here, take this. All right, thank you. Hey, you want a dilly bar later tonight after dinner? After dinner? Okay. o- Okay. Oh my God. I got a kid. Sometimes kids say the craziest things. Oh my Lord. See what I'm talking about? It done shit in the bed again. It's going, folks. It's going. Where we going? Where we going? Where we going? Where we going? Holy smokes. Right here at the point of control on Monday, I think. Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Yeah, Monday. It could slow down a little bit, I guess. I guess it could slow down. Who knows? We just here trying to make a little bit of money. We here just trying to make a little bit of money, try to survive the volatility of the news. We got negative 200, negative 200 delta, negative 200 delta on this candle. The moving average still sloping downwards on the 5 minute, pretty good. And on the 1 minute, it's still sloping downwards. That's telling me if you go long, you're counter trend trading. It's telling me if you go long, you're counter trend trading. That's a very difficult thing to do. Try to catch a falling knife. Mm-hmm. You don't want to be doing that. Yep. Okay. What kind of liquidity do we got down on the books right here? Oh wow, 9.5, folks. We got 9.5. 23 9.5 right there. That's about 100, about 100 on the books right there. I don't know if we're going to get there. We're at the lows of the day. We're at the lows of the day. I don't know if we're going to get there. What I do know, is that your counter trend trading? We need to close above this moving average. This moving average, we need to start closing above it, and we need to. But the problem is, you got all them sellers at 94, at 106, them large sellers earlier. You got them large sellers earlier right here. Okay, you got them large sellers right there. That is an area of interest that they could possibly defend. That is an area of interest that they could defend. So you got to be cognizant of this. You got to be aware of where the large sellers are. Now, could we break through pretty violently? Yeah, we could. At positive 130 delta, you need a little bit more to be doing that, folks. You need to squeeze them out pretty good. If you want to try to get a squeeze, you can try and squeeze them out pretty good if you want. We got about 100. You got to get through that 24,000 area. You got that 350, you got that large negative delta area up there where we're currently at. You got that large negative delta area. Okay, that's a big area of interest. That's a big area of interest. As you can see right here, 106 is a big area of interest. That 94 is up there too. Okay, so you got to chew through that, and that's the thing. People are trying to catch a a falling knife, and they try to go long right here, thinking they're going to go way up here, but they don't understand. There's a lot of selling interest right here. There's a lot of selling interest right here, and people are trying to catch a falling knife, wondering why they're blowing accounts. Well, that is why right there. Okay, that's why you blow accounts, because it's a large selling interest. Like if you look at the 5 minute right there, look at that 140, 94, 106, the moving average is sloping down. That's a large selling interest area, and you're trying to go long there against the big dogs. Can you do it? Sure, if you're lucky. Um, but you got to break through this area right here. And what I would be looking for, okay, is a seller offsides. Kind of like when we had when NQ crapped the bed earlier, and we got that 100 lot uh, uh, offsides, and I kind of scalped it for about 30 points. That's the kind of stuff you're looking for. Okay, this is not a signal service. If you really want to learn how to trade, you can hang out with me, and you can take this add-on with Ninja Trader, and you can probably out-trade me once you really put the playbook to it. You can probably start out trading me, which is fine with me. Go ahead and download it. It's free for now. In the middle of April, they'll probably be flipping over for the first 200 people for about $95 for a whole year. That's $8 a month. I must be out of my stupid mind, to be quite honest. But hey, if you want to support it, that's great. A bunch of people said they're willing to, which is great. I had one person say they'd be willing to invest in the project. And like I said, my email's on the site, on your profile. If you're an investor and you want to do it, go for it. If you really want to throw some money my way, I will actually build a whole new trading platform. You'll be able to hire me a couple of junior developers, and we'll just run this thing. But for right now, it's an add-on for Ninja Trader. I mean, I've been a software engineer for 15 years. I like slinging code around more than I like trading. Trading is very stressful when you have to pay the bills. But it is what it is. You see what I talk about right here? Right here, you got to pay the bills, people. And paying the bills is not going long, taking bad trades. Wait a minute, hold on. If I install this, will it block my development and debuggability in Visual Studio Code? No, no, I don't think it should. Now, here's the thing. It's just it's a DLL. Okay, the add-on basically when you install it, it'll ask you, do you trust the source? Okay, well if you trust me, install it. If you don't trust me, don't install it. And then I'll ask you to compile it. And the reason it has to compile is because um, when you click on new, it adds a menu called OFB Pulse OFB DOM. Uh, now here I will show you if I can show you while I'm not trying to. All right, we got to break through this area and then just script add on. The delta needs to start climbing in order to really do something. We got to break through those large seller, that large negative delta area. My chart's starting to slow down because I'm trying to do something. No, you shouldn't have a problem debugging because it's a DLL. I'm using Protect Compiled Assembly. I'm using Agile.NET version 7.0 Protect Compiled Assembly. So if you try to decompile it, I don't know what it'll do. But don't try to decompile it and look at the source code because it's being protected. Um, so if you try to do that, I don't know what it will do to you, but just don't try it. But your other development should be fine. Yeah, Visual Studio Code should be perfectly fine because it's a DLL basically, and add-ons are just DLLs, dynamic link libraries. You got multiple of them on Windows machines. I'm on a MacBook Pro and uh, I'm running Parallels, and I'm running all this on Parallels with about 15 gigs of RAM. So I'm choking the crap out of Windows. And if I can run this on 15 gigs of RAM, I'm pretty daggone sure you'll be able to do it. But no, it shouldn't affect it at all. Um, you see right here, all this area right here, you see that large cellar right there where we kind of got that off sides and then we kind of got we got a nice little scalp long out of that. I thought we would run more. I didn't think we would sell off like this. I thought we were going to run, that'd get me a 50, 100 point move, but I was wrong. And I admitted it and I took my profits. Whoops. Right up here, we started having that doji. We started having that selling bounce. You got to take your profits up here, folks. If you get in right here and the delta's flipping, and because the NQ done crap the bed, you got to take your profits when you see them, folks. Please take your profits. Your bank will thank you. This is a large selling area we need to get through. If they get squeezed, it could be real sweet move if they get squeezed. So you got 166 previous delta. Right now we're at 50 delta. and it's starting to fall a little bit. So you gotta be careful. You might be able to get yourself pulled back and then a run. Because you got all those people that are very interested in protecting their uh, their financial interest right here. Okay, because of those large sellers right there, it's a financial interest to them. Okay, and they're interested in protecting their financial interest. You see what I'm talking about? They are interested in protecting that. That's why it's kind of difficult to break through this. See that string of selling right there? They just like blip. They are, and we're right here in this area. We've got some large buying right there. In 100 milliseconds, you had quite a bit of buying right there. I need to move this out a little bit further. I have it locked. Okay. It needs to be moved out. Maybe, was it 136? Instead of like a minute, maybe 30 seconds of showing the bubbles and stuff. So, it'd be spread out a little bit more so they're not like right on top of each other. But that's just little things that that's just little stuff that I can kind of get going. Let me see. 24,000 is. We got some. Yeah, it's if you're trying to catch a falling knife, good luck because we got to get through them sellers first. That's just a very difficult thing to do right now. Kind of difficult to do right now. Whoa, we got about 500, about 550 bids sitting up there, about 960. Ooh, that'd be nice. Hmm. Uh, we really need to break through them sellers. I'm going to be picky about what I trade because I'm up eight $800 for the day, so I need to be picky about what I trade because I don't want to give my money back. So, wow, that's a lot of liquidity down there. 960, could be nice to get down there. Maybe for not that, maybe not for that person entered at 986 and a quarter. And it kind of went off. Look at that. Kind of went off. You're like, yeah, we ain't getting down here. Who knows? So I mean, we're down here at the lows. We got a negative delta, 175 negative delta right up here. We got pretty big negative delta, to be quite honest. We got positive delta right here in this area right here in this whole area looks pretty decent, but it, it's very hard to get past all of this. You got some pretty large sellers that are defending. You got some pretty large sellers right here. I mean, that 100, I thought for sure when we got them off sides and we were way up here, I thought for sure we were squeezing and we were going to just run this thing 100 points, but guess not. Guess not. I guess we went down 100 points, not up. But it is what it is. I took my profits. I'm up 800 for the day. I got to be very picky about clicking buttons. And right now, the 5-minute moving average is kind of sloping downwards. Is the free fall has stopped with it. The free fall has stopped with it. As you can see right here, the free falling of it has stopped. But again, those sellers, they are in the way. And if you look at the volume down there, if you look at the volume right here, the volume is kind of being really built out pretty good. Okay. The volume is being built out pretty good. So we might be starting to base out here because that's what the market likes to do. The market likes to find value. It found value to the downside. I thought when that 100 got caught and we got that nice trade up to the moving average, um, because it deviated quite a bit. That's why I went in. And when that 100 lot was taking heat, that's why I kind of went in. But then we kind of just started coming back down. Found value to the downside. That was a counter trend trade that I took. So you had to be very quick with that. We are kind of balanced market right now. This is what they call a balanced market. A market likes to find value to the downside. Then most of the time it goes into balance. It likes to piss off new traders, okay, that are trying to catch falling knife and get them 100-point moves. That's what it likes to do. Uh, so we got a sell and balance forming on a 1 minute. We got a sell and balance forming on a 1 minute. It could be taken away pretty quickly though. Uh, yep, just like that. It's on low volume too. You got to think about this. You're looking at the volume bars on the 1 minute. Right here, these volume bars, the volume bars, like, it's not a whole lot. Okay, I have buy and balance right there. That was pretty good right there. That buy and balance was pretty good, but it was counter trend trade. We didn't have any negative selling balances. What is that set to? That's still set to 4 and 3. That is fine for the NQ. We didn't have very much balance areas set pretty much. Let me get my volume, get my histogram. No, I'll just look at the histogram on the pulse. Uh, yeah, $800 is what I might just end up getting today. I was hoping for $1,000, $2,000 day. Yesterday was like the same amount. It was a little bit less than 800, but it was. I mean, I'm not trading with the normal size either because of the news and the situation we're in. I have had to size down. When the market is not conducive to your trading style, you have got to size down. I trade NQ. Actually, that's false. I trade both. Okay. I trade NQ mostly, but when the volatility is extremely high, okay, when the volatility is really high and the ATR is like high, I do not trade 1 mini. I like if it's like 40 ATR, I'll sit there and go about 3 to 5 micros, or I might not even trade at all. So it really depends on the market uh, condition for me to flip back and forth because I can't be slinging around a handful of minis. I mean, you can just to pass accounts real quick or blow them up real quick, but it really depends. Like if it's below 30 ATR, like 1, 2, 3 minis. I think last week I traded like a few minis, but how I trade it is like I might throw in like 3 minis. It might run 10 points and then I'll peel one off and move to a break even on the other two. And then it runs a little bit more and I'll peel some off and then I'll try to leave a runner. But if the ATR, the volatility is high and the ATR is high, then I will jump down to a handful of micros just because of capital preservation. If I have an evaluation that needs to hit 3,000 and I'm at $2,000 and I'm $1,000 away and the volatility is high, there's absolutely no stinking way I'm going to be trading a mini. When it's like 40 or more, I'll jump to a micro or not even trade at all. I need to get a data window. Okay, I need to get a data window, like a little small window. I'm going to do that next month when all this is released and I can start getting support for it. And okay, here's the thing: next, in about a couple weeks, it's all going to get released where people can actually purchase a license key for like $95 for a whole year for like the first 200 people that do it. Okay, I mean if it goes over 200, like 250, that's fine. Uh, if I can get some pretty real decent support and I know this is going to go somewhere, then I'm going to start hitting the development pretty hard. I'm not going to trade as much. I'm going to be hitting the development pretty hard. I'll probably be trading from like 8:30 to 11:30 and then cut the stream and just go straight to coding for about 8, 10 hours a day because there's a lot of stuff I want to do. But I'm not going to do it if there's not support for it because there's no reason to do it. Um, But I like to have a dado, bleh. I like to have a data window, just a small window, something like this. Okay, this is a Ninja Trader like this, like just a small window. That's a basic entry. I'm going to be coding a basic entry for chart trading on this as well. That's chart trading is coming in the future. Okay, I like to just have a small data window that shows you like the ATR, like where the VWAP is, the volume weighted average price, because institutions and market makers, they use the VWAP. They don't use it like we do. They don't plot it on a stinking chart. They just know the number. And you're like, okay, you're above it. Great. You're below it. Great. You're right at VWAP. Okay. And then like like the current high, current low of the market, New York session high, low, the overnight session high, low, and then the previous day high, low point of control, things like that. Just a data window that can give you good information. Uh, there's a lot of things I want to do. Also, I need to code in iceberg order detection. All right, we're getting a little bit of movement here. Um, Not enough movement for me to click a button, but we got some movement. Uh, we don't have much sitting on the books on the offer up here. Way up, way down here, we got about 9.5. Up here, not much. Of course, it can come in and off pretty quickly. The level two, if you're a new trader, don't even worry about level two, to be quite honest. You really don't need it. It's just something nice to have. Okay, it's just something nice to have. Um, Previous bar is 28 delta. That's kind of neutral. I'm not interested in trying to sling along right now. Not with these large sellers up here. You probably get yourself up there to about 20 points, but we're pretty much at Monday's point of control, if I'm looking at this correctly. Yeah, pretty much. See, Monday, if you look at Monday on TradingView, this is a time price opportunity chart. This is something that I want to develop for Ninja Trader. Actually, something that looks a lot better than this, with with a lot more useful information. Uh, I have like a data window up here to be able to tell you some stuff that you can turn on and off if you want. But right here, we're right here. Okay, we're right up in this area right here. We're right around this area from Monday, from the time price opportunity. The point of control. Most of the volume, most of the time we spent in this area, most of the volume was up here, but most of the time we spent was down in this area as well. But you have the point of control, and that's what a TPO stands for: time price opportunity. Okay, and we're just stuck in this area right here, so we could just be stuck here for the rest of the day. We have no idea, but that's pretty good because it's a thick area that we could slow down the selling. That yeah, that what I just showed you was a TPO, time price opportunity chart. I want to develop one of those for Ninja Trader. And the volume profile, where you can turn on the TPO if you want, turn on the volume profile, kind of turn it on and off. Also have the delta in there for the volume. But I'm going to get on my dry erase board behind me on the wall and actually uh, start engineering that out how I want to code that and get that up here on Ninja Trader. Uh, I'm always going to have these add-ons for Ninja Trader. What I would like to do, if this thing gets really big and I have some really awesome support for this, and this year if it gets pretty big, I had a delta surge right here about negative 200. Are they going to dump this freaky thing again to 9.5? Right here at 9.5, you got a lot of delta right up in there. They just slammed into the market a lot. Okay. There was no large order. There was no large one contract executions like here, but up in here. But you got to look at the live pulse and you got to understand that was some large volume. Okay. And a lot of it all at once. That's telling me that they're here. These sellers are here. See what I'm talking about? These sellers are here, and all of a sudden they just go bloop. You gotta you gotta be careful about trying to do an absorption play on this. You gotta be extremely careful. You got negative 192 delta. You got negative 200 delta. This is telling me, and also in the 1 minute, if you look at it, you don't see one order large executions, but you see a lot of orders within 100 milliseconds. Each bubble is 100 milliseconds, and you see a lot of them selling with good negative delta. The sellers are still here, and they're still in control. And I do not want to try to dogfight the institution or a market maker because, well, you don't sit there and try to fight a pro boxer when you're a junior boxer. We're right down here at the lows. We got some orders coming in, just slamming into the market. We don't have any large executions. We got a sell and balance on the previous 1 minute. That could actually be a trigger to go short, but it's kind of hard for me to short when we're like when we're way down here. How can I short when we're down here? I mean, could we keep traveling down? Yes, but I just cannot. When we're way down here, I just can't pull the trigger to go short. Okay, I can just sit here and look at it go down because there's really nothing in my trading plan. It's the news. The news is out. It's been crazy news too, man. I blew an eval. I was sitting pretty on that eval, and I got caught up in news. I was slinging 3 minis last week. I peeled off the second contract, and then I went to the break even on the other one. It was a break even, stock market break even. It just blew right past it and smoked me. And then I just kind of like, what? And then I did. It happened 2 times in 1 day and blew it. And I'm like, thank goodness that was an eval. At least I was smart enough not to trade a funded account during expiration week. Yeah, I mean, you can do, I mean, you can throw in a feeler if you want to. Uh, let's see right here, and this is a play right here. I mean, you got some pretty large negative delta right there, and that sell and balance right here. Uh, that was a sell and balance right there. That was 4 times more sellers than buyers, a little bit of low volume. So when you come up to that area, you got to know where you want to get out, maybe about 10 points, and you can come down here and get yourself about 20 points. Okay. I mean, on a micro, that's like $40. Okay. I mean, that's fine. It's just hard for me. And then you had a little doji candle that you broke. You could have added to the trade and put in 2 micros. And get your cost average to about right here, and then you come down here and get about 15 points, about $60. Um, that's perfectly fine. If you're new to trading, the best thing that I can possibly say to you is don't use level two. Don't be looking at order flow pulse. Don't be paying for level two. Uh, don't even be looking at the volume bars like this. Just take them off. Okay. Just take them off. And what I can say is if you're below this moving average, which is Height and ASCII data smoothed out to a non-EMA. If you're below it, look for shorts. If it's sloping down, look for shorts. Look for pullbacks like this. Look for bearish engulfing candle like this with a sell imbalance, and you break that low right there, and you can go down. Okay, uh, things like that. You want to keep it simple. Don't be trading up in this area, up in the. Don't be trading trying to go long and short in a volume distribution of this type right here. But the point of control right here, you don't be trading. This is neutral area where you just sit on your hands. Okay. When you start breaking this ledge, you can try and build yourself a short because you got some high negative delta in this area. You can try to get a short. If you start climbing up above it up in here, you got to cut the trade. Uh, just try to keep it simple. And the best thing I can tell you as a new trader, if you're new, the only thing that's going to help you is screen time. That's the only thing that helps. Okay, that's really the only thing that helps. You got to make trades. If you trade, let's say you buy an eval, okay, but don't be slinging around a handful of minis because you might get lucky and pass it. Okay, and then what are you going to do with a funded account when you have to pay for a funded account to activate it and you blow it up? Well, you're in the hole. What I would do is just get an eval, sling around one micro, try to get a trading plan. I'm gonna put my trading plan up hopefully this weekend. I got a trading plan called the 2 minute sweet spot that's already up on the site. Uh, Sling around one micro on like a 50K account eval and start getting a feel for what it is and how you can use this add-on and just watch me throughout the day and then add 2 micros. If you get profitable, you can add 2 micros. Let's say you sling around a micro and you build it up to $100, and you sling around 2 micros. Keep building it up a little bit, okay? Build it up slowly, because after you do about 50 or 100 trades, you're going to start getting some good insight of what's kind of like what's right and wrong, and how your emotions and how you control them. Okay, after about 100 trades of clicking the button, you start learning. I had to learn it on a personal account with the minis because micros were not around when I first started trading. So I had to learn it on the minis, and I had to learn capital preservation very quickly. Wait a minute, where's my volume? Okay. I had to learn capital preservation very quickly because I didn't have micros or these prop firms running around that you could get into. And my mentality right here is we're looking at 1 minute and we're building out the volume quite a bit. What I need for it to do is I need for it to close, and we got some pretty good delta on the previous at 124. We got 200 delta on the current. We're building out up at towards the top. That's what I like to see, and I don't want it. I don't want it to break that low right there. I don't want it to come down and break that low. All right. So I got in here. I got in here. Whoops. Uh, Whenever I get real quiet, I'm usually in a trade. And I'll tell you why I got in this pretty quickly. Okay. So the reason I got in, the reason I got in is because, well, we were moving down. We closed above the moving average. Okay. Still sloping down a little bit on there, but we had this volume of distribution right here. Okay. We had that volume of distribution on this 1 minute, and it was up here up top. It wasn't way down here at the bottom with thin volume up top. Okay. It was right up here. So, and then I look at the previous delta on this candle on the previous, because you're looking at it like this, okay? You're looking at the current candle, positive 200 delta, previous is 124, and these are negative deltas, but this one's the delta is starting to shift, okay? We closed above right here, okay? We closed above right there. So I get in here. Where's my stop? My stop's right here because I know if we lose all this volume, positive volume, and we lose that delta right there, that 954, if we lose that, we're going to come right back down, kind of like what we're doing now. See what I'm talking about? Thin volume, and we travel back down pretty quickly through it. So then I come up here, and then I'm like, okay, I'm trying to catch it long. It's not working out. I'm up here against 155 negative delta at 966. Thin volume, this volume, and I'm looking at the delta. It's not surging. So what do? I just cut it for 6 points. I don't care. I'm out. And the reason I did that is I was looking for 10 to 20 points. I didn't get it. Okay. The delta was shifting. Okay. I have to get out. I'm not going to sit there and be an idiot and take a full stop out. I'm not going to get in here and then get out here and take a full stop out. If I'm in and I don't care if I make 5 points. When the market says, okay, it's shifting, I will get out at a break even. I don't care. I just happen to take a little bit of profits. I'm like, okay, I'm out. Done. You know, a commission moving to a break even, it's a lot cheaper than a full stop out. Plus, what could happen is we could base out right here, and then we could get a nice trade, and then get up here for about 20 points. So I'm not going to sit there and take a full stop out right here, and then have it run right back up, or it could just keep running. You know, I'm just going to take my small base hits. That's not even a base hit for me, but I was wrong. I'm out. I mean, what did I do? Pick up $100? Okay, better than a full stop out. Yeah, it could keep running, and I would have left money on the table, but also right here, you're thinking right here, you're like, am I wrong? You're thinking right here, this thing has been moving down, and you're coming down here, and you're like, well, I don't know about this, and you take a 20-point stop out. I'm not going to be crazy. I'm already I'm up $800. I'm not going to get back profits I've already made. And also, you got to think about the 5 minute. Look at the 5 minute. We're butting up against the moving average. We need to close above there, but even then, we still need to get through all those large sellers up here. These large sellers are in control, and they've been in control. Okay, they have been in control. So I just try to catch me along to try to get about 20, 30 points, hopefully. Okay, but it's not a hope trade. It's a trade where I'm big, huge on Delta. Okay, I am very big on Delta. When that Delta starts going neutral, I start thinking cutting it. When it keeps climbing, I'm like, I'm staying in. I'm a big opponent on Delta. Okay, we had a buy and balance on this candle right here. On this candle right here, we had a buy and balance, but moving average kind of flatline. Really not a good ideal trade to take. But if you did, it was 12 points on a buy and balance. Buy and balance means there was 4 times more sellers than buyers, and it happened at 3 tick levels because I have my settings for a 1 minute set to imbalance of 400% or 4 times more buyers than sellers levels, 1, 2, or 3. If I set it to 2 and I click apply, it's going to show a lot more. Okay, it's going to start showing a lot more. See, that was a double stack right there. So, but that's not an ideal trade to take, quite honestly. Okay. What's really good is taking them right here. You're not looking for the move from here to here. You're not looking to try to get that move. Okay. If you get a sell imbalance here and right here, that was a sell imbalance. If, I could actually kind of change the colors of this real quickly. Imbalance sell. Let me put, maybe that color, I guess. Okay, it gives you a little bit more better thing to look at. Okay, so the sell right here, because I know what I'm looking for. I just keep it as blue violet. We have a sell imbalance right here. We closed below it. The sell imbalance is 50% of the high and low, which is good. Have a double sell imbalance here. Okay, about 50% of the high and low move. So when you get that, if when it travels from here up back up to it, when it starts traveling from here back up to it, go ahead and throw in a contract. When it moves back down below right here, add to it and try to get yourself some money. But if you get in and you start getting out right here, you got to think that's about a 10-point stop. But only take these sell imbalances like this buy imbalance. Don't take it. Why? Because the moving average is sloping downwards. You take the sell imbalances. You're not looking for the whole move, but a whole move right here is about 40 points. But can you get a move from here to here and get yourself maybe 15 points? Yeah, that's $300 move on 1 minute. Okay, you start building out, and if you get your accuracy good and you're disciplined to stop out and admit when you're wrong, your bank account will thank you. This buy and bounce right here, that's not good. Why? Because the moving average is kind of flatlining right now. Okay. If there was a buy and bounce on this candle right here, that might be pretty good. But if you really wanted to take, the less trades you take, the better, because then what you could do is you can look at the 5 minute order flow bar moving average is sloping downwards. On a 5 minute, I am only looking for selling balances on the 1 minute, not looking for selling balances on the 5. Selling balances on the 1 minute. Selling balance right here, but would you take it? No, because the 1 minute sloping upwards is contradicting the 5 minute. Man, if I would have traded that other funded account, no, I'm sorry. If I would have traded that other eval on Bullnox, I would have passed that eval. I'm a little above 52,000 on a Bullnox eval, and I could have passed real quick today, but I didn't want to trade it because Trump was coming on at 10 o'clock, so I didn't want to trade it. But if I did, I would have passed it today. Oh well, I can always do it next week. Fridays are usually not a very good day, so I just don't do it. I'll pass it next week. Uh, we gotta sell and bounce. You don't take them right now. You gotta wait for the candle to close. You gotta wait for the candle to close. You gotta figure out where the volume is. You gotta find out what the delta's going on. Delta right now is pretty neutral. 12, pretty neutral. But if you did take that sell and bounce, let's say I click here and I click sell. Okay, I click sell and I get out for about 2 points. Okay, because we're right there at the lows. Could have got about 5, 6 points out of that. It's kind of hard to do, but hey, I just do a quick 2, 3 pointer and be done. In out, in out, in out. Um, all right. The delta needed to be pretty quick on the 12. I mean, 12 delta is kind of delta neutral to me for this candle right here. This 40, in order for me, see, I'm glad I took my few points and got out. Um, the thing about it is that this right here, at 40 delta needs to be surging. It needs to be going from 40 to 100. 100 to 150. We're breaking. It needs to be 200, 300, and then you got some momentum. Okay, you got some momentum on your side. This right here, 5-minute sloping downwards, the 1-minute moving average sloping downwards. However, between the high and low right there, that sell imbalance is not below 50% or below that, okay? That's invalid. You don't do that. Don't trade it. That's more of a hammer than anything, okay? You don't trade that. Sell imbalance is way up here. It needed to be down here. And then trying to break that low and try to get you a break of the low of the day with a delta surging from like 50 to 100, 150. Delta needs to start surging. Right now, delta is kind of neutral. Delta was positive on a down candle. That's delta divergence right there for the candle. So you're not, see, see what's happening. It might come up here and kiss the moving average. Also, right up in this area, you got some pretty good positive delta right up in there. You see right up in here, all this delta right up in here. This is just things. There's not a whole lot to think about, but you got to put them all together and think pretty quickly and hit the button. And also, before you enter, you got to know exactly where you're getting out. And for me, it's right now, right there. We see how that delta surged right there? That is a delta surge. You see how it went from like positive to like negative 150 pretty violently? And if we get a break of this low right here, if you're looking for a break of the low down here, you got to think you got some bids sitting down there, but you got to look at the heat map as well. You see all that was that sell imbalance. This right here was that sell imbalance right here. But you had some people sitting on the books right there, and I've got this resting orders set to 12. I don't care about small resting orders. So if you take this here for about 12 points, so where's the next 12 points? The next, well, let's say 15 points is down here. Okay, if you take this, you got to look here. You got to see where you got to see where, like right now, I'd be selling half and moving to a break even. Right there, I'd be selling half, moving to a break even. Why? Because you got a large bubble right here, okay, with big positive delta. Okay, I'd be protecting profits, selling half, and moving to a break even. Right here, you're not breaking through. You got the delta just basically neutral. I would have sold half and moved to a break even. Let's see if you can get yourself a runner and get yourself 50 or 100 point dumper. I mean, if the NQ shits the bed, you got a runner. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you need to think about. You don't need to think about full port and passing evals and being a gambling degenerate. See right here, we got an inside bar right there. If we break this low right here, it could go down, but with that delta needs to start surging down. That delta needs to go from positive 20 to negative 50. Okay, it needs to surge. We got buy and bounce right there, but they're getting absorbed. That 38 lots getting absorbed. Okay. I mean, you probably hit your target of 15 points. I mean, we got inside bar right there on the previous 1 minute. We got the delta that's kind of neutral in this bar. We got large bids sitting down there at 23,900. But you gotta get through this. You gotta get through this area right here. You gotta get through this area right here. You gotta be careful about this 9.25 area with all that positive delta right there at 9.25. I mean, all this is educational purposes. So if you got in there and you came down here, you saw that buyer kick into the market. It really didn't move. You got to be taking yourself, peeling some off the table, and then moving maybe to a break even up here. Who knows? Just work the trade and try and leave yourself a runner. The odds are not in your favor for running just because of the delta on the previous. This one's kind of neutral. It's not really surging downwards. You got some people sitting on the bids right here. You need to break through them. Negative 61 on the previous. That's good. That's good. The odds have flipped in your favor. But that current bar, delta neutral, is not what you want to be sitting there. I am very impatient. Okay, there we go. You got a surge down here to about 904. You got it surged right down here, and then it flipped extremely aggressively right back up. That right there should tell you there are buyers in this area. You saw that surge down right here, right to this area. Don't be trying to get down to the, don't be like me and be like, I want another 5 points before I go long and blah, blah. Don't be doing that crap that I did earlier and miss a trade, okay? That right there should have told you that violent move downwards and a violent move right back up. Because look at that. Boom, boom, within seconds. That's telling me to really peel more off. If you're on multiple contracts, you got to peel it off. That's probably telling me if I'm already got one left, I'm out. I am full on board out. Could it move down another 50, 100 points? Sure. Could you miss a move? Sure. Who cares? Another trade's right around the corner. Like I missed one earlier, and then I said, well, missed it. Who cares? Another trade's right around the corner. Sure enough, a little bit. I waited a little bit and got myself a 30 pointer. So I was like, okay, good, awesome. There's always a trade right around the corner. Who cares? Well, let me look at the daily here. I'm pretty much done. It's like 2 o'clock. I'm pretty much done. I'm taking my $900 and going home for the day. I'm taking my ball and I'm going home. I'm done playing with you, NQ. I got my money. I'm keeping it. Well, it's a pretty good move, ain't it? Pretty good move. About 40 points. That's a nice move. Where are we at? Oh, wow. We are right here. That was Monday. We're down here in this area. Wow, it is really selling off today. Right here at the lows. Real hard for me to short the lows. I can try and scalp a little bit here and there on the lows. Mm. Yeah, this is pretty good. So I definitely missed that, to be quite honest. I got me a little bit, but I didn't get all of it, which is totally fine. It's 2 o'clock. It's late in the day. Normally, I I make most of my money between 8:30 and 11:30. That's where most of my money's made. And normally, when I start trading it in the late afternoon, I usually give money back. I don't usually. It's very rare that we got a little bounce right here. So we had a nice sell off. We had a little bounce 72.39 positive delta. We could travel down a little bit more, uh, possibly down into this area, probably possibly down into this area for about 10 points. You got a little bit sitting up there. You had some inside bars right there. You had big, huge red candle. The delta was not too big. This delta right here is 72.39, but it moves down. We have a micro pullback on going short, micro pullback on the short side. So if you get in here on the break of this, let's say you get in here on the break of this, like right there, I'd be like, "Oop, you gotta be careful." But the delta is starting to climb. And you might be able to get yourself 15 points. You gotta think about it. There's 48, there's 43, there's buyers getting caught, and it needs to stay down here for them to take heat to be able to cut it. Okay, once you start seeing this delta start coming back in, like right now, if you can get 15 points, just go ahead and peel a little bit off. That's what you want to do. You're looking for these moves down. I was too busy on Discord, uh, trying to explain to somebody that the sellers are in control, because they want to catch a falling knife, just like about 95% of the rest of the traders out there blowing accounts. Um, you have a move down, and you have some inside bar right there. Then you got another little wick to the downside, wick right there, and you get in on the break of that. The delta needed to be a little bit lower, but I guess that's fine. Where's your stop? Well, your stop could be up here for about 10 points, and you're down here for about 12 points. Peel a little bit off, move to a break even, manage the trade. Like I always say, monkey see banana, monkey take banana. Monkey move to break even. Trade like a monkey. Don't trade like a pig because pigs get slaughtered. Bulls make money, bears make money, and pigs get slaughtered. Trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana. Move to break even. Uh, all right. Wow. Like I said earlier, there are a lot of nut cases in this Discord that I'm in. I don't even know why I spend the time. Too many nut cases. Uh, yes, we're starting to base up. We got about 15 negative delta. If you got in there and you see this right here, you really got to start paying yourself. it might move down base out and sell more. That's why you leave a little bit on the table. If you can't, if you're only slinging 1 mini, go to 10 micros. Take about 5 micros off here, peel off another two. Leave 1 or 2 on. That's just the way it is. Build that account up. The higher you build it up, the more risk you can take. You can up your size. And the reason you want to do that, and I'm telling you a little bit different than most of those gurus out there that are trying to sell you a course, um, and the ones that blew 4 accounts but only show you the one positive one. Um, so I've taken a few trades. Whoops. Um, got some liquidity down here at about, was it 860? It looks like got a little move down right there. If you're trying to catch a falling knife, good luck today. All right, we got some more moves right there. We got a sell and bounce right there. So if you get in here, you got to put your stop up here at about 10 points. Get about 10 points. If you can move to a break even and manage to trade capital preservation, peel off a little bit. You got a lot of resting bids right there. I'd be peeling some off right there, to be quite honest. Look at that. You got a lot of resting bids right there. If you wanted to get on a move like that, you got to have the heat map up, and you got to be like, oh, I'm down here. I'm peeling some off and moving to a break even. Because if you can break that, that's good. You can keep going. But man, you really got to think about it. See that right there? Yeah. Right there, it stopped, and that's because of all that big liquidity right there. Uh, yeah, I'm still talking with these nutcases in Discord. Uh, okay. Let's see if I can't. Let's see, this is whoops, that's the Tradeify account right there. That's that Tradeify account I'm working on. I just started working on that Tradeify account right there. That's a 150K account. Uh, my gross P&L was 9 1/4, but my realized is about 790. So it is what it is. I gave back a little bit of money. Gave it back a little bit of money, but that, it is what it is. It's still green for today. I'm hoping I'm pretty much done trading. I'm hoping to get some good trades tomorrow on this account. I was hoping for $1,000 day, $2,000 day in this account, but I guess it did not happen. I guess it didn't happen. But roughly $800 day is good enough. Better than losing $800, ain't it? Better than being down 800. I got that one eval, that account 21. I got that at 52,000. I just need about 1,000. All I need is a couple good trades. Two good trades on the NQ, and that thing's passed. I got me a handful of funded. And I need to go back to trading my funded accounts. Uh, Maybe I can try and trade that tomorrow. I need to trade that funded account. Uh, I really need to. Let me switch off on this stinking Tradeify before I do something stupid. Do. What? Okay, which one is that? Which one is that? Is that 51? It's 52. Okay. Oh, come on, you little, you little goofer. No, that's not what I wanted. Come on. All right. Clicking buttons. Back on it. I think that's 52. Yeah, there we go. All righty. Oh, I better change something here. Yep, that's more like it. Okie dokie. Now we are cooking. Yeah, I mean, $800 day is better than nothing. That's just one. That's just one mini. That's just one mini. If the market was conducive to doing stuff, I'd be trading a few of them. And I could get me a $2,000-3,000 day like before. But the market is not conducive to my liking, so I downsize. The market's not conducive to my liking, I downsize. I don't try and push and make something happen when it's not there. There's no reason to do that. No reason for them hope trades. Kind of like that person in Discord. Did the person says, "Well, I think it's going to go up, and we're going to blah 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 blah." Well, okay. The first thing was I think, and let me tell you, the market don't give a flipping crap about what you think or what your opinion is. Once you realize and understand that the market doesn't give a flipping crap about your opinion, you'll be better off. Boy, we got a lot down there, sitting down there, don't we? Look at that. That's some juicy liquidity at 850. Go get it, boys. Mm, mm, mm. Well, the thing is, we had some buyers come in and step in a little bit. We had some buyers step in a little bit. I had a little 38 up there, 48, 43. They could be them covering, taking a little bit of profits here and there. We have no idea. We got 42 seller. We don't know what's going on. We just try to play what we can. What's in the playbook? I need to put a video out there of my trading plan. Some of these trades that I do is just 10 years of experience, and I just click the button and give me a quick 10 points and then move on to the next one. Screen time is what you need. You're not if you think you're going to come in here in about let's say you've done this for 6 months, okay, and you think you're going to come in here and make $1,000 a day and bank $1,000 a day and make yourself about $200,000 a year, you're out of your mind. I'm just saying, you're out of your mind. You cannot come into this financial industry here and think that you're going to be cranking out $1,000 a day consistently and be a consistent trader. I'm not talking about being a degenerate gambler where you where you burn $10,000 a month and make 30,000. And yes, there are some guys out there that do that and they make decent money doing that, but they are a bunch of gambling degenerates, okay? They're not real traders. They're just gambling degenerates that it's a business to them. They burn 10,000, blow evals, and then they pass a bunch of evals, but most people can't be gambling degenerate and spend that kind of money. And I have a hard time doing that because I've traded for 10 years and I've traded before micros came out. So I had to learn capital discipline and how to protect my capital. And after blowing up a few accounts that I threw in like $2,000, $3,000 and be like, yeah, let me sling a mini around. $3,000, poof. A few months later, another 3,000, poof. You start learning how to do that. Now, if I took all the money that I blew up, I could possibly buy about 100 of these stinking evals. Um, you gotta think it's 2 o'clock. If you're green for the day like me, you gotta do what I do and just switch account. Basically, I'm up $800 on my Tradeify account. I showed it to you. I need to switch accounts. Okay, don't be doing nothing stupid. Just switch accounts and move on. Okay, don't be doing anything stupid. Are you gonna work, Ninja Trader? Are you gonna? Okay, thank you. Uh, how can you get rid of this Sim 101 account from Bullnox? It says Bullnox Sim 101. Like, can you like delete that thing? I know you can edit it and reset it, but I just want to I just want it off, just completely gone, just poof, go. Let's see, properties. Maybe lime green, P&L, lime green, P&L. Oh, I can change my P&L color. I can have that blue violet when I'm negative for the day. Ain't that something? Hey, that's pretty cool. I kind of like that. Uh, show tabs, gross realized P&L. I don't want all that. I just want the thinking thing filter by account. Can I do that? No, I can't do that. Stinking whatever. Uh, Yeah, sell and balance, but I wouldn't be clicking any buttons to be quite honest. It's 2 o'clock, and let's think about this. Let's think about this. You got some liquidity down in the books about 8.5 right here. You got a little bit sitting there about 8.5. Even if you get down there, what? That's about 20 points. That's about $400 on a mini. But you got to think about this. This 1 minute right here, this 1 minute moving average, this is flatlining. Okay, the order flow bar moving average is flatlining. You got some selling balances right here. Can you try and take a trade and get down here to that liquidity and get yourself about 20 points? Yeah, you could possibly do that. Where's your stop? Well, your stop's going to have to be up here about 15. So, and you're right here in the balanced market area because the market, like I've always said, likes to piss off new traders because it sells off and then goes into a balanced area. And these new traders try to catch a falling knife and try to go long. And every now and then, it's a blind squirrel finds a nut. Every now and then, a blind squirrel can find a nut and you get yourself a 50 pointer. Okay, good job. Good job, blind squirrel. Uh, but right here is a balanced market. It's telling me not to do anything. Don't do anything. Just sit on your hands. Come back tomorrow if you want to. Morning sessions are usually better than the late afternoon sessions, at least for me. But you got these newbie traders. They're looking at this and they're like, uh we moved 86 points. Well, I think it's the low. Here at the lows. It can't go no lower. Okay. It sells off. And the new trader says, "Oh, look at this. It sells off 60 points. Well, we can't go any lower, so I'm going to go ahead and go long up here and try to catch me a an eval and pass it full port. Like I said, blind squirrel will find a nut every now and then. And then all of a sudden, we go back down to the downside. And they say, oh, it can't go no farther. So they try to full port again. You know? Oh, well. I don't try and catch me from here to here and get me a 100-pointer. I mean, does it happen? Yeah, it happened, I don't know, about a week or two ago. I got a video up there about it. That 100 point that I'm showing on that video, that was one contract. I was in multiple contracts, but the thing is, we got a short. Okay, I got a trigger to go short. I got me about 15, 20 points, so I peeled me off some. Got me a little bit more, and I peeled me off another one. And that big 100-pointer you saw, that was one contract. That was my runner. That was my home run. I leave runners on sometimes for home runs. In this market condition right now, no, I'm not trading runners. Just because I don't feel the market right now. We got too much news being slung around. There's just too much going on. I don't have very much runners. Like I said earlier, I'm trading like a monkey. I see banana, I take banana. Okay? It's just the way I am right now. I see banana, I take banana. Still got with that liquidity still down there at 850. We got them sitting on the bids down there. Got them sitting on the bids down there. Yeah, about 110 right there, about 140 up in this area right here. About 140 up in there. Yep. Market likes to piss off a lot of new traders. I'm just sitting here enjoying the money. Uh, oh, yeah, I will be back on again. 9:15. Let's see what time is it? 2:15. Yeah, I'm still gonna be here for a little while. There ain't nothing better to do. I mean, it's not like I can get in my truck and do a little bit of trout fishing right now. So I sit here and have a nice conversation with Mr. NQ. Just sit here. We got a buying balance. We got a double buying balance on the 1 minute that kind of showed up. But right now, the thing is, we're in a balance area, and it's hard for me to catch the falling knife that's coming about. Because look at this on the 5 minute. You got to think about what we've been doing, folks. You got to think about what we've been doing. Look at this. Look at this. Like I said, falling knife. Newbie traders gonna full port and try to get me an eval passed. And balance market, sell off, up, full port, sell off, full port. You know. Yes, I'm using level 2 data from Bullnox Rhythmic. Uh, I only have great studies, by the way. Yeah, the add-ons. There's an indicator that you can attach to a regular NinjaTrader chart. Be careful about attaching about 3 or 4 of them to 3 or 4 NinjaTrader charts because it kind of hard resets the data because NinjaTrader has put in a switch in there into their system. It, I'll have to explain it later. But I'm not even using NinjaTrader charts anymore. These are my own personal charts that I developed inside the NinjaTrader ecosystem, and I'm fully 100% trading off of them. And these add-ons, you can go to the site and download them for free right now. Orderflowbars.com. You can download them for free for right now. Uh, and then again, like I said, next month, when you want to support the project, because there's a lot more that I want to do, I might. I got a crazy idea of trying to make NinjaTrader a full blown order flow trading gorilla. Um, well, I'm using a MacBook Pro. I'm using a MacBook Pro with Parallels, and I'm running all this on Parallels. Here, I'll show you. Where are we at? Let's go to Control Center right here. And see, I'm running Parallels right here. I'm running this all on Parallels, and to be quite honest, look at that. I'm choking the living crap out of it with 15 gigs, and I'm able to run it fine. And I'm able to move the chart around, so hey, I'm good to go. As long as I can click my buttons, I'm good. Uh, do, do, do. Yeah, Parallels, yeah, you gotta pay for it, but, I use it because I use MacBook Pro because I've been a software engineer for 15 years, so that's all I code on is a Mac. But Parallels has been fine for me. Parallels has been fine for me. You can use Motive Wave. Motive Wave is, written in Java, it's cross-platform. It's written in Java. We got a lot of Delta, 130 Delta, 140 Delta. It's surging on the 1 minute. We're going to come down here and get this 850, aren't we? Come on, you know you want it. Oh man, you're going the wrong way. You know you want that 850. You know you want it. It's 220. Come on, let's go. It's 220. You know you want it. You want to take a little breather and go back up. That's fine. Look at all this negative delta right here we got to get through right up in this area. Here, let me bring up my crosshair. You hit Control Q, it brings up the crosshair. We got some negative delta up there at 872 to like 860, about 10 points of negative delta. Okay, you got all this delta about from right here to about right here. Okay, so you got about 10 points of negative delta. Okay, we might get up there. If we chew through it too much, we might not visit the 8 halves for all of this down here. We might not visit it. We just might not. And we're going up. Let's see, if you look at here at the 1 minute, if you look at the 1 minute, if you look from like here to here roughly, we kind of sold off and we're in a bounce market. That's what the market likes to do. just goes up, down, up, down. It finds value to the downside or upside most of the time. About 80% of the time, it finds value, and then it bases around, consolidates. That's called a balanced market, auction back and forth, and then it kind of breaks up to the upside or back to the downside. Either breaks up or down. It'll never stay in this area forever. But for right now, I am not looking for any longs. I'm not looking for any longs just because the sellers are in control. And they're kind of proving that because right here on a 5-minute chart, you got all those sellers right there. You got all these sellers right here that were very large and in charge. Right there, all them sellers. So why would I try to go long? If right here, if up in this area right here, roughly up in this area at about 24,050 maybe, I try to get me a short squeeze. Okay, maybe try to get yourself a little short squeeze. That might happen, but it didn't happen. We couldn't even get past there. That one little candle right there got about a little bit up in there, and I was thinking, okay, here we go. That's a good one. And I think I did trade something like that. That's where I got that nice trade off. But then I had to cut it because we had that doji candle, little spinning top, and the delta was starting to get neutral and flipping. So I had to flip my analysis to get out with my profits. But I kind of got in because the trade kind of set up and I got me green a little bit, peel something off on the table. Uh, Try to get yourself a short squeeze and add to it, but that did not happen. That did not happen. Yeah, I'm not even using Ninja Trader charts anymore. I'm just using my own full blown order flow pulse charts, and I'm able to crank out $800 today. So I guess that's good. I was looking for 1,000 to 2,000, but hey, didn't happen. Did not happen. Okay. Yeah, they're just not. Look at that. They just kind of run up and run back down. Ooh, boy, we are really selling off here. We're coming back down. Are we going to test the lows of Monday? Wow. We possibly could. We got the time to do it. We got about an hour and a half. We could test the Monday lows. If you look over here at the time at the TPO chart, well, let me not bring this over. We're right over here. If you look at the TPO chart right here, we are right here, up in this area right here. Okay, we're right here at this close right here. We're right here. We could test the lows of Monday, folks. That could get crazy. All right, we're right here at this is a big area of interest, okay? They are not pulling. They're not pulling. They're getting filled. They ain't pulling. Look at that. Holy smokes, they ain't pulling, folks. They getting filled. Somebody, okay, there's a battle. Okay, this get interesting. This get interesting. That is a battle, folks. The big dogs are going at it. Look at that delta right there. Look at that big delta right there. Look at that big delta right there. Look at that big negative delta. Look at that big negative delta. If they get absorbed and we start breaking, it could get violent for them. They could, but we also could keep selling off too, folks. We could also keep selling off. Okay, we got some the histogram being built out right there. Okay, we're at the lows right now. Are they going to test the Monday lows? Are they going to go test the Monday lows? We have no idea. Are they going to go test the Monday lows? What is that's all, folks. 775, 775, 775. That's about another 100 points to the Monday lows, roughly. That's just an estimate. If someone says, well, the Monday lows is this, no, it's just an estimate. We got 32 contracts in one order that kicked off, but we had quite a few uh, liquidity up in here, the sellers, and they are not getting rewarded right now. Those sellers are not getting rewarded. That is a crap ton of negative delta that we're sitting at right now. And if you look at this right here, negative 120, negative 37, all of a sudden negative 38. If they don't start getting rewarded, if it breaks right here, and them little sellers right there, if they don't get rewarded, it could get ugly for them. It could get ugly for them, folks. It could get stinking ugly. If they don't get rewarded, it's going to get ugly for them mother lovers. They're going to pay for their decision if they don't get rewarded soon. We're at positive 140 delta, folks, from positive 150 delta. We're starting to climb up. We're starting to climb a little bit. Are we going to get a squeeze on them mother lovers? Squeeze them little turds right on out of there. Squeeze them on out of there. Make them pay for their decision. We got 200 and a quarter delta, positive delta. We got big positive. We got big delta coming in. Come on, boys. Let's surge that bad boy up to 300. Come on, we need 300 positive delta. We need 300 positive delta. We're coming up to the moving average on the 1 minute. I got to go ahead and just go ahead and start peeling some off right now. I got to start peeling some off right now. You got to pay yourself, folks. Pay yourself. Your bank will enjoy it. We're up here. We're still sitting up here on some big positive volume right up here. You see all that volume right there? You can use that as support. When we came up here and started kissing the moving average of the 1 minute with that thin volume, I got to peel me off some. Pay yourself. Remember, trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana. Trade like a monkey. We got some liquidity sitting on the books right there, about 851. But come on, Crosshair, where you at? About eight half. We're sitting on the books at about 8.5 at the bids. And get yourself a runner. Boy, come on there, smoke them mother lovers out of there. You got to smoke them on up out of there. You got to smoke them on up out of there. Come on. Come on. You know you want them. You know you want them. If it starts coming back too much, got to peel off some more there, folks. Oh, we got a big old, we got some big, that's not a high delta, but that's like 90 some contracts that came in within 100 milliseconds. Are we going to peel some off now? Got to peel some off there, folks. Be a monkey. See banana, take banana. Boy, that 338 got caught, didn't they? That 338 got caught. You're up about 15 points. See banana, take banana. All right. Right up here, you got to think about where you're at, folks. Got to think about where you're at. I hope I'm recording this. Yes, I am. Thank you. Mm. You got to think we're back up here in this negative delta area. We're up here in a balanced market area, and you're right in the stinking middle of it. We were lucky enough to catch a lung when we got them 338 negative delta when they were sitting on the bids down there and they got absorbed. We were lucky to catch that big negative 338 delta off sides. We got them off sides. You're sitting in the middle. If you're up on the trade, you better tighten your stop. If you let a winner turn into a loser, I'm telling you, you're crazy. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to teach you how to trade. I'm not going to give you a warm, fuzzy feeling telling you you follow me, you'll be driving a Lamborghini. Nope, I drive me a Ford pickup truck. It's a expensive one, but it's a Ford Tremor. I use a pickup truck because up here in the Northeast in Pennsylvania, when I moved from Virginia up here, because I got family up here, I moved up here. There's some good trout fishing up here. I need me a truck to get up in the mountains to go fishing. Uh, Lamborghini ain't going to be doing squat up in these mountains. All right, we got a sell and bounce right there. You got a sell and bounce right there. If it gets taken out, if this area right here gets taken out, folks, you got to take your money. Okay, just take your money. I've already peeled some off, man. I've already paid myself. Because think about this. Think about this, and I'm very serious about this. Okay, you, I'm very serious about this. Look at the market conditions of where we're at. Look at the economic conditions we're at. Look at the world condition of where we're at. Anytime news could hit and this thing could puke out or it could rally, and you do not want to be caught on the wrong side. So when you get the money, you got to take it real quickly. Don't be like I did last week and just put in a stop market order. You peel some up and then it gets blown right past it. Okay. I've never really had that happen to me the way it does with these fake prop firms, but my word. Use the fake prop firms to make money and put it into your personal account. If you learn how to trade, you don't have to be a full porter. And then you can learn how to trade, be consistent. Because let me tell you something: if you can be consistent and pass evals and get paid out of these funded accounts with these crazy rules that some of these prop firms have, you can make it in a personal account. Okay, you can make it. Okay, you're not going to make it in a personal account by full porting and just being a gambling degenerate. Okay, you can't do that in a personal account. Okay, but can you be consistent and have a good batting average and be able to work a trade, to take money, to move to a break even, to work the trade, to read the market, to know when you're right, when you're wrong. Okay, you get into a trade, the market's telling you you're wrong. About 10 seconds later, and you're disciplined to cut the trade because commissions are a lot cheaper than a full stop out. I mean, my goodness, I think it was what was it, Monday or Tuesday? I was trying to sit there and catch me along for about 10, 15 points. And I tried it like 4 times, like 4 or 5 times I tried it, and I kept getting 2 points here, 2 points, 2 points, 2 points. I was getting frustrated, and then I finally realized, and I looked down at my account, and I'm like, "Wait a minute. I've taken a handful of trades for like 2 or 3 points, so I got it." I was getting in and out like crazy. I think I took like 16 trades that day. I got in and out, and I'm like, "Man." Boy, that day I felt like I was fighting Mike Tyson. We got 221 sitting on the bid right there. You can see it right there, 221 sitting on the bid right there. If I bump up the heat map right here, here's the heat map, folks. There's the heat map. I don't need that much resting orders. Wow, the resting orders are quite large. Wow, I don't even need that. Resting orders, what? Boy, there's a lot of resting orders up in here, man. You don't even need the order flow pulse. You can just use the heat map right here. I usually don't do it just because see the volume bars, I really can't see it that well because of the heat map. So I just click the HM right there, just take off the heat map. Okay, I just take it off. I'm trying to get used to this live pulse, and now that I've used this thing more today than anything. Uh, Alrighty. I hope some of y'all got that. It happened so quickly though. I really can't. And this can't be a signal service where like, okay, get in right here. You can't. No, the SEC will have my butt in a sling. They'd have my butt in a sling. Oh man, SEC whooped my ass so bad. I think my grandma got a hold of me. God rest her soul. My grandmother got me ready for parasailing for the Marine Corps. I'm like, what you got, drill instructor? Shoot, my grandma gave me an ass whooping more than you did. All right, so we ain't got very much going on. We got some liquidity sitting on the books again at 8.5. So let me walk through that trade. Okay, let me walk through that trade. Okay, so right here about 8.5. We had some liquidity sitting on the books up here at 8.5. Okay, then we kind of ran down. We saw them big. You see that big 32 that kicked in? Okay, well that ain't nothing because that's just one execution of 32 contracts. But if you look at the live pulse, you can really see the bubbles forming, and there was a lot of volume coming in there. There was a lot of order slicing going on. Okay, there was a lot of order slicing going on. Order slicing is they don't just throw in one contract and get in off the backs of another institutional market maker. The order slicing is okay. I'm going to go ahead and sell 10, sell 10, sell 10, sell 10. They might want to sell 100 contracts, but they'll do it 10 times. Okay, 10 volume 10 times and get that's order slicing that they do, okay? And those bubbles, they get formed within 100 milliseconds. Each bubble is 100 milliseconds accumulated volume. So when we came down here, and we saw that right here. We saw that right here. with they getting absorbed. Okay. Now, if it breaks down, if it goes to 8.5 and it breaks down, let's say it breaks down to 8.5 to 845. Let's say it breaks down like 5 points and it stays there, invalid. But if it breaks down and then it aggressively comes right back up in, that means the buyers are taking charge of that area. Okay. And they're still sitting there, sitting there, sitting there, sitting there. And this right here, this 338, this was key. Okay. This right here was key. Okay. You had this 338 negative delta. Look at the past delta. Okay. 121, 139, 7, 113, 17, 46. You had 338 negative delta. Okay. We did close down below. Okay. I was thinking, okay, we're going to be selling off even more. Then we had a little doji inside bar candle right there where the delta flipped. So they had to take all that delta right there from 338 negative delta from the previous, and then they flipped it to a basically delta neutral. I know it's positive 16 delta, but I just basically look at that and say delta neutral because I just round things off. Okay, if it's like 50 delta, that might be good. But then look what happened. We started breaking that area. So we break that area, and then I see that volume coming in. So boom, I get in. Where's my stop? My stop's down here, man. My stop's down here at about 10 points, and then I start taking off about 10, 15 points up here. You start peeling yourself off some. So when you get up here, and you get up here into this thin volume area, and you look to your right, and you see all that negative delta, you're like, man, this is a big area of interest. Peel yourself some off. Peel some off. Pay yourself, okay? Then you see this inside bar right here, basically a spinning top right there. Still, it's delta neutral. Delta wasn't climbing that much. It climbed pretty big on this candle right here. That's why that's a go right there. But right here is a spinning top. Okay, when you start trading below this, you got to start paying yourself. Okay, you got to start paying yourself. Pay yourself up here when you see the thin volume. Okay, but really start peeling off more right there. Okay, leave yourself a runner. Okay, if you got in here. Okay, leave yourself a runner. Maybe you got wicked out right there. Who knows? Okay, maybe you do about 1 to 2 points because you picked up. Let's say you picked up 15 points. You can do a 5 point stop and still be good to go. You can get yourself a runner. Okay, that's how it's done. You have to manage a trade. You have to put the odds in your favor. You got to put the odds in your favor. We sat here. We sat here for over an hour looking for another trade. Maybe over an hour, 2 hours. I don't know. Looking for another trade. I don't know. Let me look at my executions here. What's the time frame? No, I can't count that one because I peeled it off. Oh, 130 was that? Around 130 I made a trade. Yeah, so roughly a little over an hour we sat here to get another trade. Okay, no big deal. No big deal. You know, you sit there for an hour and you get paid. I don't care if you have to sit here for 2 hours and get yourself a 30 pointer. Okay, you get yourself a 30 pointer for have to sit there for 2 hours. That's $600 on a mini. That's 6 figure income. That's a 6 figure income. Uh, Turn on the crosshairs, control Q, the time. Uh, is that on order flow pulse or on a 1 minute? That's a 1 minute. Um, Control Q, the time readout at the bottom behaves funny. Like, I don't know what it does. 1 minute pulse. Okay, let me go to the 1 minute pulse. I'm on a 1 minute. Do, 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 do. Ah, Ooh. Yeah. So it seems like when it gets to, oh, does it do it when you're over here? If you click this. Ah, okay. Yes. That's a little wacky. Uh, all right, it's like 250. I'm not gonna. Yeah, that is a little weird. Uh, oh my word. All right, we got a buy and bounce right here. I gotta make myself a note of that. No big deal. Yeah, I mean, let me. All right, all right, all right, all right. I've already made money for the day. I don't need to be keep holding it. Oh, okay, we're at 143 sell order. We got a double and bounce there. We got a double buy and bounce there. What we got going on up here? We got anything sitting on the offers up here? Um, got 143 contracts that kicked off and one execution right up in here. Got 192 delta on the previous. If you get in here, you got to get out if it breaks that buy and bounce area. We got 41 delta, we got 60 delta, and we got buy and bounce right there. We're going up on light volume though, folks. I'm at 7 points. $60. Come on, it needs to surge. We need to surge by 100. There we go, 100. Come on, come on. Keep breaking that. Keep breaking it. The volume needs to start kicking in. 120 delta. All right, I'm out. I'm out. I saw that sell and bounce. I'm out. I saw that sell and bounce. I'm out for about 7 points. I thought for sure we'd try to get ourselves a nice runner, but I'm just out. I'm not going to deal with it. Plus I need to make myself a note. It's 250. I need to stop clicking buttons. I just need to stop clicking the stinking buttons. It's 3 o'clock. Power hour. You don't do good there. You don't do good. Here, let me close this thing out before I do something stupid. I was trading a funded account right there. Okay. I was trading a funded account. I just don't need to be doing something stupid. Uh, yeah, it's not a big deal. I mean, I do have to fix it, obviously. But like I said earlier, minimal valuable product. Is the product working enough to make money? Yes. Does it have a little quirkiness? Yes. This little quirkiness will get ironed out next month. Uh, the little quirky stuff will get ironed out. I mean, here's the thing. If you pay for a platform, let's say you pay for like a platform like Deep Charging, you're paying $100 a month, obviously it's going to work good. But if you want to support this project next month and you pay $95 for a whole stinking year, $8 a month, then I will spend time and get this thing rock solid. Or you could wait 6 months down the road and wait for it to be rock solid and pay a little more than $8 a month. Yeah, I just scalped me off some right there. And the reason I did that, we had 143 right here. We had 143. Am I recording that? Stop recording. Yes, I am recording that to the other hard drive. Okay, good. Um, the reason I got in is because we had 32. That ain't nothing. 143 sellers right there. They did not get rewarded. It didn't close green. I kind of like seeing the green. We had a buy and bounce right here, but it was below the moving average. You really don't want to go long there, but you had a buy and bounce right here. Okay, you had a buy and bounce right here. That buy and bounce was about roughly half the bar. We had most of it green right there. We had a 192 positive delta. So I'm thinking, okay, the delta could be shifting. So I got in here, and I was thinking, okay, if we come down to this area, I got to get out. Okay, and then we just started coming up to this area, and then I just kind of got out. Okay, that is just the way it is because right now we closed above the moving average right here, this order flow bar moving average. Okay, we were flatlining, and as we were trading up, it started to curl upwards. That's telling you the momentum is to the upside because this moving average is a Heikin-Ashi data smoothed out with a 9 exponential moving average. So I'm taking a 14 period Heikin-Ashi data, and I'm getting all that data, and I'm getting the average of it for a 14 period, and then I'm smoothing it out with a 9 exponential moving average, and then I coded then I coded the order flow bar moving average. That just keeps me in the right direction. I mean, you really don't need it. If you don't want it, just click off of it and just trade like this. I just use it just because it's like a reference to be like, hey, don't be trying to take no longs when you're right up in here, okay? You might want to try to take a long. Why did I take a long here? Well, for one, it deviated from the moving average from here to here about 17 points, okay? And plus we had that delta, negative delta that got absorbed right there, that 338, because we saw it right up in here uh, on the books. Bounce level set on the 1 minute pulse. Oh, okay. The 1 minute pulse. I did change it earlier. That's another bug right there. If you get a white screen, just go ahead and open it up again. I wrote some code and I thought I fixed it. It's basically a race condition between the background and then uh, the data being presented right here. It's just a race condition. The data being presented wins the race before the background. So I tried to fix that last night. Thought I fixed it, and it didn't. Um, the 1 minute imbalance is set to 4, so it's 4 times more buying than selling. Normally, I have it set to 3. So if I set this to 3 for levels of 3, and I click apply, okay, that's a little too much for today. So uh, I just set it to 2. Some days that 2 is gonna be too much, okay? Or, I mean, 2 less. It's gonna be 2 less, and you'll have too many imbalances, and they're not all gonna be that good. You kinda have to play it, uh, but the 4 times I always use. The 4x, I always use. Sometimes I'll use a 5 times, depends on how the market condition is. Okay, it really depends on the market condition that I change that back and forth on. The ES, I usually go from, like, 4 to 2. Uh, I don't go 3 because the ES is so thickly traded. Uh, I think next week I'm gonna try and trade gold. I don't have level 2 for gold, but, you don't need level 2 to trade. You can trade without it, but it's just nice to have. Um, because I only pay for what I use, and it's like $14 a month, and I only pay for what I really use. Uh 'Cause I don't trade gold, so there's no need for me to even pay for it. Uh, but maybe I should. Yes, we came down here. They had the liquidity right there, but they kind of pulled it. But they're still sitting down there at about eight half right up in here. They're still sitting there. Oh, the notes. Rename Ben to blah blah blah. Okay, so when crosshair, crosshair move right. Let's see. Crosshair. Move right. It's the time that jumps left. Jumps left about halfway right. Okay. Now that I have all the main functionality, now that I have all the main functionality working, that 46, you see that 46 where the opacity is really light in that circle? That just means light delta, light positive delta. If it was really dark green, that would be high positive delta. Um, the main functionality of this system is working. The main functionality of the stuff that I really wanted to get, except for the chart trading system, which the chart trading system is going to have to come next month uh, because I have to work on the DOM too. Um, and the DOM and the chart trading system are the logic that they're using is going to be the execution logic for the orders are going to be the same. So I can write the code once and reuse it. Uh, Here, let me bring up the DOM. Uh, the DOM I'm not really using that much. These buttons down here, they all work pretty good. Break even, cancel, flat, they all are working really good. Okay, because I traded with them a couple weeks ago. They all work. Uh, there's some things I need to clean up. Um, but the one thing about the chart trading that's going to be difficult. Okay, I mean, like I can come in here and be like, um, execute a market order. Okay, and then let's say right down here, I want to put a break even. Okay, or I mean, put my stop down here. I can do like a shift right click, and it can put it in there. It can put the order in there because it would read the price, and then I would just put a like a stop limit or something or whatever. Okay, but the where the hard part is actually displaying that onto the screen, and then actually that's really not that difficult. But the really hard part is clicking it and dragging it and dropping it and trailing up your stop and moving it around. That's when it really starts getting tricky. And then when you click a little cancel button, it cancels it out. That's not a problem. But it starts getting tricky once you start trying to chart trade it and move the lines around for trailing it and things. That's when the code gets kind of difficult. Uh, Totally doable. Uh, but that will be coming in the near future. That will be coming in the near future. Here, I'll be right back. All righty. I had to go get me a couple jelly beans. Oh, man. jelly beans, the Easter bunny droppings. They good. Alrighty. Hmm. Hmm. Right there. So that's about half of the chart. So that's if that is a problem that I can't fix real quick, then I'll just have to stop showing the time down there and then bring that back later. Kind of hide the problem and then just fix the problem down the road. That's if I can't fix it right away. You got inside bar right there. You got inside bar right there. We had a 129 negative delta, about 25 positive delta right there. And the problem is, you got that liquidity in the book, so I wouldn't even try it. Like, I wouldn't even try that. Look what's sitting there at 8.5. Right there. I wouldn't even short that thing with Trump's money. All right, let's see what happens. See how it sliced down? And it's coming right back up in there. That's what you want to see. You don't want to see a slice down and then another slice down to this area, 835. Well, they pulled, so it don't matter. So he sliced down about 5 points. Like I said, if it slices down 5 points and comes right back up in there, That right there is a sign that some absorption is happening. Now, if you got up in there and you got yourself some 5 points, well, that's a good job. Um, I'm just not interested in taking it because, for one, the one that we did take, which was right here at 338, that we got really nice, quick run on, that was a little bit more. That was 338 selling. This is only 114. I'm just not, and also it's past 3 o'clock. We're in the power hour. I just don't trade because it gets kind of whacked out. To be quite honest, we have a sell and balance area right here. If you do get short right here, you got to cover it up right up in here. Okay, you got to cover it for about 10 points. I mean, if you want 1 and 2 for 1, you're shooting for down in this area right up in here. I mean, this is past the low of the day, but that is a sell and bounce on the sloping moving average down. It is sloping down. Negative 114 on that bar. We got negative 50 on that bar. So if you did take that sell and bounce right there, I don't take it because I don't trade power hour. But if you did take that short, you are in profit. You are in profit. You need to peel some off and move to a break even. Remember, trade like a gorilla. See banana, take banana. See, this is why you peel some off of that banana. You peel a little bit off of that banana right there, and then you pay yourself. And then when it shoots past your break even, well, you're happy. I'll say you, uh, I'll say you came down here and then you saw that positive. Let's say you got yourself 10 points. You're in two menus. You pay yourself about $200. Maybe you put your stop up here for about 5 points. Okay, so then if you get stopped out, well, you just make yourself $100. Who cares? Move on. Next trade. You got to put the odds in your favor. You're at negative 236 delta. That's pretty good, but we're at a positive one half delta on an inside bar right there. If we break this right here, we could come up here and kiss the moving average for about 10 points. Is that a sound to go long? No, because that's a counter trend trade. And the 5 minute is sloping downwards on the moving average. The 1 minute is definitely sloping downwards on the moving average. It's definitely bearish. Got all that negative delta right there. No way I would stink and do that. Boy, they gonna get caught, ain't they? Goodbye, 124s. Well, maybe not. But if you got short right there, you had a sell and balance area right there. That was only a single sell and balance area right there. Once you break that low, you gotta understand you're trying to break the low of the day. So many times it will come down 10 points and then shoot right back up here. That's why if you get that and get your 10 points, you gotta peel yourself off some contracts and try to leave yourself a runner. Okay, that's just the way it is. You gotta pay yourself a little bit. If you're trading two minis, sell one, move to a break even, try to get yourself a nice run. Maybe you can come down here to the 800s where that liquidity is right there. We have no idea. We have no idea if it's going to do it. The odds are in our favor of doing it. Where are we at on the daily? Let me look at this thing daily. Where are we at again there, people? Yep, we really close to the daily lows. If you bring over here to a time price opportunity chart that I have on TradingView, I need to develop me one of these things on NinjaTrader. I really need to develop me a TPO chart and a volume profile together. Also, I'm going to have a delta right there, but I'm going to develop me one of these fancy charts right here. Uh, you see right here, right there is the close for today. Right here is Mondays. We're right here, pretty close to the low of the day. We're about 775. Yep, we're about 50 points away roughly. Earlier I said, are we going to go test it? We were 100 points away. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, folks. Well, we taking an awful long time to puke out to the lows of Monday, ain't we? But if you got in that short right there, you need to be paying yourself a little bit, move to a break even. That's all I gotta say. You gotta pay yourself. Look at that liquidity sitting on the books about 820. Start paying yourself if it starts looking bad for you. We got a double selling bounce. Double selling bounce on the 1 minute that just kicked in. We're at a negative 120 delta. The delta needs to start. If we're going to break this, the delta needs to start surging to like 200. I'd like to see that delta surging to about 200 if we're going to break that. But if you got in right here, you're sitting pretty right now. You're sitting pretty at about 12, 15 points. You should have already paid yourself. Because if you don't, it's going to come back and smack you in the booty. The NQ loves to punish traders. The NQ loves to punish traders. It's not an instrument for beginner traders trading the futures market. It really is not. A lot of streamers trade it because it's sexy, it's volatile, it's an adrenaline rush. You know, a lot of traders like to trade it, a lot of new traders. And to be quite frankly, if you're a new trader, I'd be moving my butt over to the ES and slinging around micros and putting on about 100 trades and start getting something. You see what I talk about? It coming back and smacking you in the booty. Well, if you were in that short and you down here, when you start basing out and you don't start taking some profits, and you're up here and you're like, oh, I hope it comes back down. And then it's going to be up here. And then you're going to be down 25 points. And you'll be like, oh, if it comes back to my break even, I promise I get out. I promise I won't do it again. Okay. The NQ don't give a flying crap. We got 38 lots that got caught on the wrong side there, folks. We got 38 contracts that getting caught on the wrong side up there. It's 3:15. We got 137 orders that just slammed into the market at about 100 milliseconds. That is pretty good. It's looking bullish. It's looking bullish, but the problem is if you lose this area right here, you lose this area because you got big volume distribution coming in. If you lose that 38 area, you can come down here back down to about 10 points pretty quickly. You got to think about where you've been at throughout the whole day. Getting ready to trade back up into this balanced market area. You're at the bottom of it now. You have to think about who's in control. If you look at the 5 minute, it's the sellers that are in control right now. So if you're trying to catch a long for power hour, you might get one. You might be able to get yourself a good trade. You full port it during the power hour in the market. Oh man, the market can't go much lower. I'm gonna full port this thing. Then all of a sudden you get rewarded. But just remember, even a blind squirrel can find a nut every now and then. You gotta be consistent. I know a lot of these traders get ticked off about these prop firms and with their consistency rule. Well, I'm sorry, but okay, if we break this, we could actually possibly travel up into this area right here for about 20 points. That, oh man. Now, see, I was looking for my execution window. I was looking for my execution window, and I done closed it out because to keep myself from trading power hour. I done closed out my execution window because I don't trade during power hour. So I closed it out. And by the time I'm like, okay, I got to open this thing back up, the trade will be over. That's right. You got to protect yourself from yourself. You got to protect yourself from yourself. All right, let's take a look at this and see if we can't get this. 164 positive delta right there, 164 positive delta, negative 32, negative 60, negative 30, 40. That delta needs to start surging. We got some good. If you get that pop, you can go ahead and if you get in, you got to know where your stop's at. If you get in here and your stops is right down here, okay, you got to understand you really need some surge and delta to going up. Okay, this area right here, a high negative delta. Okay, they could just go ahead and push it right back down. We don't know. But this area right up in here is kind of a low delta area. We're at the value area low. Okay, this is power hour. Power hour is very difficult to trade. At least it is for me. That's why I closed my execution window because I usually lose money during power hour. Okay. Right now, we're sitting at a delta neutral in that candle. So if it was me and I got in that trade on the previous candle, I'd possibly be getting out about right now. Why? Because break even paying the commissions is a lot cheaper than a full stop out for me. You really need to start paying attention to the live pulse. This thing is not moving at all. You're looking at the delta. It's negative 30, negative 25. Okay, we got two previous candles that are negative 50, negative 30. You need to just get out. Just get out. Okay, this is why I closed down my window so I don't have uh, the ability to click buttons. A reason I'm thinking about it is because you have a 38 seller right here. We closed positive right here, and we're above the moving average 1 minute, and it's sloping upwards. That is bullish. That is really bullish. Okay, but if you get in here, you got where's your stop down here at 15 points? You have to understand what's your risk tolerance. Okay, because I'm thinking we could possibly get up in this area within like 30 minutes, maybe. Who knows? Maybe 25 points. That would be a nice move. But the problem is this right here. The sellers have been in control for a while. Okay. The sellers have been in control for a while. That's why with this candle right here, I would have just flattened the trade and just gotten out. Okay. A lot of times I would just be like, okay, I get in I get in right here. I'm looking for a pop, okay, and then all of a sudden it kind of stalls, and then this candle right here, I'll just take a 3 to 5 point stop out. Boom, who cares? Okay, that's like $100. Okay, it's better than a full stop out because I'm wrong because the delta's telling me I'm wrong. The action's telling me I'm wrong. That 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 doji candle's telling me I'm wrong. But you also have to think about the long term. Your the 5 minute is sloping downwards. The 1 minute was sloping upwards. They are contradicting themselves. The 5 minute, 1 minute are contradicting themselves. You want them to be in agreement with each other to be able to take those scalps and get yourself uh uh what the word I'm looking for. I'm not too sure. The odds in your favor. You want the odds in your favor. So you want the 5 minute, 1 minute to be in an agreement to put the odds in your favor. Right now they're contradicting themselves. But would I put on that trade? You know, yeah, I probably would. Actually, I was looking for my execution window and I believed I shut it down. And I would possibly would have gotten in right here because I know myself. I possibly would have gotten in. The thing is, I've already made $800 profits. Okay, a little bit more with the other account, with the funded account I just traded. Okay, it's about, roughly about 1,000. And I showed you how much money I made earlier. Um, would I get in here and possibly try to get myself about 25 points, make a $500 winner? Yeah. But right here, when this starts shifting, I gotta make a decision. Okay. Do I take a $100 loss on 1 minute? Do I take a $100 loss and give back $100? Okay, well, if I'm up $800, okay, big deal. I get back 100, that's 700. Okay, I'm still up for today. I put on a little bit of risk. Not all of it, but I just put a little bit of risk on. I don't take a full stop out. I don't take a full stop out and get stopped out down here and take an $800 profit down to a $500 day. I don't do that. Okay. I don't trade like most of these gurus that will show you charts, cherry pick charts where they did 3-to-1 trades all day long, where they took like 4 accounts, blew 3 of the evals and passed one of them, and then showed you that chart later that night. I'm just showing you how the sausage is made in real time. Did I close down the live pulse? I think I did. Did I just have a brain fart and close down? No, where is it? Oh, it's stinking over there. Why did I put? All right. Oh, this is why I don't trade during the power hour because I get stupid. Well, where the heck is the 5 minute? Oh, the 5 minutes right there. Okay, let's drag that over there. Boy, I'm having it. Oh my word. Okay, we back in action now. We back in action. Just had a little brain fart. We back in action. 474 contracts. The thing is, that's a lot of buying right there. The thing is, I ain't doing nothing because it's like 3:30. I am not clicking no buttons. I'm taking throughout the 2 accounts. I showed you the one account. I was basically up $800. It was like 790. It's about $800. My funded account, I'm up a couple hundred. So I am not clicking no stinking buttons. I'm done for the day. Yesterday was a pretty decent day. The other day before that was like a mediocre day. Yesterday, my batting average was at 59%, usually between 60 to 70. Last week, it was not very good. I wonder what it is today. Here, let me, do, 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 do. Here, let me blank this out. Let me try and see if I can't get this real quick. Um, what is today? The 26th, I believe. Today's the 26th. So let me go to the 26th right here. Let me go to the 26th right here. Let me generate this. Uh, let me, yeah. So if you look at this, so if you look at this is that Tradeify account, okay? You look at this, that's that Tradeify account. That's not my funded account. It was 786 total net profit, 786. Gross drawdown was 900. Max drawdown was 600. Wow, that was pretty stupid of me. 24 trades, 50%. Wow, I'm not that good today. Not that good today, folks. That's pretty bad for me. That's pretty bad. That was that Tradeify account. Um, that was that Tradeify account. 50%. 24 trades at 50%, and I'm like $786 profitable on that one account with Tradeify. Well, and this morning got jacked up because Trump wanted to have a meeting. Like, come on, man. I don't like trading news days like that. I just don't like doing it. But yeah, I mean, $800 day is, I guess, pretty decent. I wanted to shoot for 1,000, 2,000, at least 2,000 today. But with Trump talking at 10, actually came, it was 30 minutes late. It's just not conducive to be doing that. I mean, you can get them wild swings and either clobber your account or really get paid. But I don't like trading like that. Okay, we got 125 contracts that kicked in on that 1 minute. If we close above it, they could get caught. But then again, you got to think about where we are on the 5 minute. The 5 minute is starting to flatline a little bit. If they get caught, oh man, I'm glad my execution box is down. Okay, we're at 114 positive delta. Okay, this right here, we got 125 sell contracts. Okay, normally what I would be looking for is for this to happen when we're sloping upwards, not when we're kind of sloping downwards. I like having it when we're sloping upwards. Okay. Right now, we're in a down market. Okay. If you look at the 5 minute, we're in a down market. Okay. The sellers are definitely in control. So I mean, this is the kind of stuff I do like to look for. Okay. And an up market on the 5 minute. You can take a trade like this, but you got to go in lightly because this is a counter trend trade. You're below the moving average on the 5 minute. You had all those sellers previously, and they're still in control. You got all this negative delta, this big negative delta you got to get through. Okay, so if you try to uh, go in about half your size and kind of test the waters. At least if you're wrong, you're not going to get slaughtered. Okay, but if you're right, maybe you'll make a little bit of money. I mean, it's 3:30. I don't trade. I mean, you got 20 minutes to the 350 algo kicking in where the money starts shifting around. Sometimes it gets crazy, sometimes it don't. See this is why you just get in about half your size right there. Okay. We closed above it. Oh my god, let me shut my door. I had my office door open, my kids yelling. Um, I don't know what I was saying now. Oh, we had that 125 sell contracts and we closed above it. I do like doing that, but we're sloping downwards. I like it having sloping upwards on the 1 minute and above the 5 minute moving average I like it sloping upwards. When we have stuff like that, then I can try and go for it. Okay. This one, if you try and go for it, you got to go for it on like a lot less contracts. And as you can see why. Um, and also this is why I don't trade power hour. I lose most of my money on power hour. That's why I just stopped trading it. I don't give profits back I've made throughout the day. I mean, you had 100 contracts come in here in about 100 milliseconds. Had about 108 contracts come in. That's pretty good. But it's power hour. I don't care about power hour, to be quite honest. Let me stop recording. Yeah, but that's something like this. I'm glad this happened. This 125. We're running down. We're definitely moving down. Where you can tell in the 5 minute. I mean, look at the 5 minute. My word. Look at the 5 minute. I mean, don't be going long. Uh, and if you do try to go long on something like that with the 125, and I'm thinking, okay, caught on the wrong side, with the moving average sloping down. If it was sloping upwards, that would be nice, and then you go for your long. But if you do try to go for it here, let's say you normally trade 2 or 3 minutes, just go in like one, and then I mean, if you're in here and it comes down here, you just got to get out. You just got to get out because there's thin volume right here. It could really shoot down because all that thin volume, it could really shoot down. Uh, so, uh, yep, we're down here by the Monday lows. That is pretty significant. If you look at the time price opportunity, it's pretty significant. We're down here. This is the close for today. We're down here. Okay, we're down here. We're right at the lows of Monday. That's a lot to give back in about half the day. Wow. That's a lot to give back. Wow, we got a lot of liquidity down there. Look at about 200 sitting on the books down there, about 800. 24 trades. 24 trades, 50% profitable, and walking away with 800 bucks, 790 bucks. Hmm, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good for me. 24 trades, 50% batting average, and I walk away with $790. That's not good because for one, that's 24 trades. That's more trades than I normally take. I don't know what I was thinking today. Um, that's telling me that I took some trades I shouldn't have taken. It could have been over $1,000 trade if I would have slowed down. Okay. So tomorrow I gotta slow down. And the reason I took those trades because it was that Tradeify account, and I'm trying to pass it. The middle of next week, I'm trying to pass it within about 3 to 4 days. So I need about 8,000 profits. I've already got a little over 1,000, about 1,200 on it. I need, more. Uh, I really, you got a buy and bounce right there. It's not all that good. I mean, we're right here in power hour. You just had a huge candle right here. It got smoked for about 30 points. I mean, I don't see any news come out on financial juice. So I don't know what that was, and probably just nothing because it didn't keep going. Um, it's hard to go long right here because you got to think about it. Look where you're at on the 5 minute. You got all those sellers right here, all these sellers that are in charge right here, all these sellers, and you're trying to go long and you're trying to battle against institutions and market makers that are slinging around that kind of size with one execution. But they're selling for a reason, and they got the capital to do it. The odds are not in my favor. Like I said, the 5 minute moving average is contradicting the 1 minute. The 1 minute's contradicting the 5 minute. Which one's right? I have no idea. But I do want both of them in agreement to take a trade where the odds are in my favor. Yeah, positive 240 delta on that, and then negative 38, negative 50, and about delta neutral on this current candle here. Uh, you got 8.5 up here is pretty high negative delta because that was a big selling area right there. So even if you get up there, it's about 15 points. Uh, got to understand where your stop's at. You have no down here. Oh, it just came on the books right there about 1.25, and then it just came off. So we had 100.25 bids come in, and then they yanked it right off. So that is a spoofer. Yeah, 70. Yeah, they're looking to push it down. I mean, we don't. I mean, down here you got some big 271 down there. You got some good support down there. I guess 63 just came in. Um, it's 340. There's no reason, like me. I'm green for the day. I wanted to be more. I wanted to be around $2,000 today, but I just couldn't get it. Uh, and I blame Trump. No, seriously, I blame him. Because he wanted to talk at 10 o'clock. Why do you wanna talk at 10 o'clock, man? Why can't you just do it at, like, 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Why do you gotta be doing it right in the middle of the morning, the best hours to trade, and you wanna have a daggone meeting at 10 o'clock? Have your meetings at, like, 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Don't be doing it at prime time for trading. So we just kinda last I'll be at it again 9:15 tomorrow morning. I'll be at it again. We got buy and bounce on the 1 minute starting to kick in. Again, the 5 minute moving average is sloping downwards, so that really don't mean quite much. I'm gonna recenter. If you double click, it recenters. If you right click and you drag around, you get that ruler. You get that ruler. It tells you the ticks, the points, the price from here to there. And one contract will give you your profit or loss, and then your to and from prices. And then you kind of drag down here and do that one. You know what I would like to do? I need to change this. This would be kind of nice to have since I'm using the blue violet for the cells. Is actually have the right click and have this the color be the color that you have chosen for your candle cell. I think I'll do that. I think I'll do that. That'll be nice. I can do that tonight. That ain't much of a change. I can do that probably tonight. I think that would look really good. That's correct. You gotta look good. Your charts gotta look good when you trade. They gotta look sexy. Even though NQ can't see it, but they gotta look sexy, man. We flatlining on the 1 minute. We flatline and we're going, "Brrr," NQ's dead right now. Oh, what is that? 86? Yeah, man, my eyes are getting old. Heck, I'm getting old. Ugh. Yeah, it's flatlining. The moving average on the 5 minute. I mean, if you're thinking about going long, you need to think again. You need to think again. Right here, right up in here. I was thinking, oh boy, we could go long, get ourselves a big 100 pointer. Boy, was I was wrong on that one. I didn't take a big hit. Well, actually, my drawdown, man, that drawdown was $600. Man, the other day, I think it was yesterday, it was Tuesday or Wednesday, my drawdown, I had like an $800 day. It was Tuesday or Wednesday, I can't remember. It was $800 day with a $200 drawdown. It was 59% profitable. Here, let me look at. I can look at the PPO chart and tell you. Yeah, that was yesterday. Yes, it was yesterday. That was yesterday because Tuesday I only made $200. Yeah, that was yesterday. Uh, that was slinging one ES mini around. Yeah, that was yesterday. That was slinging around one ES mini. It was about $800. And then slinging one mini ES around, and it was a $200 drawdown, $800 profit day. I was 59% batting average. That's actually pretty good today. That was how many trades I did? I think I did 16 trades. Again, I traded too much. Um, Today 24 trades, 50% batting average, a $600 drawdown, and a 790-day profitable day. Not good. Not good. I know some people are saying, "Oh, but that's a profitable day." Yes, but you got to think about it as okay. My batting average is usually 60 to 70%, and I'm at 50. No, that's not good. I mean, yeah, my winners were more than my losers, obviously. Uh, but that's not good because over traded. I took 24 trades. So there are some trades in here today that I took that I should not have taken, but I took anyways. And if I didn't do that, because obviously I broke my trading plan, okay, rules. Obviously, I did that. I'd be up over $1,000 today. So that's the way I'm thinking about it. I'm not thinking about, oh, $800 day is a good day, man. Yeah, it is. But I also broke some rules. And if you don't have self discipline in this industry, this market will spank your ass and put you to bed very quickly. We got 200 and a quarter liquidity sitting right here. Wow. Y'all want to stop that selling, don't you? Well, come on, get filled. I need an option for this. This is what I really need to do because this is kind of annoying. The live pulse. I'm really enjoying the live pulse now. I developed this just because I know some people are using Bookmap. I cannot compete with Bookmap, but I can build you something pretty close to it. For the heat map and the bubbles and everything. This is my version of what the book mapper has. Uh, you know, you're spending $100 or so on book map, maybe, and all you're using is the bubbles and the liquidity and stuff. Maybe I can build you out something and save you a few bucks. actually more than a few bucks. Probably save you about $80 a month. Uh, oh yeah, we're getting filled right here. We're getting filled, boys and girls. We get 250. We getting filled. We got 52 contracts in one order. 52 contracts in one order. Oh yeah, we getting filled, brothers and sisters. And we got 230 negative delta. If we start seeing this delta surge up to 100 to a delta neutral, you could have a squeeze out for them little stinkers. Are you going to get a squeeze out on the little stinkers and move back up to the 1 minute MA? We got 347. We got 3 minutes until the institutions turn on their little pet algos and start flushing money left and right. You know, earlier when we took the absorption play like that, that was actually a pretty good one. That was actually a pretty good one. Actually, if we break this area right here, we might be able to get something going right up in here. Come on, break this area right here and get ourselves a big old 15-pointer. Come on, man. Can you do it for me, man? Come on, NQ. You and I have been friends for 10 years. Can you just make me look good on stream there, my friend? Can you make me look good? That's all I want you to do, NQ. Just make me look good. You and I have been friends for 10 years. It's been a love-hate relationship, but I love you more than I hate you because I keep coming back like a... No, don't say that. I keep coming back. Oh, man, you and I ain't friends no more, are we? All right, then be that way. We're at 263 negative delta. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, you want the friendship back, too, now, don't you, NQ? You want it back? You know you do, boy. You know you want that friendship back. Come on now. Come on now. We've been friends for 10 years, buddy. So we had some liquidity right up in here, about 263. See that negative 263 delta? Well, it's the same daggone play we did a little bit earlier, and it looks like we got a pop right there. When we broke that high right there, we got a pop back up in there for about 8 points. It ain't very much. Ain't very much, but I'm gonna tell you something. If you took that play and you up money right now, about 10 points, maybe about 8, 10 points. I hate to tell you, you got to trade like a gorilla. You see banana, you take banana. You see banana, you peel off a little bit for yourself. Okay? So pay yourself. Your bank will enjoy it. See, I bet you wish you would have paid yourself earlier. Ha ha ha, 350 algo. 350 algo. If you didn't pay attention to 350, then your booty got clobbered. Don't let the NQ smack them cheeks. Peel you off some. And also, you got to think real quick. Okay, you got to think real quick, people. You got to think real quick. You got to think that you're on a 5 minute. You've got the sellers that are large and in charge right up in here. Okay, you got sellers that are large and in charge right here, and you're trying to counter trend trade, and you get yourself 10 points. You better peel yourself off some. That's all I gotta say. You got to peel yourself off some. Ain't no hope trades around here. Well, I hope it goes to a 25 pointer. I make $500. Ain't no stinking hope trades. Okay, we don't trade like that around here. We don't trade that around here. We try to make some money, so we ain't got to ask mama for no rent money. See, and also here's another thing. We had a nice big liquidity right there, and we had about 263 delta, negative delta. It got absorbed, and then we kind of popped right there. As you saw live right there, we kind of popped right there. And what do? We come up here and kiss the moving average. We get yourself about 8 points. You got to peel yourself off some because look at this. This is something that you really need to pay attention to, okay? This is something you really need to pay attention to, and I'm going to put this right in your face. Okay, we had 263 negative delta. Okay, we were looking at the live pulse right here. Okay, we were looking at the live pulse. We saw the absorption coming in. When you break that area right there, you come up to the moving average. You need to peel yourself off some, okay? I don't care if it's just 8 points. I don't care if you're looking for 25, 50-point run. We don't look for home runs here. Let your runners get the home runs when they can, okay? But we kissed the moving average. The 5 minute is sloping downwards. We have massive sellers that are in charge of the market right now. You're counter trend trading, and you get a little absorption play and you get yourself 8 points. It comes up to the moving average. You got to sell yourself some. The reason you have to sell some is because right here is very low volume right here. Okay, very low volume. But yes, we drift back down where the big volume, buying volume is right here on this chart, and we came up here. Look what happens up here. Very low volume. Look to your left. You just had a double sell and balance area that you're coming up into. There's a lot of traders that do this kind of play. It sells off, it bounces up, and they go short right up in this area for a dump down. And you're counter trend trading. So you have to be extremely quickly. Boom, get yourself 8 points, peel yourself off some. You get a little bit more. You see that low volume, peel yourself off a little bit more. Your moving average is sloping downwards. That is a counter trend trade. That is very counter trend trade. I normally wouldn't even take that trade at all. But when you see 263 negative delta and you see an absorption play on the live pulse, you have to get in. You have to get in a little bit. Where's your stop? Well, your stop's down there about 6 points. Okay, you got yourself a little 1 for 1. That's good. Pay yourself a little bit. Okay, that's all I got. That's it. That's it. It's all fun and games. I try to make it funny and stuff. But this is a very serious industry, and if you do not take it seriously, it's gonna clap them cheeks for you, there, my friend. It's gonna clap your cheeks and put you to bed. This is an industry. You gotta think about this. If you've been trading for just a few months and you bought a couple evals and you think you're gonna make yourself $500,000 a day, good luck with that, because you're coming into an industry that is brutal, brutal. That's like me. That's like me when I started being a software engineer. Uh, that's like me my first year thinking my first 6 months, first 3 to 6 months, thinking I'm going to be a senior software engineer and leading a team in the project. Please, that ain't going to happen. It took me a while to be a senior software engineer. It took me a while, just like it took me a while to learn how to trade very good. It took me a while to do that. Took me quite a few $1,000s of blowing up because I didn't have micros to trade. I had to sling minis around. Yeah. Yeah, what time is it? 3:56? Yeah, I will be back at it at 9:15. Make sure you just download the add-on. Let me tell you something. The add-on is not 100%. It'll probably be a few months before it's 100% rock solid, but I'm going to tell you something. It's solid enough for me. If you see my screen, the only thing I have on my screen, is the order flow pulse, the 1 minute and the 5 minute right here. That's it. That's all I have. I don't have no other Ninja Trader window open except for the main window that kind of kicks everything off. Okay, that's all I have. I'm not even using Ninja Trader charts anymore. I'm not using the order flow bar indicator on Ninja Trader chart. I'm just using the order flow pulse. I'm just using this right here, 1 minute, 5 minute. I don't have a whole bunch of stinking windows open and stuff because I try to keep it simple. I just try to keep it simple. I am in the future, I am going to build me out a TPO, time price opportunity chart with a volume profile, and I'm going to have a delta profile on there as well with a bunch of options. I am going to build me out one of these for NinjaTrader. So that will be coming. I will be building that out. Um, but that's in the future. That's in the future. If I can get some great support for this project, that would be great. I would love to be able to take NinjaTrader platform to a rock solid order flow trading platform. That is my ambition to do for this project, is to take NinjaTrader into a rock solid order flow trading platform. And then once we have some great support for the NinjaTrader platform for this add-on, I will then move on to my own order flow trading platform next year. And it won't have no bunch of bells and whistles, but it will be a rock solid platform for order flow trading. Because a lot of this code that I'm writing for NinjaTrader, a lot of it, most of it, like 80% of it can be ported over into my own platform. I have decoupled the code enough to where it can be ported over. The only thing I would really have a problem with is the order executions. Like I have for the DOM and stuff, the order executions are going to be uh, for me, and also my broker connections. I would have to do from my own trading platform. I would have to write my own broker connections. So I'm kind of leveraging the API system for NinjaTrader to do that, which is quite nice. But yeah, you got liquidity down there, 771, 772 area, somewhere around in there. Kind of bounced off of it. Stuff about 10 points. But why would you trade 1 minute to 4 o'clock? That's kind of crazy, to be quite honest. I don't trade power hour. We walked through this trade right here. This trade right here, that was a solid trade. I would have taken that, but I closed out my order execution window so I would stop myself from clicking buttons because I'm up for the day. One account 790, the other one about a couple $100 on my funded account. So I'm not giving money back, so I gotta have some self-discipline and close out the execution window. And I'm glad I did because I didn't know I traded 24 trades and have 50% batting average. 50% batting average is not good for me. 24 trades is not good for me. That's telling me that I did not follow my rules. I took trades I shouldn't have taken, and it hurt my P&L. So I just have to close it out. You gotta have some self-discipline or you ain't gonna make it. Wow, we've been selling off, man. Look at that. That's just nuts. Oh, that's another thing. These bubbles kind of drop off after a while. I need to lengthen that out a little bit more. The reason I did it to drop them off is because every little object that I paint inside this system, every little thing right here takes up resources. There's probably a reason why NinjaTrader hasn't done this. What I'm doing is because, well, for one, it's difficult. Second of all, it takes a lot of resources to do that on your system, and you have to really. I mean, there was a lot of issues I had with threading issues, performance issues. There's still some threading performance issues I got to work in on the DOM. That's still in beta. That's going to be free to use probably for about another month or two. Uh, But the order flow policy is pretty rock solid. I mean, I'm only using 3 windows as you saw. I'm using 3 windows and I'm able to trade and make money. I'm not putting on a whole bunch of indicators. Don't have a whole bunch of moving average, some Fibonacci, some fan waves flowing out there, some Gantt, whatever they call them. I don't know what they call them. Now that I've traded a lot of pulse basically all morning, I am kind of liking it. I really, you got some more absorption down up in there happening. You got a little bit of right there up in. You know what kind of would be nice? I wonder how I could do this. Hmm. Maybe just kind of leave it like it is. Don't screw with it. We had some nice trades right there, but you probably got yourself about 7, 8 points right there off of that. I mean, you put your stop about right here about 5 points. You definitely got yourself 5 points. Um, Counter trend trading though, it's kind of hard to do. It's kind of hard to do. In the future, what I would like to do is take this because what Bookmap does, they do a pre-rendered bitmap images, okay, and then they use the GPU to render it. They use your graphics card to render their heat map. At least I'm thinking that is what they're doing from my research. That is what they're doing. Now, what I'm doing is I'm just painting this using the Windows Presentation Foundation, and it's using the CPU to do this. So the performance could be even better if I refactored the code into using a pre-rendered bitmap of these images. Take some of the colors, have like a choice of colors that you can choose from, maybe like 4 of them, and then do pre-rendered bitmaps and then render it in the code using your GPU, your graphics card, and the performance would be better. But I'm going to do that in the future once I get some support for the project. We can do that later. I'm just happy enough I can use this myself and make money. Also, once this order flow platform is pretty rock solid and the DOM is done, well, what I would like to do later on this year is actually take a charting, kind of like take just a regular chart. Wait a minute, let me make a note before I forget. And tick chart. I got to write myself. I usually work about 1 o'clock in the morning, then go to bed, and then get up and trade again. It's 4:05. Okay, what I would like to do in the near future, once I get everything rock solid, the order flow pulse is this is about 80, 90% done. It's pretty solid. It's solid enough for me to trade off of and make money. If it's good enough for me to make money off of, I'm pretty sure you can. I need to get the DOM down rock solid. I really like trading off a DOM, to be quite honest. Uh, I need to get that down. Once that gets down, what I'm going to do is move on into making a TPO charts and volume profile charts so you can look at historical data from like let's say like a 15, 30 minute or daily, and you can go past like 30 days or something. Kind of like how I showed you earlier. And also make a regular charting platform. Nothing with like the DOM here or the heat map, just a regular charting platform, and have the option to put the volume profile on, the delta profile on there on the side right here, but also have some like simple drawing tools on a left side window or something. Have some simple drawing tools, uh, things like this, like where you can just right click real quick. And I put this on the right click because you can use it all the time. You can like right click and go right here and be like, okay, that's it. Where would my stop be? Like down here, and you can get it done pretty quickly. Um, just simple drawing tools like that. Maybe put in a moving average, some volume weighted average price, and just kind of put it on the side where you can click on it and just kind of build it out as we go. Something that would have like your regular time frames, your range charts, your tick charts, uh, have that built out. So it's a nice clean system. And it's all together and it's all in one add-on, one package. Uh, And then what I would like to do, and this is not going to be that difficult. I could possibly get this done first before that in TPO chart system. Um, Here, let me close this out. Is right here. This is the volume. Okay, and light opacity. The volume right here is out. Light opacity means light delta. Dark bars mean high delta. Uh, but have it so where right in here you actually have a true footprint chart. This will come next month, having an actual true footprint chart, not the volume right there. Yep, see you later. Uh, Not actually just have a true footprint chart where the bid or ask is right there. That's what I would like to do next for the order flow, the kind of bars we are going to have. So that's about it. Yeah, Bolnox, you disconnected me, then you reconnected me. I know you little stupid games. I'm not in a trade. Um, but that's what I would like to have is a true footprint chart with the bid and ask showing, bids on the left, asks on the right, uh, and the imbalances right here. You can do the diagonal imbalances and stuff, and the delta's already there. That actually might not be. I already have everything because I'm already collecting all the market data and the market depth. I already have all the market data. It's just a matter of the presentation. That's all it is. It's just writing the code for the front end for the presentation of the charts. That's all. But all the back end code is all done. It's just a matter of redoing it and building out a front end chart system, how you actually want to present that data. But that's about it. So that's it for me. I will be at it again at 9:15 tomorrow. Yesterday was good, $800 day. Today was close about $1,000 between two accounts. One funded. My Tradeify account was $790. I'll try to be a little bit more disciplined tomorrow and not take so many stinking trades. Maybe I'll get a little bit more profitable. That's all I have. I will see you tomorrow, 9:15.